I know, but she thinks you're talking about me because of my accent.
No, I'm talking about her.
She or
he? That live in the West, they're here.
She, are you a he or a they? What are you? I'm trying to figure out that voice.
No, here she says she.
How do you know that?
Because she sounds like a woman. I don't give a shit.
I don't hear a woman. See, how are you physically born? Would you share that with me?
Are you asking me for my gender?
Yeah. How do you identify?
I don't want to think about that. Please stop with that image in my mind.
No, Z won't even say it. Z is a he.
I said we don't change our gender. You think it's for the Torah like you or something?
What were you born?
He was something
She's
care.
a Muslim. She is a she.
Why do you care?
I need to know because I might have a friend for you. If you're trans.
No, I don't have to tell you anything. Who are you?
I'm me.
That's it? I'm me as well. So don't worry about where I'm from.
I was born with a vagina.
Happy New Year, Yaakov.
Yeah.
I missed you.
That's good for you. How it's
Yes.
Thank God for a vagina.
I thought you were going to say thank God for Yaakov.
You know, we don't trans. Trans is something else. Maybe it's from your Torah or your Talmud.
Because when
Who's
she
we?
when he
which
wanted
we's are you
to
talking
hide, we
about?
can also use the women's dresses, right?
Women's dresses? What are you talking
When
about?
what are you talking about?
He was obsessed about sexuality.
Yeah, but he was dressing as a woman. That's haram.
Who was he?
Sinwar.
Sinwar was dressed as a woman.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why he died while he was fighting for asses everywhere. Yeah.
It's like a
He lives like a rat and dies like a rat.
Right, keep convincing yourself that. You know how much
He's dead. I don't need convincing. He's dead. He's dead. He went boom boom. He went boom boom. He went boom.
Learn about how to and get rewarded as you learn. Coinbase Learning Rewards. We pay out over.
He got blown to pieces.
Guido was thoroughly wet. His straw sandals were in pieces. At a farmhouse near the village, he noticed 4 or 5 pairs of sandals in the window and decided to buy some dry ones. The woman who offered him the sandals, seeing how wet he was, invited him to remain for the night in her home. Guido accepted, thanking her. He entered and recited a sutra before the family shrine. He then was introduced to the woman's mother and to her children. Observing that the entire family was depressed, Guido asked what was wrong. My husband is a gambler and a drunkard, the housewife told him. When he happens to win, he drinks and becomes abusive. When he loses, he borrows money from others. Sometimes when he becomes thoroughly drunk, he does not come home at all. What can I do? I will help him, said Guido. Here is some money. Get me a gallon of fine wine and something good to eat. Then you may retire. I will meditate before the shrine. When the man of the house returned about midnight, quite drunk, he bellowed, Hey, wife, I'm home. Have you something for me to eat? I have something for you, said Guido. I happened to be caught in the rain, and your wife kindly asked me to remain here for the night. In return, I have brought some wine and fish, so you might as well have them. The man was delighted. He drank the wine at once and laid himself down on the floor. Guido sat in meditation beside him. In the morning, when the husband awoke, he had forgotten about the previous night. Who are you? Where do you come from? He asked Guido, who still was meditating. I am Guido of Kyoto, and I am going on to Edo, replied the Zen master. The man was utterly ashamed. He apologized profusely to the teacher of his emperor. Guido smiled. Everything in this life is impermanent, he explained. Life is very brief. If you keep on gambling and drinking, you will have no time left to accomplish anything else, and you'll cause your family to suffer too. The perception of the husband awoke as if from a dream. You were right, he declared. How can I ever repay you for this wonderful teaching? Let me see you off and carry your things a little way. If you wish, assented Guido. The two started out. After they had gone 3 miles, Guido told him to return. Just another 5 miles, he begged Guido. They continue on. You may return now, suggested Guido. Another 10 miles, the man replied. Return now, said Guido, when the 10 miles had been passed. I'm going to follow you all the rest of my life, declared the man. Modern Zen teachers in Japan spring from the lineage of a famous master who was the successor of Guido. His name was Munan, the man who never turned back. Zen master Hakuin was praised by his neighbors as one living a great life. A beautiful Japanese girl whose parents owned a food store lived near him. Suddenly, without any warning, her parents discovered she was with child. This made her parents angry. She would not confess who the man was, but after much harassment, at last named Hakuin. In great anger, the parents went to the master. "Is that so?" was all he would say. After the child was born, it was brought to Hakuin. By this time, he had lost his reputation, which did not trouble him. But he took very good care of the child. He obtained milk from his neighbors and everything else the little one needed. A year later, the girl mother could stand it no longer. She told her parents the truth, that the real father of the child was a young man who worked in the fish market. The mother and father of the girl at once went to Hakuin to ask his forgiveness, to apologize at length, and to get the child back again. Hakuin was willing. In yielding the child, all he said was, "Is that so?" The Master Bankei's talks were attended not only by Zen students, but by persons of all ranks and sects. He never quoted sutras, nor indulged in scholastic dissertations. Instead, his words were spoken directly from his heart to the hearts of his listeners. His large audiences angered a priest of the Nichiren sect, because the adherents had left to hear about Zen. The self-centered Nichiren priest came to the temple, determined to debate with Bankei. "A Zen teacher," he called out, "wait a minute. Whoever respects you will obey what you say, but a man like myself does not respect you. Can you make me obey you?" "Come up beside me and I will show you," said Bankei. Proudly, the priest pushed his way through the crowd to the teacher. Bankei smiled. "Come over to my left side." The priest obeyed. "No," said Bankei, "we may talk better if you were on the right side. Step over here." The priest proudly stepped over to the right. "You see," observed Bankei, "you are obeying me, and I think you are a very gentle person. Now sit down and listen." "20 monks and one nun who was named Ishun were practicing meditation with a certain Zen master. Ishun was very pretty, even though her head was shaved and her dress plain. Several monks secretly fell in love with her. One of them wrote her a love letter, insisting upon a private meeting. Ishun did not reply. The following day, the master gave a lecture to the group, and when it was over, Ishun arose. Addressing the one who had written her, she said, "If you really love me so much, come and embrace me now." There was an old woman in China who had supported a monk for over 20 years. She had built a little hut for him and fed him while he was meditating. Finally, she wondered just what progress he had made in all this time. To find out, she obtained the help of a girl rich in desire. "Go and embrace him," she told her, and then asked him suddenly, "What now?" The girl called upon the monk, and without much ado caressed him, asking him what he was going to do about it. "An old tree grows on a cold rock in winter," replied the monk somewhat poetically. "Nowhere is there any warmth." The girl returned and related what he had said. "To think I fed that fellow for 20 years, exclaimed the old woman in anger. "He showed no consideration for your need, no disposition to explain your condition. He need not have responded to passion, but at least he should have evidenced some compassion." She at once went to the hut of the monk and burned it down. In the early days of the Meiji era, there lived a well-known wrestler called Onami, Great Waves. Onami was immensely strong and knew the art of wrestling. In his private bouts, he defeated even his teacher, but in public he was so bashful that his own pupils threw him. Onami felt he should go to a Zen master for help. Hakuju, a wandering teacher, was stopping in a little temple nearby, so Onami went to see him and told him of his great trouble. "Great Waves is your name," the teacher advised. "So stay in this temple tonight. Imagine that you are those billows. You are no longer a wrestler who is afraid. You are those huge waves sweeping everything before them and swallowing all in their path. Do this, and you will be the greatest wrestler in the land." The teacher retired. Onami sat in meditation, trying to imagine himself as waves. He thought of many different things. Then gradually he turned more and more to the feeling of the waves. As the night advanced, the waves became larger and larger. They swept away the flowers in their vases. Even the Buddha in the shrine was inundated. Before dawn, the temple was nothing but the ebb and flow of an immense sea. In the morning, the teacher found Onami meditating, a faint smile on his face. He patted the wrestler's shoulder. "Now nothing can disturb you," he said. You are those waves. You will sweep everything before you. The same day, Onami entered the wrestling contests and won. After that, no one in Japan was able to defeat him. Ryokan, a Zen master, lived the simplest kind of life in a little hut at the foot of the mountain. One evening, a thief visited the hut, only to discover there was nothing in it to steal. Ryokan returned and caught him. You may have come a long way to visit me, he told the prowler, and you should not return empty-handed. Please, take my clothes as a gift. The thief was bewildered. He took the clothes and slunk away. Ryokan sat naked watching the moon. Poor fellow, he mused. I wish I could give him this beautiful moon. The Zen master Hoshin lived in China many years. Then he returned to the northeastern part of Japan, where he taught his disciples. When he was getting very old, he told them a story he had heard in China. This is the story. One year, on the 25th of December, Tokufu, who was very old, said to his disciples, I'm not going to be alive next year, so you fellows should treat me well this year. The pupils thought he was joking, but since he was a great-hearted teacher, each of them in turn treated him to a feast on succeeding days of the departing year. On the eve of the new year, Tokufu concluded, You have been good to me. I shall leave you tomorrow afternoon when the snow has stopped. The disciples laughed, thinking he was aging and talking nonsense, since the night was clear and without snow. But at midnight, snow began to fall, and the next day they did not find their teacher about. They went to the meditation hall. There he had passed on. Hoshin, who related this story, told his disciples, It is not necessary for a Zen master to predict his passing, but if he really wishes to do so, he can. Can you? Someone asked. Yes, answered Hoshin. I will show you what I can do 7 days from now. None of the disciples believed him, and most of them had even forgotten the conversation when Hoshin called them together. 7 days ago, he remarked, I said I was going to leave you. It is customary to write a farewell poem, but I am neither a poet nor calligrapher. Let one of you inscribe my last words. His followers thought he was joking, but one of them started to write. Are you ready? Hoshin asked. Yes, sir, replied the writer. Then Hoshin dictated. I came from brilliancy and return to brilliancy. What is this? The poem was 1 line short of the customary 4, so the disciple said, Master, we are 1 line short. Hoshin, with the roar of a conquering lion, shouted, Ka! And was gone. The exquisite Shunkei, whose other name was Suzu, was compelled to marry against her wishes when she was quite young. Later, after this marriage had ended, she attended a university where she studied philosophy. To see Shunkei was to fall in love with her. Moreover, wherever she went, she herself fell in love with others. Love was with her at the university, and afterwards, when philosophy did not satisfy her and she visited a temple to learn about Zen, the Zen students fell in love with her. Shunkei's whole life was saturated with love. At last in Kyoto, she became a real student of Zen. Her brothers in the sub-temple of Kenin praised her sincerity. One of them proved to be a congenial spirit and assisted her in the mastery of Zen. The abbot of Kenin, Mokurai, Silent Thunder, was severe. He kept the precepts himself and expected his priests to do so. In modern Japan, whatever zeal these priests have lost for Buddhism, they seem to have gained for taking wives. Mokurai used to take a broom and chase the women away when he found them in any of his temples, but the more wives he swept out, the more seemed to come back. In this particular temple, the wife of the head priest became jealous of Shunkei's earnestness and beauty. Hearing the students praise her serious Zen made this wife squirm and itch. Finally, she spread a rumor about Shunkei and the young man who was her friend. As a consequence, he was expelled, and Shunkei was removed from the temple. I may have made the mistake of love, thought Shunkei, but the priest's wife shall not remain in the temple either if my friend is to be treated so unjustly. Shunkei the same night with a can of kerosene set fire to the 500-year-old temple and burned it to the ground. In the morning, she found herself in the hands of the police. A young lawyer became interested in her and endeavored to make her sentence lighter. Do not help me, she told him. I might decide to do something else which would only imprison me again. At last, a sentence of 7 years was completed, and Shunkei was released from the prison, where the 60-year-old warden also had become enamored of her. But now everyone looked upon her as a jailbird. No one would associate with her. Even the Zen people who were supposed to believe in enlightenment in this life and with this body shunned her. Zen, Shunkei found, was one thing, and the followers of Zen quite another. Her relatives would have nothing to do with her. She grew sick, poor, and weak. She met a Shinsu priest who taught her the name of the Buddha of love, and in this Shunke found some solace and peace of mind. She passed away when she was still exquisitely beautiful and hardly 30 years old. She wrote her own story in a futile endeavor to support herself, and some of it she told to a woman writer, so it reached the Japanese people. Those who rejected Shunke, those who slandered and hated her, now read of her life with tears of remorse. In Tokyo in the Meiji era, there lived two prominent teachers of opposite characteristics. One, Unsho, an instructor in Shingon, kept Buddha's precepts scrupulously. He never drank intoxicants, nor did he eat after 11 o'clock in the morning. The other teacher, Tanzan, a professor of philosophy at the Imperial University, never observed the precepts. When he felt like eating, he ate, and when he felt like sleeping in the daytime, he slept. One day, Unsho visited Tanzan, who was drinking wine at the time, not even a drop of which is supposed to touch the tongue of a Buddhist. "Hello, brother," Tanzan greeted him. "Won't you have a drink?" "I never drink," exclaimed Unsho solemnly. "For one who does not drink is not even human," said Tanzan. "Do you mean to call me inhuman just because I do not indulge in intoxicating liquids?" exclaimed Unsho in anger. "Then if I am not human, what am I?" "A Buddha," answered Tanzan. Shoun became a teacher of Soto Zen. When he was still a student, his father passed away, leaving him to care for his old mother. Whenever Shoun went to a meditation hall, he always took his mother with him. Since she accompanied him when he visited monasteries, he could not live with the monks. So he would build a little house and care for her there. He would copy sutras, Buddhist verses, and in this manner receive a few coins for food. When Shoun brought fish for his mother, people would scoff at him, for a monk is not supposed to eat fish. But Shoun did not mind. His mother, however, was hurt to see others laugh at her son. Finally, she told Shoun, "I think I will become a nun. I can be a vegetarian too." She did, and they studied together. Shoun was fond of music and was a master of the harp, which his mother also played. On full moon nights, they used to play together. One night, a young lady passed by their house and heard music. Deeply touched, she invited Shoun to visit her the next evening and play. He accepted the invitation. A few days later, he met the young lady on the street and thanked her for her hospitality. Others laughed at him. He had visited the house of a woman of the streets. One day, Shoun left for a distant temple to deliver a lecture. A few months afterwards, he returned home to find his mother dead. Friends had not known where to reach him, so the funeral was then in progress. Shoun walked up and hit the coffin with his staff. "Mother, your son has returned," he said. "I'm glad to see you've returned, son," he answered for his mother. "Yes, I'm glad too," Shoun responded. Then he announced to the people about him, "The funeral ceremony is over. You may bury the body." When Shoun was old, he knew his end was approaching. He asked his disciples to gather around him in the morning, telling them he was going to pass on at noon. Burning incense before the picture of his mother and his old teacher, he wrote a poem. "For 56 years, I lived as best I could, making my way in this world. Now the rain has ended. The clouds are clearing. The blue sky has a full moon." His disciples gathered about him, reciting a sutra, and Shoun passed on during the invocation. A university student, while visiting Gasan, asked him, "Have you ever read the Christian Bible?" "No, read it to me," said Gasan. The student opened the Bible and read from St. Matthew. "And why take ye thought for raiment? Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow. They toil not, neither do they spin. And yet I say unto you that even Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these. Take therefore no thought for the morrow shall take thought for the things of itself." Gasan said, "Whoever uttered those words I consider an enlightened man." The student continued reading. "Ask, and it shall be given you. Seek, and ye shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. For everyone that asketh receiveth, and he that seeketh findeth, and to him that knocketh it shall be opened." Gasan remarked, "That is excellent. Whoever said that is not far from Buddhahood." Buddha told a parable in a sutra. A man traveling across a field encountered a tiger. He fled, the tiger after him. Coming to a precipice, he caught hold of the root of a wild vine and swung himself down over the edge. The tiger sniffed at him from above. Trembling, the man looked down to where, far below, another tiger was waiting to eat him. Only the vine sustained him. 2 mice, one white and one black, little by little started to gnaw away the vine. The man saw a luscious strawberry near him. Grasping the vine with one hand, he plucked the strawberry with the other. How sweet it tasted. When one goes to Obaku Temple in Kyoto, he sees carved over the gate the words, "The First Principle." The letters are unusually large, and those who appreciate calligraphy always admire them as being a masterpiece. They were drawn by Kosen 200 years ago. When the master drew them, he did so on paper from which workmen made the larger carving in wood. As Kosen sketched the letters, a bold pupil was with him who had made several gallons of ink for the calligraphy and who never failed to criticize his master's work. "That is not good," he told Kosen after the first effort. "How was that one?" "Poor, worse than before," pronounced the pupil. Kosen patiently wrote one sheet after another until 84 first principles had accumulated, still without the approval of the pupil. Then when the young man stepped outside for a few moments, Kosen thought, "Now is my chance to escape his key." And he wrote hurriedly with no distraction. "The First Principle." "A masterpiece," pronounced the pupil. Chiun, a Shingon master, was a well-known Sanskrit scholar of the Tokugawa era. When he was young, he used to deliver lectures to his brother's students. His mother heard about this and wrote him a letter. "Son, I do not think you became a devotee of the Buddha because you desired to turn into a walking dictionary for others. There is no end to information and commentation, glory and honor. I wish you would stop this lecture business. Shut yourself up in a little temple in a remote part of the mountain. Devote your time to meditation. In this way, you attain true realization." The master of Kennin Temple was Mokurai, Silent Thunder. He had a little protege named Toyo, who was only 12 years old. Toyo saw the older disciples visit the master's room each morning and evening to receive instructions in sanzen, or personal guidance, in which they were given koans to stop mind wandering. Toyo wished to do a sanzen also. "Wait a while," said Mokurai. "You're too young." But the child insisted, so the teacher finally consented. In the evening, little Toyo went at the proper time to the threshold of Mokurai's sanzen room. He struck the gong to announce his presence, bowed respectfully 3 times outside the door, and went to sit before the master in respectful silence. "You can hear the sound of 2 hands when they clap together," said Mokurai. "Now show me the sound of 1 hand." Toyo bowed and went to his room to consider this problem. From his window, he could hear the music of the geishas. "Ah, I have it," he proclaimed. The next evening, when his teacher asked him to illustrate the sound of 1 hand, Toyo began to play the music of the geishas. No, said Mokurai, "that will never do. That is not the sound of 1 hand. You've not got it at all." Thinking that such music might interrupt, Toyo moved his abode to a quiet place. He meditated again. What can the sound of 1 hand be? He happened to hear some water dripping. "I have it," imagined Toyo. When he next appeared before his teacher, Toyo imitated dripping water. "What is that?" asked Mokurai. "That is the sound of dripping water, but not the sound of 1 hand. Try again." In vain, Toyo meditated to hear the sound of 1 hand. He heard the sighing of the wind, but the sound was rejected. He heard the cry of an owl. This also was refused. The sound of 1 hand was not the locusts. For more than 10 times, Toyo visited Mokurai with different sounds. All were wrong. For almost a year, he pondered what the sound of 1 hand might be. At last, little Toyo entered true meditation and transcended all sounds. "I could collect no more," he explained later, "so I reached the soundless sound." Toyo had realized the sound of 1 hand. Soyen Shaku, the first Zen teacher to come to America, said, "My heart burns like fire, but my eyes are as cold as dead ashes." He made the following rules, which he practiced every day of his life. In the morning before dressing, light incense and meditate. Retire at a regular hour. Partake of food at regular intervals. Eat with moderation and never to the point of satisfaction. Receive a guest with the same attitude you have when alone. When alone, maintain the same attitude you have in receiving guests. Watch what you say, and whatever you say, practice it. When an opportunity comes, do not let it pass by, yet always think twice before acting. Do not regret the past, look to the future. Have the fearless attitude of a hero and the loving heart of a child. Upon retiring, sleep as if you had entered your last sleep. Upon awakening, leave your bed behind you instantly, as if you had cast away a pair of old shoes.
I like having you in my life. It just feels right.
Samesies.
Angela Pulaski, I have to place you under arrest.
I thought you might choose me.
It's a standoff.
You're ordered to surrender.
With Special Agent Faith Mitchell, this is quite a situation.
No, the situation is.
Give me Will Trent.
It's gonna be a problem because he has been gone for months. I don't even know where he is.
Will Trent.
You thought she could hide forever? Time to come home.
Will Trent's coming back.
You took my office.
That's mine now.
Fine, I'll take your old office.
Are you okay?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Ow! What was that for?
For leaving and not telling anyone where you were for 6 months.
Ooh, tell her to calm down. Women love that.
I arrested the love of my life last year. I'm a pathologically scrupulous person. If I could be any other way, I would.
That was easy.
Easy.
If you let me back on the force, I will be the best version of myself. I'm a prosecutor. We deal in truth and facts. A young girl is missing, and you can help us find her.
Y'all got nothing on me.
We have the murder weapon.
But you were carrying around like an idiot.
If he doesn't want to cooperate, we can't protect him.
Do you have any guns?
Betty Marie White Trent. She's my dog. Here she is.
I gotta zoom in.
Please come back in here. I'll talk. Let's be clear. It's Special Agent Will Trent. Don't point guns at people. It's rude. How do I look? Thanks, girl.
When Aishun, the Zen nun, was past 60 and about to leave this world, she asked some monks to pile up wood in the yard. Seating herself firmly in the center of the funeral pyre, she had it set fire around the edges. "Oh, nun," shouted one monk, "is it hot in there?" "Such a matter would concern only a stupid person like yourself," answered Aishun. The flames arose, and she passed away. A farmer requested a Tendai priest to recite sutras for his wife who had died. After the recitation was over, the farmer asked, "Do you think my wife will gain merit from this?" "Not only your wife, but all sentient beings will benefit from the recitation of sutras," answered the priest. "If you say all sentient beings will benefit," said the farmer, "my wife may be very weak and others will take advantage of her, getting the benefit she should have. So please, recite sutras just for her." The priest explained that it was the desire of a Buddhist to offer blessings and wish merit for every living being. "That is a fine teaching," concluded the farmer, "but please make one exception. I have a neighbor who is rough and mean to me. Just exclude him from all those sentient beings." Suiwo, the disciple of Hakuin, was a good teacher. During one summer seclusion period, a pupil came to him from a southern island of Japan. Suiwo gave him a problem. Hear the sound of one hand. The pupil remained 3 years but could not pass this test. One night he came in tears to Suiwo. "I must return south in shame and embarrassment," he said, "for I cannot solve my problem." "Wait 1 week more and meditate constantly," advised Suiwo. Still no enlightenment came to the pupil. "Try for another week," said Suiwo. The pupil obeyed, but in vain. Still another week. Yet this was of no avail. In despair, the student begged to be released, but Swiwo requested another meditation of 5 days. They were without result. Then he said, meditate for 3 days longer. Then if you fail to attain enlightenment, you had better kill yourself. On the second day, the pupil was enlightened. Provided he makes and wins an argument about Buddhism with those who live there, any wandering monk can remain in the Zen temple. If he is defeated, he has to move on. In a temple in the northern part of Japan, 2 brother monks were dwelling together. The elder one was learned, but the younger one was stupid and had but one eye. A wandering monk came and asked for lodging, properly challenging them to a debate about the sublime teaching. The elder brother, tired that day from much studying, told the younger one to take his place. Go and request the dialogue in silence, he cautioned. So the young monk and the stranger went to the shrine and sat down. Shortly afterwards, the traveler rose and went into the elder brother and said, Your young brother is a wonderful fellow. He defeated me. Relate the dialogue to me, said the elder one. Well, explained the traveler, first I held up one finger, representing Buddha, the enlightened one. So he held up 2 fingers, signifying Buddha and his teaching. I held up 3 fingers, representing Buddha, his teaching, and his followers living the harmonious life. Then he shook his clenched fist in my face, indicating that all 3 come from one realization. Thus he won, and so I have no right to remain here. With this, the traveler left. Where's that fellow? Asked the younger one, running into his elder brother. I understand you won the debate. Won nothing. I'm going to beat him up. Tell me the subject of the debate, asked the elder one. Why, the minute he saw me, he held up one finger, insulting me by insinuating that I have only one eye. Since he was a stranger, I thought I would be polite to him, so I held up 2 fingers, congratulating him that he has 2 eyes. Then the impolite wretch held up 3 fingers, suggesting that between us we only have 3 eyes. So I got mad and started to punch him, but he ran out and that ended it. After Bankei had passed away, a blind man who lived near the master's temple told a friend, Since I'm blind, I cannot watch a person's face, so I must judge his character by the sound of his voice. Ordinarily, when I hear someone congratulate another upon his happiness or success, I also hear a secret tone of envy. When condolence is expressed for the misfortune of another, I hear pleasure and satisfaction, as if the one condoling was really glad there was something left to gain in his own world. In all my experience, however, Bankei's voice was always sincere. Whenever he expressed happiness, I heard nothing but happiness, and whenever he expressed sorrow, sorrow was all I heard. Keichu, the great Zen teacher of the Meiji era, was the head of Tofuku, a cathedral in Kyoto. One day, the governor of Kyoto called upon him for the first time. His attendant presented the card of the governor, which read, Kitagaki, governor of Kyoto. I have no business with such a fellow, said Keichu to his attendant. Tell him to get out of here. The attendant carried the card back with apologies. That was my error, said the governor, and with a pencil he scratched out the words, Governor of Kyoto. Ask your teacher again. Oh, is that Kitagaki? Exclaimed the teacher when he saw the card. I want to see that fellow. When Banzan was walking through a market, he overheard a conversation between a butcher and his customer. Give me the best piece of meat you have, said the customer. Everything in my shop is the best, replied the butcher. You cannot find here any piece of meat that is not the best. At these words, Banzan became enlightened. Mokusen Hiki was living in a temple in the province of Tamba. One of his adherents complained of the stinginess of his wife. Mokusen visited the adherent's wife and showed her his clenched fist before her face. What do you mean by that? Asked the surprised woman. Suppose my fist were always like that. What would you call it? He asked. Deformed, replied the woman. Then he opened his hand flat in her face and asked, Suppose it were always like that. What then? Another kind of deformity, said the wife. If you understand that much, finished Mokusen, you are a good wife. Then he left. After his visit, this wife helped her husband to distribute as well as to save. Mokugen was never known to smile until his last day on earth. When his time came to pass away, he said to his faithful ones, You have studied under me for more than 10 years. Show me your real interpretation of Zen. Whoever expresses this most clearly shall be my successor and receive my robe and bowl. Everyone watched Mokugen's severe face, but no one answered. Incho, a disciple who had been with his teacher for a long time, moved near the bedside. He pushed forward the medicine cup a few inches. This was his answer to the command. The teacher's face became even more severe. "Is that all you understand?" he asked. Encho reached out and moved the cup back again. A beautiful smile broke over the features of Mokugen. "You rascal," he told Encho. "You have worked with me 10 years and have not yet seen my whole body. Take the robe and bowl. They belong to you." Zen students are with their masters at least 10 years before they presume to teach others. Non-In was visited by Tenno, who, having passed his apprenticeship, had become a teacher. The day happened to be rainy, so Tenno wore wooden clogs and carried an umbrella. After greeting him, Non-In remarked, "I suppose you left your wooden clogs in the vestibule. I want to know if your umbrella is on the right or left side of the clogs." Tenno, confused, had no instant answer. He realized that he was unable to carry his Zen every minute. He became Non-In's pupil, and he studied 6 more years to accomplish his every-minute Zen. Subuti was Buddha's disciple. He was able to understand the potency of emptiness, the viewpoint that nothing exists except in its relationship of subjectivity and objectivity. One day, Subhuti, in a mood of sublime emptiness, was sitting under a tree. Flowers began to fall about him. "We are praising you for your discourse on emptiness," the gods whispered to him. "But I have not spoken of emptiness," said Subhuti. "You have not spoken of emptiness. We have not heard emptiness," responded the gods. "This is the true emptiness." And blossoms showered upon Subhuti as rain. Gisho was ordained as a nun when she was 10 years old. She received training just as the little boys did. When she reached the age of 16, she traveled from one Zen master to another, studying with them all. She remained 3 years with Unzan, 6 years with Kuke, but was unable to obtain a clear vision. At last, she went to the master Inzan. Inzan showed her no distinction at all on account of her sex. He scolded her like a thunderstorm. He cuffed her to awaken her inner nature. Gisho remained with Inzan 13 years, and then she found that which she was seeking. In her honor, Inzan wrote a poem. "This nun studied 13 years under my guidance. In the evening, she considered the deepest koans. In the morning, she was wrapped in other koans. The Chinese nun Tetsuma surpassed all before her, and since Mujaku, none has been so genuine as this Gisho. Yet there are many more gates for her to pass through. She should receive still more blows from my iron fist." After Gisho was enlightened, she went to the province of Banshu, started her own Zen temple, and taught 200 other nuns until she passed away 1 year in the month of August. The master Soyen Shaku passed from this world when he was 61 years of age. Fulfilling his life's work, he left a great teaching, far richer than that of most Zen masters. His pupils used to sleep in the daytime during midsummer, and while he overlooked this, he himself never wasted a minute. When he was but 12 years old, he was already studying Tendai philosophical speculation. One summer day, the air had been so sultry that little Soyen stretched his legs and went to sleep while his teacher was away. 3 hours passed when, suddenly waking, he heard his master enter, but it was too late. There he lay, sprawled across the doorway. "I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon," his teacher whispered, stepping carefully over Soyen's body, as if it were that of some distinguished guest. After this, Soyen never slept again in the afternoon. Our schoolmaster used to take a nap every afternoon, related a disciple of Soyen Shaku. We children asked him why he did it, and he told us, "I go to dreamland to meet the old sages just as Confucius did. When Confucius slept, he would dream of ancient sages and later tell his followers about them. It was extremely hot one day, so some of us took a nap. Our schoolmaster scolded us. We went to dreamland to meet the ancient sages, the same as Confucius did," we explained. "What was the message from those sages?" our schoolmaster demanded. One of us replied, "We went to dreamland and met the sages and asked them if our schoolmaster came there every afternoon, but they said they had never seen any such fellow." Joshu began the study of Zen when he was 60 years old and continued until he was 80 when he realized Zen. He taught from the age of 80 until he was 120. A student once asked him, "If I haven't anything in my mind, what shall I do?" Joshu replied, "Throw it out." "But if I haven't anything, how can I throw it out?" continued the questioner. "Well," said Joshu, "then carry it out." When Mamiya, who later became a well-known preacher, went to a teacher for personal guidance, he was asked to explain the sound of one hand. Mamiya concentrated upon what the sound of one hand might be. "You're not working hard enough," his teacher told him. "You are too attached to food, wealth, things, and that sound. It would be better if you died. That would solve the problem." The next time Mamiya appeared before his teacher, he was again asked what he had to show regarding the sound of one hand. Mamiya at once fell over as if he were dead. "You're dead, all right," observed the teacher. "But how about that sound?" "I haven't solved that yet," replied Mamiya, looking up. "Dead men do not speak," said the teacher. "Get out." Tosui was a well-known Zen teacher at this time. He had lived in several temples and taught in various provinces. The last temple he visited accumulated so many adherents that Tosui told them he was going to quit the lecture business entirely. He advised them to disperse and to go wherever they desired. After that, no one could find any trace of him. 3 years later, one of his disciples discovered him living with some beggars under a bridge in Kyoto. He at once implored Tosui to teach him. "If you can do as I do for even a couple of days, I might," Tosui replied. So the former disciple dressed as a beggar and spent a day with Tosui. The following day, one of the beggars died. Tosui and his pupil carried the body off at midnight and buried it on a mountainside. After that, they returned to their shelter under the bridge. Tosui slept soundly the remainder of the night, but the disciple could not sleep. When morning came, Tosui said, "We do not have to beg food today. Our dead friend has left some over there." But the disciple was unable to eat a single bite of it. "I have said you could not do as I," concluded Tosui. "Get out of here and do not bother me again." When Bankei held his seclusion weeks of meditation, pupils from many parts of Japan came to attend. During one of these gatherings, a pupil was caught stealing. The matter was reported to Bankei with the request that the culprit be expelled. Bankei ignored the case. Later, the pupil was caught in a similar act, and again Bankei disregarded the matter. This angered the other pupils, who drew up a petition asking for the dismissal of the thief, stating that otherwise they would leave in a body. When Bankei had read the petition, he called everyone before him. "You are wise brothers," he told them. "You know what is right and what is not right. You may go somewhere else to study if you wish. But this poor brother does not even know right from wrong. Who will teach him if I do not? I'm going to keep him here, even if all the rest of you leave." A torrent of tears cleansed the face of the brother who had stolen. All desire to steal had vanished. During the Kamakura period, Shinkan studied Tendai 6 years and then studied Zen 7 years. Then he went to China and contemplated Zen for 13 years more. When he returned to Japan, many desired to interview him and asked obscure questions. But when Shinkan received visitors, which was infrequently, he seldom answered their questions. One day, a 50-year-old student of enlightenment said to Shinkan, "I have studied the Tendai school of thought since I was a little boy, but one thing in it I cannot understand. Tendai claims that even the grass and trees will become enlightened. To me, this seems very strange." "Of what use is it to discuss how grass and trees become enlightened?" asked Shinkan. "The question is how you yourself can become so. Did you ever consider that?" "I never thought of it in that way," marveled the old man. "Then go home and think it over," finished Shinkan. The Buddhist nun known as Ryonen was born in 1797. She was a granddaughter of the famous Japanese warrior Shingen. Her poetical genius and alluring beauty were such that at 17 she was serving the empress as one of the ladies of the court. Even at such a youthful age, fame awaited her. The beloved empress died suddenly, and Ryonen's hopeful dreams vanished. She became acutely aware of the impermanency of life in this world. It was then that she desired to study Zen. Her relatives disagreed, however, and practically forced her into marriage. With a promise that she might become a nun after she had borne 3 children, Ryonen assented. Before she was 25, she had accomplished this condition. Then her husband and relatives could no longer dissuade her from her desire. She shaved her head, took the name of Ryonen, which means to realize clearly, and started on her pilgrimage. She came to the city of Edo and asked Tetsugyu to accept her as a disciple. At one glance, the master rejected her because she was too beautiful. Ryonen then went on to another master, Hakuo. Hakuo refused her for the same reason, saying that her beauty would only make trouble. Ryonen obtained a hot iron and placed it against her face. In a few moments, her beauty had vanished forever. Hakuo then accepted her as a disciple. Commemorating this occasion, Ryonen wrote a poem on the back of a little mirror. In the service of my empress, I burned incense to perfume my exquisite clothes. Now, as a homeless mendicant, I burn my face to enter a Zen temple. When Ryonen was about to pass from this world, she wrote another poem. 66 times, these eyes beheld the changing scene of autumn. I have said enough about moonlight. Ask no more. Only listen to the voice of pines and cedars when no wind stirs. The cook monk, Dairyo, at Bankai's monastery decided that he would take good care of his old teacher's health and give him only fresh miso, a paste of soybeans mixed with wheat and yeast that often ferments. Bankei, noticing that he was being served better miso than his pupils, asked, "Who is the cook today?" Dairyo was sent before him. Bankei learned that according to his age and position, he should eat only fresh miso. So he said to the cook, "Then you think I shouldn't eat at all?" With this, he entered his room and locked the door. Dairyo, sitting outside the door, asked his teacher's pardon. Bankei would not answer. For 7 days, Dairyo sat outside and Bankei within. Finally, in desperation, an adherent called loudly to Bankei, "You may be all right, old teacher, but this young disciple here has to eat. He cannot go without food forever." At that, Bankei opened the door. He was smiling. He told Dairyo, "I insist on eating the same food as the least of my followers. When you become the teacher, I do not want you to forget this." A student of Tendai, a philosophical school of Buddhism, came to the Zen abode of Gasan as a pupil. When he was departing a few years later, Gasan warned him, "Studying the truth speculatively is useful as a way of collecting preaching material. But remember that unless you meditate constantly, your light of truth may go out." While Seisetsu was the master of Engaku in Kamakura, he required larger quarters, since those in which he was teaching were overcrowded. Umezu Seibi, a merchant of Edo, decided to donate 500 pieces of gold called ryo toward the construction of a more commodious school. This money he brought to the teacher. Seisetsu said, "All right, I will take it." Umezu gave Seisetsu the sack of gold, but he was dissatisfied with the attitude of the teacher. One might live a whole year on 3 ryo, and the merchant had not even been thanked for 500. "In that sack are 500 ryo, hinted Umezu. "You told me that before," replied Seisetsu. "Even if I am a wealthy merchant, 500 ryo is a lot of money," said Umezu. "Do you want me to thank you for it?" asked Seisetsu. "You ought to," replied Umezu. "Why should I?" inquired Seisetsu. "The giver should be thankful." Taiko, a warrior who lived in Japan before the Tokugawa era, studied Chan no Yu, tea etiquette, with Sen no Rikyu, a teacher of that aesthetical expression of calmness and contentment. Taiko's attendant warrior, Keito, interpreted his superior's enthusiasm for tea etiquette as negligence of state affairs, so he decided to kill Sen no Rikyu. He pretended to make a social call upon the tea master and was invited to drink tea. The master, who was well skilled in his art, saw at a glance the warrior's intention, so he invited Keito to leave his sword outside before entering the room for the ceremony, explaining that Chan no Yu represents peacefulness itself. Keito would not listen to this. "I am a warrior," he said. "I always have my sword with me. Chan no Yu or no Chan no Yu, I have my sword." "Very well. Bring your sword in and have some tea," consented Sen no Rikyu. The kettle was boiling on the charcoal fire. Suddenly, Sen no Rikyu tipped it over. Hissing steam arose, filling the room with smoke and ashes. The startled warrior ran outside. The tea master apologized. "It was my mistake. Come back in and have some tea. I have your sword here, covered with ashes. and we'll clean it and give it to you. In this predicament, the warrior realized he could not very well kill the tea master, so he gave up the idea. Just before Ninakawa passed away, the Zen master Ikkyu visited him. "Shall I lead you on?" Ikkyu asked. Ninakawa replied, "I came here alone, and I go alone. What help could you be to me?" Ikkyu answered, "If you think you really come and go, that is your delusion. Let me show you the path on which there is no coming and no going." With his words, Ikkyu had revealed the path so clearly that Ninakawa smiled and passed away. A soldier named Nobushiki came to Hakuin and asked, "Is there really a paradise and a hell?" "Who are you?" inquired Hakuin. "I am a samurai," the warrior replied. "You, a soldier?" exclaimed Hakuin. "What kind of ruler would have you as his guard? Your face looks like that of a beggar." Nobushiki became so angry that he began to draw his sword, but Hakuin continued, "So you have a sword. Your weapon is probably much too dull to cut off my head." As Nobushiki drew his sword, Hakuin remarked, "Here open the gates of hell." At these words, the samurai, perceiving the master's discipline, sheathed his sword and bowed. "Here open the gates of paradise," said Hakuin. A merchant bearing 50 rolls of cotton goods on his shoulders stopped to rest from the heat of the day beneath a shelter where a large stone Buddha was standing. There he fell asleep, and when he awoke, his goods had disappeared. He immediately reported the matter to the police. A judge named Ooka opened court to investigate. "That stone Buddha must have stolen the goods," concluded the judge. "He is supposed to care for the welfare of the people, but he has failed to perform his holy duty. Arrest him." The police arrested the stone Buddha and carried it into court. A noisy crowd followed the statue, curious to learn what kind of sentence the judge was about to impose. When Ooka appeared on the bench, he rebuked the boisterous audience. "What right have you people to appear before the court laughing and joking in this manner? You are in contempt of court and subject to a fine and imprisonment." The people hastened to apologize. "I shall have to impose a fine on you," said the judge, "but I will remit it, provided each one of you brings 1 roll of cotton goods to the courts within 3 days. Anyone failing to do this will be arrested." One of the rolls of cloth which the people brought was quickly recognized by the merchant as his own, and thus the thief was easily discovered. The merchant recovered his goods, and the cotton rolls were returned to the people. Once a division of the Japanese army was engaged in a sham battle, and some of the officers found it necessary to make their headquarters in Gassan's temple. Gassan told his cook, "Let the officers have only the same simple fare we eat." This made the army men angry, as they were used to very deferential treatment. One came to Gassan and said, "Who do you think we are? We are soldiers, sacrificing our lives for our country. Why don't you treat us accordingly?" Gassan answered sternly, "Who do you think we are? We are soldiers of humanity, aiming to save all sentient beings." Zenkai, the son of a samurai, journeyed to Edo and there became the retainer of a high official. He fell in love with the official's wife and was discovered. In self-defense, he slew the official, then he ran away with the wife. Both of them later became thieves, but the woman was so greedy that Zenkai grew disgusted. Finally, leaving her, he journeyed far away to the province of Buzen, where he became a wandering mendicant. To atone for his past, Zenkai resolved to accomplish some good deed in his lifetime. Knowing of a dangerous road over a cliff that had caused the death and injury of many persons, he resolved to cut a tunnel through the mountain there. Begging food in the daytime, Zenkai worked at night digging his tunnel. When 30 years had gone by, the tunnel was 2,280 feet long, 20 feet high, and 30 feet wide. 2 years before the work was completed, the son of the official he had slain, who was a skillful swordsman, found Zenkai out and came to kill him in revenge. "I will give you my life willingly," said Zenkai. "Only let me finish this work. On the day it is completed, then you may kill me." So the son awaited the day. Several months passed and Zenkai kept on digging. The son grew tired of doing nothing and began to help with the digging. After he had helped for more than a year, he came to admire Zenkai's strong will and character. At last, the tunnel was completed, and the people could use it to travel in safety. "Now cut off my head," said Zenkai. "My work is done." How can I cut off my own teacher's head? Asked the younger man, with tears in his eyes. A great Japanese warrior named Nobunaga decided to attack the enemy, although he had only 1/10 the number of men the opposition commanded. He knew that he would win, but his soldiers were in doubt. On the way, he stopped at a Shinto shrine and told his men, "After I visit the shrine, I will toss a coin. If heads comes, we will win. If tails, we will lose. Destiny holds us in her hand." Nobunaga entered the shrine and offered a silent prayer. He came forth and tossed a coin. Heads appeared. His soldiers were so eager to fight that they won their battle easily. "No one can change the hand of destiny," his attendant told him after the battle. "Indeed not," said Nobunaga, showing a coin which had been doubled, with heads facing either way. Gassan instructed his adherents one day, "Those who speak against killing and who desire to spare the lives of all conscious beings are right. It is good to protect even animals and insects. But what about those persons who kill time? What about those who are destroying wealth and those who destroy political economy? We should not overlook them. Furthermore, what of the one who preaches without enlightenment? He is killing Buddhism." A young wife fell sick and was about to die. "I love you so much," she told her husband. "I do not want to leave you. Do not go from me to any other woman. If you do, I will return as a ghost and cause you endless trouble." Soon the wife passed away. The husband respected her last wish for the first 3 months, but then he met another woman and fell in love with her. They became engaged to be married. Immediately after the engagement, a ghost appeared every night to the man, blaming him for not keeping his promise. The ghost was clever, too. She told him exactly what had transpired between himself and his new sweetheart. Whenever he gave his fiancée a present, the ghost would describe it in detail. She would even repeat conversations, and it so annoyed the man that he could not sleep. Someone advised him to take his problem to a Zen master who lived close to the village. At length, in despair, the poor man went to him for help. "Your former wife became a ghost and knows everything you do," commented the master. "Whatever you do or say, whatever you give your beloved, she knows. She must be a very wise ghost. Really, you should admire such a ghost. The next time she appears, bargain with her. Tell her that she knows so much you can hide nothing from her, and that if she will answer you one question, you promise to break your engagement and remain single." "What is the question I must ask her?" inquired the man. The master replied, "Take a large handful of soybeans and ask her exactly how many beans you hold in your hand. If she cannot tell you, you will know she is only a figment of your imagination and will trouble you no longer." The next night, when the ghost appeared, the man flattered her and told her that she knew everything. "Indeed," replied the ghost, "and I know you went to see that Zen master today." "And since you know so much," demanded the man, "tell me how many beans I hold in this hand." There was no longer any ghost to answer the question. Yamaoka Teshu was a tutor of the emperor. He was also a master of fencing and a profound student of Zen. His home was the abode of vagabonds. He had but one suit of clothes, for they kept him always poor. The emperor, observing how worn his garments were, gave Yamaoka some money to buy new ones. The next time Yamaoka appeared, he wore the same old outfit. "What became of the new clothes, Yamaoka?" asked the emperor. "I provided clothes for the children of your majesty," explained Yamaoka. In modern times, a great deal of nonsense is talked about masters and disciples, and about the inheritance of a master's teaching by favorite pupils, entitling them to pass the truth on to their adherents. Of course, Zen should be imparted in this way from heart to heart, and in the past it was really accomplished. Silence and humility reigned rather than profession and assertion. The one who received such a teaching kept the matter hidden even after 20 years. Not until another discovered through his own need that a real master was at hand was it learned that the teaching had been imparted. And even then the occasion arose quite naturally, and the teaching made its way in its own right. Under no circumstance did the teacher even claim, "I am the successor of so-and-so." Such a claim would prove quite the contrary. The Zen master, Munan, had only one successor. His name was Shoju. After Shoju had completed his study of Zen, Munan called him into his room. "I'm getting old," he said. "And as far as I know, Shoju, you are the only one who will carry on this teaching. Here's a book. It has been passed down from master to master for 7 generations. I also have added many points according to my understanding. The book is very valuable, and I'm giving it to you to represent your successorship." "If the book is such an important thing, you had better keep it," Shoju replied. "I received your Zen without writing, and I'm satisfied with it, as it is." "I know that," said Munan. "Even so, this work has been carried from master to master for 7 generations, so you may keep it as a symbol of having received the teaching. Here." The two happened to be talking before a brazier. The instant Shoju felt the book in his hands, he thrust it into the flaming coals. He had no lust for possessions. Munan, who never had been angry before, yelled, "What are you doing?" Shoju shouted back, "What are you saying?" After Kakuwa visited the emperor, he disappeared and no one knew what became of him. He was the first Japanese to study Zen in China, but since he showed nothing of it, save one note, he is not remembered for having brought Zen into his country. Kakuwa visited China and accepted the true teaching. He did not travel while he was there. Meditating constantly, he lived on a remote part of a mountain. Whenever people found him and asked him to preach, he would say a few words and then move to another part of the mountain where he could be found less easily. The emperor heard about Kakuwa when he returned to Japan and asked him to preach Zen for his edification and that of his subjects. Kakuwa stood before the emperor in silence. He then produced a flute from the folds of his robe and blew one short note. Bowing politely, he disappeared. Circumstances arose one day which delayed preparation of the dinner of a Soto Zen master, Fugai, and his followers. In haste, the cook went to the garden with his curved knife and cut off the tops of green vegetables, chopped them together, and made soup, unaware that in his haste he had included part of a snake in the vegetables. The followers of Fugai thought they never had tasted such a good soup. But when the master himself found the snake's head in his bowl, he summoned the cook. "What is this?" he demanded, holding up the head of the snake. "Oh, thank you, master," replied the cook, taking the morsel and eating it quickly. Sozan, a Chinese Zen master, was asked by a student, "What is the most valuable thing in the world?" The master replied, "The head of a dead cat." "Why is the head of a dead cat the most valuable thing in the world?" inquired the student. Sozan replied, "Because no one can name its price." The pupils of the Tendai school used to study meditation before Zen entered Japan. 4 of them, who were intimate friends, promised one another to observe 7 days of silence. On the first day, all were silent. Their meditation had begun auspiciously. But when night came and the oil lamps were growing dim, one of the pupils could not help exclaiming to a servant, "Fix those lamps." The second pupil was surprised to hear the first one talk. "We're not supposed to say a word," he remarked. "You two are stupid. Why did you talk?" asked the third. "I'm the only one who has not talked," concluded the fourth pupil. Zen pupils take a vow that even if they are killed by their teacher, they intend to learn Zen. Usually they cut a finger and seal their resolution with blood. In time, the vow has become a mere formality, and for this reason, the pupil who died by the hand of Aikido was made to appear a martyr. Aikido had become a severe teacher. His pupils feared him. One of them on duty striking the gong to tell the time of day missed his beats when his eye was attracted by a beautiful girl passing the temple gate. At that moment, Aikido, who was directly behind him, hit him with a stick, and the shock happened to kill him. The pupil's guardian, hearing of the accident, went directly to Aikido. Knowing that he was not to blame, he praised the master for his severe teaching. Aikido's attitude was just the same as if the pupil were still alive. After this took place, he was able to produce under his guidance more than 10 enlightened successors, a very unusual number. Ryokan devoted his life to the study of Zen. One day he heard that his nephew, despite the admonitions of relatives, was spending his money on a courtesan. Inasmuch as the nephew had taken Ryokan's place in managing the family estate and the property was in danger of being dissipated, the relatives asked Ryokan to do something about it. Ryokan had to travel a long way to visit his nephew, whom he had not seen for many years. The nephew seemed pleased to meet his uncle again and invited him to remain overnight. All night, Ryokan sat in meditation. As he was departing in the morning, he said to the young man, "I must be getting old. My hand shakes, so will you help me tie the string of my straw sandal?" The nephew helped him willingly. "Thank you," finished Ryokan. "You see, a man becomes older and feebler day by day. Take good care of yourself." Then Ryokan left, never mentioning a word about the courtesan or the complaints of the relatives. But from that morning on, the dissipations of the nephew ended. A Zen student came to Bankei and complained, "Master, I have an ungovernable temper. How can I cure it?" "You have something very strange," replied Bankei. "Let me see what you have." "For just now I cannot show it to you," replied the other. "When can you show it to me?" asked Bankei. "It arises unexpectedly," replied the student. Then concluded Bankei, "It must not be your own true nature. If it were, you could show it to me at any time. When you were born, you did not have it, and your parents did not give it to you. Think that over." Hogan, a Chinese Zen teacher, lived alone in a small temple in the country. One day, 4 traveling monks appeared and asked if they might make a fire in his yard to warm themselves. While they were building the fire, Hogan heard them arguing about subjectivity and objectivity. He joined them and said, "There is a big stone. Do you consider it to be inside or outside your mind?" One of the monks replied, "From the Buddhist viewpoint, everything is an objectification of mind, so I would say that the stone is inside my mind." "Your head must feel very heavy," observed Hogan, "if you were carrying around a stone like that in your mind." A rich man asked Sengai to write something for the continued prosperity of his family so that it might be treasured from generation to generation. Sengai obtained a large sheet of paper and wrote, "Father dies, son dies, grandson dies." The rich man became angry. "I asked you to write something for the happiness of my family. Why do you make such a joke as this?" "No joke is intended," explained Sengai. "If before you yourself die, your son should die, this would grieve you greatly. If your grandson should pass away before your son, both of you would be broken-hearted. If your family, generation after generation, passes away in the order I have named, it will be the natural course of life. I call this real prosperity." A woman of Nagasaki named Kame was one of the few makers of incense burners in Japan. Such a burner is a work of art to be used only in a tea room or before a family shrine. Kame, whose father before her had been such an artist, was fond of drinking. She also smoked and associated with men most of the time. Whenever she made a little money, she gave a feast inviting artists, poets, carpenters, workers, men of many vocations and avocations. In their association, she evolved her designs. Kame was exceedingly slow in creating, but when her work was finished, it was always a masterpiece. Her burners were treasured in homes whose womenfolk never drank, smoked, or associated freely with men. The mayor of Nagasaki once requested Kame to design an incense burner for him. She delayed doing so until almost half a year had passed. At that time, the mayor, who had been promoted to office in a distant city, visited her. He urged Kame to begin work on his burner. At last, receiving the inspiration, Kame made the incense burner. After it was completed, she placed it upon a table. She looked at it long and carefully. She smoked and drank before it as if it were her own company. All day she observed it. At last, picking up a hammer, Kame smashed it to bits. She saw it was not the perfect creation her mind demanded. When Bankei was preaching at Ryomon Temple, a Shinshu priest who believed in salvation through the repetition of the name of the Buddha of Love was jealous of his large audience and wanted to debate with him. Bankei was in the midst of a talk when the priest appeared, but the fellow made such a disturbance that Bankei stopped his discourse and asked about the noise. "The founder of our sect," boasted the priest, "had such miraculous powers that he held a brush in his hand on one bank of the river. His attendant held up a paper on the other bank, and the teacher wrote the holy name of Amida through the air. Can you do such a wonderful thing?" Bankei replied lightly, Perhaps your fox can perform that trick, but that is not the manner of Zen. My miracle is that when I feel hungry, I eat. And when I feel thirsty, I drink. Yamaoka Teshu, as a young student of Zen, visited one master after another. He called upon Dokuon of Shokoku. Desiring to show his attainment, he said, "The mind, Buddha, and sentient beings, after all, do not exist. The true nature of phenomena is emptiness. There is no realization, no delusion, no sage, no mediocrity. There is no giving and nothing to be received." Dokuon, who was smoking quietly, said nothing. Suddenly he whacked Yamaoka with his bamboo pipe. This made the youth quite angry. "If nothing exists," inquired Dokuon, "where did this anger come from?" Kyakujo, the Chinese Zen master, used to labor with his pupils even at the age of 80, trimming the gardens, cleaning the grounds, and pruning the trees. The pupils felt sorry to see the old teacher working so hard, but they knew he would not listen to their advice to stop, so they hid away his tools. That day the master did not eat. The next day he did not eat, nor the next. He may be angry because we had hidden his tools, the pupils surmised. We had better put them back. The day they did, the teacher worked and ate the same as before. In the evening, he instructed them. No work, no food. EQ, the Zen master, was very clever even as a boy. His teacher had a precious teacup, a rare antique. EQ happened to break this cup and was greatly perplexed. Hearing the footsteps of his teacher, he held the pieces of the cup behind him. When the master appeared, EQ asked, "Why do people have to die?" "This is natural," explained the older man. "Everything has to die and has just so long to live." EQ, producing the shattered cup, added, "It was time for your cup to die." A Zen master named Keitan lived in the latter part of the Tokugawa era. He used to say, "There are three kinds of disciples. Those who impart Zen to others, those who maintain the temples and shrines, and then there are the rice bags and the clothes hangers." Gasan expressed the same idea. When he was studying under Tekesui, his teacher was very severe. Sometimes he even beat him. Other pupils would not stand this kind of teaching and quit. Gasan remained, saying, "A poor disciple utilizes a teacher's influence. A fair disciple admires a teacher's kindness. A good disciple grows strong under a teacher's discipline." Zen teachers train their young pupils to express themselves. Two Zen temples each had a child protege. One child going to obtain vegetables each morning would meet the other on the way. "Where are you going?" asked the one. "I'm going wherever my feet go," the other responded. This reply puzzled the first child, who went to his teacher for help. "Tomorrow morning," the teacher told him, "when you meet that little fellow, ask him the same question. He'll give you the same answer, and then you ask him, 'Suppose you have no feet, then where are you going?' That'll fix him." The children met again the following morning. "Where are you going?" asked the first child. "I'm going wherever the wind blows," answered the other. This again nonplussed the youngster, who took his defeat to his teacher. "Ask him where he's going if there's no wind," suggested the teacher. The next day the children met a third time. "Where are you going?" asked the first child. "I'm going to market to buy vegetables," the other replied. Tangan had studied with Sengai since childhood. When he was 20, he wanted to leave his teacher and visit others for comparative study, but Sengai would not permit this. Every time Tangen suggested it, Sengai would give him a rap on the head. Finally, Tangen asked an elder brother to coax permission from Sengai. This the brother did, and then reported to Tangen, "It is arranged. I have fixed it for you to start on your pilgrimage at once." Tangen went to Sengai to thank him for his permission. The master answered by giving him another rap. When Tangen related this to his elder brother, the other said, "What is the matter? Sengai has no business giving permission and then changing his mind. I'll tell him so." And off he went to see the teacher. "I did not cancel my permission," said Sengai. "I just wish to give him one last smack over the head. For when he returns, he'll be enlightened, and I will not be able to reprimand him again." Tajuro Yagyo was the son of a famous swordsman. His father, believing that his son's work was too mediocre to anticipate mastership, disowned him. So Matajuro went to Mount Futara, and there found the famous swordsman Banzo. But Banzo confirmed the father's judgment. "You wish to learn swordsmanship under my guidance?" asked Banzo. "You cannot fulfill the requirements." "But if I work hard, how many years will it take me to become a master?" persisted the youth. "The rest of your life," replied Banzo. "I cannot wait that long," explained Matajuro. "I am willing to pass through any hardship if only you will teach me. If I become your devoted servant, how long might it be?" "Oh, maybe 10 years, Banzo relented. "My father's getting old, and soon I must take care of him," continued Matajuro. "If I work far more intensely, how long would it take me?" "Oh, maybe 30 years, said Banzo. "Why is that?" asked Matajuro. "First you say 10, and now 30 years. I will undergo any hardship to master this art in the shortest time." "Well," said Banzo, "in that case, you'll have to remain with me for 70 years. A man in such a hurry as you are to get results seldom learns quickly." "Very well," declared the youth, understanding at last that he was being rebuked for impatience. "I agree." Matajuro was told never to speak of fencing and never to touch a sword. He cooked for his master, washed the dishes, made his bed, cleaned the yard, cared for the garden, all without a word of swordsmanship. 3 years passed. Still Matajuro labored on. Thinking of his future, he was sad. He had not even begun to learn the art to which he had devoted his life. But one day, Banzo crept up behind him and gave him a terrific blow with a wooden sword. The following day, when Matajuro was cooking rice, Banjo again sprang upon him unexpectedly. After that, day and night, Matajuro had to defend himself from unexpected thrusts. Not a moment passed in any day that he did not have to think of the taste of Banzo's sword. He learned so rapidly, he brought smiles to the face of his master. Matajuro became the greatest swordsman in the land. Encho was a famous storyteller. His tales of love stirred the hearts of his listeners. When he narrated a story of war, it was as if the listeners themselves were on the field of battle. One day, Encho met Yamaoka Teshu, a layman who had almost embraced masterhood in Zen. "I understand," said Yamaoka, "you are the best storyteller in our land, and that you make people cry or laugh at will. Tell me my favorite story of the Peach Boy. When I was a little tot, I used to sleep beside my mother, and she often related this legend. In the middle of the story, I would fall asleep. Tell it to me just as my mother did." Encho dared not attempt to do this. He requested time to study. Several months later, he went to Yamaoka and said, "Please give me the opportunity to tell you the story." "Some other day," answered Yamaoka. Encho was keenly disappointed. He studied further and tried again. Yamaoka rejected him many times. When Encho would start to talk, Yamaoka would stop him, saying, "You're not yet like my mother." It took Encho 5 years to be able to tell Yamaoka the legend as his mother had told it to him. In this way, Yamaoka imparted Zen to Encho. Many pupils were studying meditation under the Zen master Sengai. One of them used to arise at night, climb over the temple wall, and go to town on a pleasure jaunt. Sengai, inspecting the dormitory quarters, found this pupil missing one night and also discovered the high stool he had used to scale the wall. Sengai removed the stool and stood there in its place. When the wanderer returned, not knowing that Sengai was the stool, he put his feet on the master's head and jumped down into the grounds. Discovering what he had done, he was aghast. Sengai said, "It is very chilly in the early morning. Do be careful not to catch cold yourself." The pupil never went out at night again. Basui wrote the following letter to one of his disciples who was about to die. "The essence of your mind is not born, so it will never die. It is not an existence which is perishable. It is not an emptiness which is a mere void. It has neither color nor form. It enjoys no pleasures and suffers no pain. I know you are very ill. Like a good Zen student, you are facing that sickness squarely. You may not know exactly who is suffering, but question yourself. What is the essence of this mind? Think only of this. You will need no more. Covet nothing. Your end, which is endless, is as a snowflake dissolving in the pure air." A A Zen master named Isan asked a young student to bring him a pail of water to cool his bath. The student brought the water, and after cooling the bath, threw onto the ground the little that was left over. "You dunce," the master scolded him. "Why didn't you give the rest of the water to the plants? What right have you to waste even a drop of water in this temple?" The young student attained Zen in that instant. He changed his name to Tekesui, which means a drop of water. Tosui was the Zen master who left the formalism of temples to live under a bridge with beggars. When he was getting very old, a friend helped him to earn his living without begging. He showed Tosui how to collect rice and manufacture vinegar from it, and Tosui did this until he passed away. While Tosui was making vinegar, one of the beggars gave him a picture of the Buddha. Tosui hung it on the wall of his hut and put a sign beside it. The sign read, "Mr. Amida Buddha, this little room is quite narrow. I can let you remain as a transient, but don't think I'm asking you to help me to be reborn in your paradise." Shoichi was a one-eyed teacher of Zen, sparkling with enlightenment. He taught his disciples in Tofuku Temple. Day and night, the whole temple stood in silence. There was no sound at all. Even the reciting of sutras was abolished by the teacher. His pupils had nothing to do but meditate. When the master passed away, an old neighbor heard the ringing of bells and the recitation of sutras. Then she knew Shoichi had gone. Buddha said, "I consider the positions of kings and rulers as that of dust motes. I observe treasures of gold and gems as so many bricks and pebbles. I look upon the finest silken robes as tattered rags. I see myriad worlds of the universe as small seeds of fruit, and the greatest lake in India as a drop of oil on my foot. I perceive the teachings of the world to be the illusion of magicians. I discern the highest conception of emancipation as a golden brocade in a dream, and view the holy path of the illuminated ones as flowers appearing in one's eyes. I see meditation as a pillar of a mountain, nirvana as a nightmare of daytime. I look upon the judgment of right and wrong as the serpentine dance of a dragon, and the rise and fall of beliefs as but traces left by the four seasons."
On Miro, teams work faster on the new Innovation Workspace. Innovation belongs on Miro.
Matthew 7:7. In the scriptures we read, "Concerning the works of my hands, command ye me." Infinite intelligence, God, is ever ready to carry out man's smallest or greatest demands. Every desire, uttered or unexpressed, is a demand. We are often startled by having a wish suddenly fulfilled. For example, one Easter, having seen many beautiful rose trees in the florist's windows, I wished I would receive one, and for an instant saw it mentally being carried in the door. Easter came, and with it, a beautiful rose tree. I thanked my friend the following day and told her it was just what I had wanted. She replied, "I didn't send you a rose tree. I sent you lilies." The man had mixed the order and sent me a rose tree simply because I had started the law in action, and I had to have a rose tree. Nothing stands between man and his highest ideals and every desire of his heart but doubt and fear. When man can wish without worrying, every desire will be instantly fulfilled. I will explain more fully in a following chapter the scientific reason for this and how fear must be erased from the consciousness. It is man's only enemy: fear of lack, fear of failure, fear of sickness, fear of loss, and a feeling of insecurity on some plane. Jesus Christ said, "Why are ye fearful, O ye of little faith?" Matthew 8:26. So we can see we must substitute faith for fear fear is only inverted faith. It is faith in evil instead of good. The object of the game of life is to see clearly one's good and to obliterate all mental pictures of evil. This must be done by impressing the subconscious mind with a realization of good. A very brilliant man who has attained great success told me he had suddenly erased all fear from his consciousness by reading a sign which hung in a room. He saw printed in large letters this statement: "Why worry? It will probably never happen." These words were stamped indelibly upon his subconscious mind, and he has now a firm conviction that only good can come into his life. Therefore, only good can manifest. In the following chapter, I will deal with the different methods of impressing the subconscious mind. It is man's faithful servant, but one must be careful to give it the right orders. Man has ever a silent listener at his side, his subconscious mind. Every thought, every word is impressed upon it and carried out in amazing detail. It is like a singer making a record on the sensitive disc of the phonographic plate. Every note and tone of the singer's voice is registered. If he coughs or hesitates, it is registered also. So let us break all the old bad records in the subconscious mind, the records of our lives which we do not wish to keep, and make new and beautiful ones. Speak these words aloud with power and conviction. I now smash and demolish by my spoken word every untrue record in my subconscious mind. They shall return to the dust heap of their native nothingness, for they came from my own vain imaginings. I now make my perfect records through the Christ within, the records of health, wealth, love, and perfect self-expression. This is the square of life, the game completed. In the following chapters, I will show how man can change his conditions by changing his words. Any man who does not know the power of the word is behind the times. Death and life are in the power of the tongue. Proverbs 18:21. Chapter 2, the law of prosperity. Yea, the Almighty shall be thy defense, and thou shalt have plenty of silver. One of the greatest messages given to the race through the scriptures is that God is man's supply, and that man can release through his spoken word all that belongs to him by divine right. He must, however, have perfect faith in his spoken word. Isaiah said, My word shall not return unto me void, but shall accomplish that whereunto it is sent. We know now that words and thoughts are a tremendous vibratory force, ever molding man's body and affairs. A woman came to me in great distress and said she was to be sued on the 15th of the month for $3,000. She knew no way of getting the money and was in despair. I told her God was her supply, and that there is a supply for every demand. So I spoke the word. I gave thanks that the woman would receive $3,000 at the right time in the right way. I told her she must have perfect faith and act her perfect faith. The 15th came, but no money had materialized. She called me on the phone and asked what she was to do. I replied, It is Saturday, so they won't sue you today. Your part is to act rich, thereby showing perfect faith that you will receive it by Monday. She asked me to lunch with her to keep up her courage. When I joined her at the restaurant, I said, This is no time to economize. Order an expensive luncheon. Act as if you have already received the $3,000. All things whatsoever ye ask in prayer, believing ye shall receive. You must act as if you had already received. The next morning, she called me on the phone and asked me to stay with her during the day. I said, No, you are divinely protected and God is never too late. In the evening, she phoned again, greatly excited, and said, My dear, a miracle has happened. I was sitting in my room this morning when the doorbell rang. I said to the maid, Don't let anyone in. The maid, however, looked out the window and said, It's your cousin with the long white beard. So I said, Call him back. I would like to see him. He was just turning the corner when he heard the maid's voice, and he came back. He talked for about an hour, and just as he was leaving, he said, Oh, by the way, how are finances? I told him I needed the money, and he said, Why, my dear, I will give you $3,000 the first of the month. I didn't like to tell him I was going to be sued. What shall I do? I won't receive it till the first of the month, and I must have it tomorrow. I said, I'll keep on treating. I said, Spirit is never too late. I give thanks she has received the money on the invisible plane and that it manifests on time. The next morning, her cousin called her up and said, Come to my office this morning and I will give you the money. That afternoon, she had $3,000 to her credit in the bank and wrote checks as rapidly as her excitement would permit. If one asks for success and prepares for failure, he will get the situation he has prepared for. For example, a man came to me asking me to speak the word that a certain debt would be wiped out. I found he spent his time planning what he would say to the man when he did not pay his bill, thereby neutralizing my words. He should have seen himself paying the debt. We have a wonderful illustration of this in the Bible relating to the 3 kings who were in the desert without water for their men and horses. They consulted the prophet Elisha, who gave them this astonishing message. Thus saith the Lord, Ye shall not see wind, neither shall ye see rain, yet make this valley full of ditches. Man must prepare for the thing he has asked for, when there isn't the slightest sign of it in sight. For example, a woman found it necessary to look for an apartment during the year when there was a great shortage of apartments in New York. It was considered almost an impossibility, and her friends were sorry for her and said, "Isn't it too bad you'll have to store your furniture and live in a hotel?" She replied, "You needn't feel sorry for me. I'm a Superman, and I'll get an apartment." She spoke the words, "Infinite Spirit, open the way for the right apartment." She knew there was a supply for every demand, and that she was unconditioned working on the spiritual plane, and that one with God is a majority. She had contemplated buying new blankets when the tempter, the adverse thought or reasoning mind, suggested, "Don't buy the blankets. Perhaps after all you won't get an apartment, and you will have no use for them." She promptly replied to herself, "I'll dig my ditches by buying the blankets." So she prepared for the apartment, acted as though she already had it. She found one in a miraculous way, and it was given to her, although there were over 200 other applicants. The blankets showed active faith. It is needless to say that the ditches dug by the 3 kings in the desert were filled to overflowing. Read 2 Kings. Getting into the spiritual swing of things is no easy matter for the average person. The adverse thoughts of doubt and fear surge from the subconscious. They are the army of the aliens, which must be put to flight. This explains why it is so often darkest before the dawn. A big demonstration is usually preceded by tormenting thoughts. Having made a statement of high spiritual truth, one challenges the old beliefs in the subconscious, and error is exposed to be put out. This is the time when one must make his affirmations of truth repeatedly and rejoice and give thanks that he has already received. "Before ye call, I shall answer." This means that every good and perfect gift is already man's awaiting his recognition. Man can only receive what he sees himself receiving. The children of Israel were told that they could have all the land they could see. This is true of every man. He has only the land within his own mental vision. Every great work, every big accomplishment has been brought into manifestation through holding to the vision, and often just before the big achievement comes apparent failure and discouragement. The children of Israel, when they reached the promised land, were afraid to go in, for they said it was filled with giants who made them feel like grasshoppers. And there we saw the giants, and we were in our own sight as grasshoppers. This is almost every man's experience. However, the one who knows spiritual law is undisturbed by appearance and rejoices while he is yet in captivity. That is, he holds to his vision and gives thanks that the end is accomplished he has received. Jesus Christ gave a wonderful example of this. He said to his disciples, "Say not ye, there are yet 4 months, and then cometh the harvest? Behold, I say unto you, lift up your eyes and look on the fields, for they are ripe already to harvest." His clear vision pierced the world of matter, and he saw clearly the 4th dimensional world, things as they really are, perfect and complete in divine mind. So man must ever hold the vision of his journey's end and demand the manifestation of that which he has already received. It may be his perfect health, love, supply, self-expression, home, or...
Mom. My mom. So what now?
Hey, Zach.
Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Zach.
Oh, shoot.
Do you hear what's being said on TV?
What? What
They're
is it?
saying, we are afraid what's going to happen with the Syrian woman now that the jihads took over.
The Christians are marching,
all
though.
these type of feminists now speaking on the news like, we're scared that we have to put a hijab on.
Allahu Akbar, the Christians are
Showing,
marching.
like maybe the few blondes that are living there. They are like having normal clothes on. And then of course they're gonna show extreme Muslim.
Abby. Sister, hello. Is anybody home? Sister, hello. Hello? Sister? Sister, wake up. Hello.
They're speaking English, dumbass.
I know. Why are they doing that?
Hello?
Because it's a fucking foreigner.
Hello.
They are all finished and perfect ideas registered in divine mind.
This is lame. Nobody cares about your news broadcasting, Abby.
To him. For example, a man came to me asking for treatments for success. It was imperative that he raise within a certain time $50,000 for his business. The time limit was almost up when he came to me in despair. No one wanted to invest in his enterprise, and the bank had flatly refused a loan. I replied, I suppose you lost your temper while at the bank, therefore your power. You can control any situation if you first control yourself. Go back to the bank, I added, and I will treat. My treatment was, you are identified in love with the spirit of everyone connected with the bank. Let the divine idea come out of this situation. He replied, woman, you are talking about an impossibility. Tomorrow is Saturday. The bank closes at 12, and my train won't get me there until 10, and the time limit is up tomorrow, and anyway, they won't do it. It's too late. I replied, God doesn't need any time and is never too late. With him, all things are possible. I added, I don't know anything about business, but I know all about God. He replied, it all sounds fine when I sit here listening to you, but when I go out, it's terrible. He lived in a distant city, and I did not hear from him for a week. Then came a letter. It read, you were right. I raised the money and will never again doubt the truth of all that you told me. I saw him a few weeks later, and I said, what happened? You evidently had plenty of time after all. He replied, my train was late, and I got there just 15 minutes to 12. I walked into the bank quietly and said, I have come.
Hello? Hello? Oh, don't worry, Princess Hill. We'll free your people. I just bought another Bitcoin. Hello?
White riches, frat.
Oh my god, it's so spicy.
Migraine. You guys want to play migraine or seizure? Seizure or migraine?
I'm gonna be nice,
You're being recorded.
Solistas del New York Times entraron a una cocina de fentanilo en un centro de cuidado. No puede ocultar. Conocieron de hecho al cocinero principal.
Hello? 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 Hello?
New York Times y su modo de fantasma. We can't hear you.
Hello? Hello?
Your mic is messed up.
Hello?
I like your stuff like Casapuma.
Alone, and they gave it to me without a question. It was the last 15 minutes of the time allotted to him, and Infinite Spirit was not too late. In this instance, the man could never have demonstrated alone. He needed someone to help him hold to the vision. This is what one man can do for another. Jesus Christ knew the truth of this when he said, if two of you shall agree on earth as touching anything that they shall ask, it shall be done for them of my Father, which is in heaven. One gets too close to his own affairs and becomes doubtful and fearful.
Hello?
A friend or healer
Hello?
sees success, health,
Hello?
or prosperity, and never
Hello?
moves, because he is not close to the situation. It is much easier to demonstrate for someone else than for oneself, so a person should not hesitate to ask for help if he feels himself wavering. A keen observer of life once said, no man can fail if some one person sees him successful. Such is the power of the vision, and many a great man has owed his success to a wife or sister or a friend who believed in him without wavering to the
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Chapter 3,
Hello?
the power of the
Hello?
word. By thy
Hello?
words thou shalt be
Hello?
justified, and by thy words thou shalt be condemned. A person knowing the power of the word becomes very careful of his conversation. He has only to watch the reaction of his words to know that they do not return void. Through his spoken word, man is continually making laws for himself. I knew a man who said, I always miss a car. It invariably pulls out just as I arrive. His daughter said, I always catch a car. It's sure to come just as I get there. This occurred for years. Each had made a separate law for himself, one of failure, one of success. This is the psychology of superstitions. The horseshoe or rabbit's foot contains no power, but man's spoken word and belief that it will bring him good luck creates expectancy in the subconscious mind and attracts a lucky situation. I find, however, this will not work when man has advanced spiritually and knows a higher law. One cannot turn back and must put away graven images. For example, 2 men in my class had had great success in business for several months when suddenly everything went to smash. We tried to analyze the situation, and I found instead of making their affirmations and looking to God for success and prosperity, they had each bought a lucky monkey. I said, "Oh, I see. You have been trusting in the lucky monkey instead of God. Put away the lucky monkeys and call on the law of forgiveness, for man has power to forgive or neutralize his mistakes." They decided to throw the lucky monkeys down a coal hole, and all went well again. This does not mean, however, that one should throw away every lucky ornament or horseshoe about the house, but he must recognize that the power back of it is the one and only power, God, and that the object simply gives him a feeling of expectancy. I was with a friend one day who was in deep
Hello!
despair. In crossing the street, she picked up a horseshoe. Immediately, she was filled with joy and hope. She said God has sent her the horseshoe in order to keep up her courage. It was indeed at that moment about the only thing that could have registered in her consciousness. Her hope became faith, and she ultimately made a wonderful demonstration. I wish to make the point clear that the men previously mentioned were depending on the monkeys alone, while this woman recognized the power back of the horseshoe. I know in my own case, it took a long while to get out of a belief that a certain thing brought disappointment. If the thing happened, disappointment invariably followed. I found the only way I could make a change in the subconscious was by asserting there are not 2 powers. There is only one power, God. Therefore, there are no disappointments, and this thing means a happy surprise. I noticed a change at once, and happy surprises commenced coming my way. I have a friend who said nothing could induce her to walk under a ladder. I said, if you are afraid, you are giving in to a belief in 2 powers, good and evil, instead of one. As God is absolute, there can be no opposing power unless man makes the false of evil for himself. To show you believe in only one power, God, and that there is no power or reality in evil, walk under the next ladder you see. Soon after, she went to her bank. She wished to open her box in the safety deposit vault, and there stood a ladder on her pathway. It was
Sisters don't kick sisters. Why did sister kick sister? Hello? Ryan, are you doing a prep ceremony ritual? Hello? Ooh. Where did Zach go? Hello? Why do you always sound like you have food in your mouth? Abby and Ryan.
I don't have food in my
You're always eating on this app. Stop using the N-word. You're a racist. Stop muting sister!
Is that taco truck in the picture?
No.
Oh.
possible to reach the box without passing under the ladder. She quailed with fear and turned back. She could not.
Why did you kick me? I am your sister.
Shut up, nigger.
Don't use the N-word. Please. You're gonna ruin my Instagram live. Mark Zuckerberg doesn't like it when you say that. Only if you're banging out big time.
This man is a pedophile lover. He goes over here.
You're projecting. You're projecting.
When she
You're projecting. Caught you. Caught you. I'm sending Vitaly to your house. You're gonna get
The
arrested.
ladders had held her in bondage for years. She retraced her steps to the vault, and the ladder was no longer
Your
there.
PTR is the exact opposite of what
If
you
one's willing to
are.
do the thing he is afraid to do, he does not have to. It is the law of non-resistance, which...
That's why Bunny goes by Bunny. It's the exact opposite of what he is. You make me sick, sister.
Joe, you're jealous because I have big ass shit.
so little understood. Someone has said that courage contains genius and magic.
You're a liar.
Face the situation
You're
fearlessly,
not my
and there is no
sister.
situation to face. It falls away of its own weight. The explanation is, that fear attracted the ladder on the woman's pathway. And
Hey, Amish little picnicker!
The invisible forces are ever working for man who is always pulling the strings himself, and he does not know it.
Why did you turn hand raising off?
Whatever man voices, he begins to attract. People who continually
Let's watch the Ya-Ya Sisterhood.
After man knows the truth, he cannot be too careful of his words.
It's so good.
Silence, please.
Silence?
Silence, please, sisters.
Really? Why is tea time there? Get up here, you fucking kike.
Hello?
Shit.
Jesus, enough with the K-word, N-word. You making me sick.
I wonder if, yeah. Shut the fuck up, you AIDS patient.
Ooh. Let's do a prep ritual movie.
You know what? I think Lou has AIDS. Because he's malnourished, he's always sleepy.
Where's the baby girl?
No, he doesn't have AIDS. He has lupus.
Where's baby girl?
Can you diagnose lupus?
Fucking obsessed.
Can you diagnose lupus through a social audio chat app? Yep, he's got lupus. He knew it. He was going to the doctor real quick anyways. All right, everybody, welcome to the Adrian Dittman Show. We're going to do a game. I call it Seizure or Migraine.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Hello?
Whoa.
Hello?
Ryan.
The motherfucking Vanderbilt star fucking ruined my family for 100 motherfucking years.
Can you control your sister, please?
Control your sister, fucking.
Yeah, Ryan.
Sister. Ooh, look at Kaiser's PTR. That's a good one.
Kaiser.
Alright.
Hennessy to the little picnickers. That's so cute.
I'm shitting.
What are you shitting out?
Can you control your sister?
Oh, you ruined my live stream with your N-word, you son of a bitch.
You're well.
You know what you did. I'm going to have to appeal this one directly to the authority board, you son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. We're done with the Instagram.
You know what you're coming into.
For example, I have a friend.
I don't care how disgusting he is. He has to live with himself.
Old-fashioned chat. This old-fashioned chat means an hour of about 500 to 1,000 destructive words, the principal topics being loss, lack, failure, and sickness. I reply, no, I thank you. I've had enough old-fashioned chats in my life. They are too expensive. But I will be glad to have a new-fashioned chat and talk about what we want.
Why are we listening to you ever?
There is an old saying that man...
Shut up.
At least Nora Bendura's got a great ass and a pretty face. We know you're a catfish, fatty.
Actually, Nora Bandora is a fucking fake bitch. She uses
looks fucking
filters.
fat, first of all.
She uses filters and she used old pictures of herself showing her cleavage and tits, and you call that fucking a Muslim? That's a fucking slut.
He dares use his words for three purposes: to heal, bless, or prosper.
We'll see what I get today.
Shut up. You're saying that to a fucking AIDS patient here the other day.
Who's AIDS patient?
Ryan.
I do have AIDS.
No, he's syphilis.
He's syphilis and AIDS. He's a walking fucking pandemic.
I love when it's only me, you, and him, and Ryan.
Why? Because you guys don't talk?
You know what I think is funny is imagine the person at Meta that watches my live stream to find the exact moment where the infraction is to see if they should undo the appeal. They're from Philippines or something, or India, and it's never like an American. So I think that I'm actually like conditioning the Facebook censorship moderators where they're just like, you know what? This guy's committed. He was really, trying to bring awareness to a situation. And, I think all your N-word usage is making all the Filipino Meta censorship monitors racist.
Nigger.
Well, see, I wanted to ask, what is like a house nigger?
A house nigger is an indoor nigger. They're not.
But are they like more special?
They usually are the cooks, the waiters, the one that gives the masters like their butlers. They work in the house only. That's why they call them house niggers. So it's a little
are
bit
they more special than the others?
Yeah, because because obviously they prep food, they hold food, they're more cleaner than the regular niggers. So they
No,
have
no,
some
no, no, no,
values.
no, 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 no. They let the beautiful less dark ones in the house gradually and slowly. That's how the HS or the HN word worked in antebellum Confederacy.
That's not.
But like, what is the highest position they could have?
I just figured violent shit.
What does he say?
I don't know.
He said he just violently took a shit like he was like really pushing.
What the fuck, Brian? What the fuck?
That's what happens when you prep.
Pussy talks about that shit all the time.
Yeah, but I'm different. You're a fucking faggot shit.
I'm different. I'm different. I'm different.
Brian,
Different.
you have to
Different.
be class if you want to be part of my family.
Abby, don't you think that you're also here just for the dopamine, and that's why we think you're fat?
Shut the fuck up, Adrian.
Ooh, truth stings.
You
How's
annoyed the
that?
shit out of me today.
I know, truth stings.
Yeah, I will fuck you up today.
You can. I'm willing to dump you.
Yeah, I can. I can say nigger.
I'm willing to dump you.
Nigger, nigger, nigger.
That's okay. You live in a country. Do you know that what you say? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Nigger, 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 nigger.
Hello? That was disgusting. I'm reporting you all to the authorities. You guys are really pushing the freedom of speech. Jesus. I'm calling Vitaly. I'm having Vitaly kick in your doors.
What were you saying about me again?
What did you say, Fatty?
What are you saying, dopamine addicted nigger?
Oh my gosh. This is why you should really look into what's called poetry. Have you heard of that? It's called a book.
You should really look at your fucking nigger.
Read me some poetry. Hey, fucking
Only because you ask, Ryan, I will deliver. And I just want you to know, I will never defend a homosexual. Hold on. I will never defend a homosexual in a war, but I will certainly buy you a drink so I can meet a whore. Please hold.
I hope you get ready. Yeah, you are stupid.
Yeah, just like Danny neglected mother.
Okay, this is called Little Essays in Truth. This should like boost your IQ and make you a more powerful F word, N word, if that's what you are. It's called laughter.
N word, F word.
The common defect of all mystical systems previous to that of the Eon, whose law is Thalima, is that there has been no place for laughter. But the sadness of the mournful mother and the melancholy of the dying man are swept into the limbo of the past by the confident smile of the immortal child. And there is no vision more critical in the career of the adept of horrors than the universal joke. In this trance, he accepts fully the formula of Osiris, and in the act transcends it. The spear of the centurion passes harmlessly through his heart, and the sword of the executioner strikes idly on his neck. He discovers that the tragedy of which so many centuries have made such case is but a farce for children's pleasure. Punch is knocked down only to get up grinning with his gay root-toot-tit, root-toot-toot-tit, root-toot-toot-tit, here we are again. Julie, the beetle, the hangman, and the devil are merely the companions of his playtime. So since, after all, the facts which he thought tragic are real enough, the essence of his solution is that they are not true as he thought of himself. They are just one set of phenomena, as interesting and as fatuously impotent to affect him as any other set. His personal grief was due to his passionate insistence on contemplating one insignificant congeries of events as if it were the sole reality in the infinite mass of manifestation. It is thus that the perception of the universal joke leads directly to the understanding of the idea of self as conterminous with the universe, and at the same time one with it, creator of it, and aloof from it, which triune state is, as is well known, one of the most necessary stages of samadhi. It is the culmination of one of the two most important chapters of the Bhagavad Gita. There is a further merit in this matter. In the idea of laughter is inherent that of cruelty, as has been shown by many philosophers, and this is doubtless why it has been excluded by the mystic schools of pity mongers from the dull curricula on Clubhouse. The only answer is to shrug the shoulders in humorous contempt. For on this rock and no other have all the brave barks foundered.
Nigger, shut the fuck up. Bitch ass nigger.
Oh, I like this spot.
I like how he like everyone laughed with him.
I think everyone left because of us. Am I the black one?
You are definitely a nigger.
I am.
Oh, fucking nigger bitch.
I want to talk about something.
Like what?
I don't know, I feel hateful today. I don't know why. I want to fight.
Why?
Don't know.
Fat
I've been
pigs!
mistreated. You're fat. You're projecting, nigger. Nigger.
Fat pig! Fat pig! Fat pig!
Insane.
Hey,
Man running that motherfucking country. That nigga swims in.
Her mother's Jewish? She's such a liar. Okay, this is called Abby is such a liar. She's not Jewish. This is Adrian. I'm such a devil. It's so funny. It's like creating beef out of thin air. You just say something. It's very funny. Jebediah. Julietta. Okay, so this is called Abby is such a liar. She's not Jewish. I spelled Abby wrong. It's actually Abby. That's the way she spells it. So, thanks for coming to the room. We're going to prove. Hold on one sec. Abby is such a Jewish. She's not. Abby is such a liar. She's not Jewish. All right, everybody, come to my new room. It's called Abby is such a liar. She's not Jewish. I spelled Abby wrong, but it doesn't matter. People know who you are. So Juliet's in the room. What do you mean?
What happened?
I created a new room. It's called Abby is such a liar. She's not Jewish.
Oh my gosh.
I'm going to create some Abby drama.
Okay.
So I don't believe that your mother's Jewish. I think you're lying.
No, then so be it. I don't care.
Okay. Well, because if your mother was Jewish and you were Jewish, that would mean, that you're not angry and you don't want to hate people. But since you want to get in a fight and be angry, that means you're not Jewish.
Oh my gosh, shut the fuck up, nigger.
What did you say?
Explain Danny then.
Explain yourself, fatty. Why would I explain another fatty to a fatty? Why would I explain a fatty to a fatty? That's like, you know, a
projecting?
duet of fatty. No, fatty. I'm about to go to the gym, fatty. Fucking fatty. You and your F word, N word.
Your gym is fucking just seeing your fat ass on live stream, bald and sweaty like a fucking testicle out of the fucking short.
Listen, Bussy, you're like a 50-year-old. You're like a 50-year-old biracial trans man. You know, being gay.
But you're a skinhead.
Is it? Can you even be gay in 2024? I don't even think you can be gay anymore. I don't even understand. Like,
can you be a skinhead in 2025?
Exactly. How can you?
It's called androgenic alopecia, bitch.
No,
and my
it's
ancestors
skinhead.
died in the Holocaust.
You're
You
Nazi
fat
piece of shit.
pig.
No, you didn't.
You're in love with a neo-Nazi fatty. Who are you calling an N-word? You love Diogany Spooner. Go to YouTube and just Google Diogany Spooner. Let's see what comes up. Let's see what comes up for fatty. Because as soon as I play it, she'll giggle like a fucking
Stop
fatty.
projecting, nigga.
Listen, Picnicker, pay homage.
Yeah, you don't even pay homage, little nigga.
Diogany Spooner. Let's see what he has to say.
You don't pay homage, little nigga.
You don't even pay. He doesn't like when you call him a skinhead.
I'm reporting you. I'm reporting you.
Where have you been? Like,
Damn it! All my Diogenes Spooner videos are gone. Damn it.
Do what?
No, I literally saw it today.
Shut up, Ryan. You're pissing me off, Ryan. How am I pissing you
Oh yeah, here we go. Here we go.
Founded on the Constitution that those people are held accountable for their failures. So we have Trump supporters in the room. We know we have Trump supporters, right? I've talked to people in California, and they're fans of Donald Trump, and they think it's some big gotcha moment for them to reveal that. Well, actually, I've considered Donald Trump's policy, and I do think that he's the most qualified candidate. Okay, and then don't hold your breath. On Tuesday, you're going to find out it's a close race. It's a close race. And in the morning on Friday, you'll find out, you know what, Trump is the president. Okay? And is that going to be commensurate with an increase in tensions in the Middle East? You can go look right now, do some Google foo, and you'll see that we've been quietly ramping up the troops that we send to Israel. I think we just recently sent a couple thousand more. You know, this is not over by a long shot. And I'm hoping that to the extent we have Trump and uniform rule of law founded on the Constitution, that those people are held accountable for their failures. So we have Trump supporters in the room. We know we have Trump supporters, right? I've talked to people in California, and they're fans of Donald Trump, and they think it's some big gotcha moment for them to reveal that. Well, actually, I've considered Donald Trump's policy, and I do think that he's the most qualified candidate. Okay, and then don't hold your breath. On Tuesday, you're going to find out it's a close race. It's a close race. And in the morning on Friday, you'll find out, you know what, Trump is the president. Okay? And is that going to be commensurate with an increase in tensions in the Middle East? You can go look right now, do some Google foo, and you'll see that we've been quietly ramping up the troops that we send to Israel. I think we just recently sent a couple thousand more. You know, this is not over by a long shot. And I'm hoping that to the extent we have Trump and uniform rule of law founded on the Constitution.
Kind of idea that actually our age is the same. Under what legal justification? Under, I think it was a hope and a dream of a politician somewhere. Wild. God, Instagram is such a dog shit site. It's like it malfunctions inside of malfunctions, pretending not to malfunction. It's fucking annoying. I hate it so much. It's a fucking mind virus. It's like LinkedIn, but less valuable. Instagram is the peak of whoflation. We're like, all the photoshops who's get amplified to the system and then create an unrealistic, self-destructive image for both men and women alike. Kind of idea that actually our age is the same. Under what legal justification? Under, what's that again?
respect of the X should let the copyright claimant prove it, rather than I think they do actually have ever filed a copyright claim. I think it is exactly as that is. Have you ever filed a copyright claim? No, true. Good point. Maybe, maybe I don't know something. I mean, many people I know have filed copyright claims. This is from what we've seen with YouTube and others, right? Where they YouTube is a completely different. YouTube is completely different, right? Specifically speaking about X and X. Sorry, what I'm saying.
And sovereignty, because sovereignty has been with us for as long as we've had political communities. According to political philosophers, they come out of the so-called state of nature, which of course is a heuristic. I mean, the leftists, online leftists, can gaslight us. Woke tried this the other day. We started screaming at each other because they want to separate political Zionism from religious Zionism.
Everybody, it's sponsorshipsecrets.com. This is a Working Hours Live.
What up now? Hello?
this is, hold on, bro. Let me just go ahead and bring the story out because for some reason people don't know.
I mean, I want you to read it. I don't want you to make anything. I don't want you. I don't want you freestyling. That's all. I'm just saying. You just making up something. You philosophizing. I'm cool. If this is a philosophy 101, I'm cool with that. But be honest. You know what I mean? Have some integrity. Are we here? We here for philosophy, vain philosophy, or are we here for the word? Which one?
So again, I'm not doing nothing vain. Everything I'm saying is in the Bible. I'm about to read it. This is Matthew 15, Matthew chapter 15, verse 22. It says this, and behold, a woman of Canaan came out of the same coast and cried unto him, saying, have mercy on me, O Lord, thou son of David. My daughter is grievously vexed with a devil. Right? So her daughter had a devil in her. This is the enemy of God. This is the enemy of mankind. This is our enemy. Wants us to go against God, wants us to fall away from the place of salvation and love. But guess what? This lady came to Jesus saying, help me, O Lord. But he answered her not. And his disciples came to saw him saying, send her away, for she cried after us. Because they didn't want, to be dealing with a woman that wasn't of them, of their people. Right? But he answered and said, I am not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. So he's identifying that there's only a certain group of people that I'm here for. And those are the people that believe on me and are my sheep, right? Then he says, then came she and worshipped him, saying, Lord, help me. But he answered and said, it is not meet to take the children's bread and cast the dogs. And identifying that, hey, if I'll give you this, like I'm going to be giving away what's for my sheep, right? And she says, truth, Lord, yet the dogs eat of the crumbs which fall from the master's table, identifying that she recognized him as the Lord, as God, as the power and authority that is over her. She recognized that he had the power to control everything that he had going on, and she believed that. And Jesus recognized that and said,
and says of others will be said of him. And
great is thy faith, right? Confirming that it is her faith that is actually being presented, that she's portraying, that she's showing by making this statement. Be it unto thee, even as thou wilt. So what she wanted, right? What was for her, what she wanted, was for her daughter to get that devil removed from her. And she was able to receive that. And it says that her daughter was made whole from that very hour. So, yes, brother, everything I just said is written right here in the Bible.
If you like sweets and easy living, skip this next part. It is about men tremendously intent on being reborn, on Satori, enlightenment. It can happen to you. In a flashing moment, something opens. You are new, all through. You see the same unsane world with fresh eyes. This universe-renewing power comes by grace, not logic. Whatever you do, or wherever you are, seems to make little difference. It doesn't make sense. It makes you. Zen has many classic texts, of which this next work is one. Mumon Kan, literally, no gate barrier, was recorded by the Chinese master Ikai, also called Mumon, who lived from 1183 to 1260. The work consists of narrated relationships between ancient Chinese teachers and their pupils, illustrating means employed to sublimate the dualistic, outgoing, generalizing, intellectualizing tendencies of students in order that they might realize their true nature. The problems or inner challenges with which the masters confronted their pupils came to be called koans, and each of the following stories is a koan in itself. The stories use slang freely.
It's kind of funny. You can play something for like 30 seconds and somebody will just talk into Clubhouse. And they have no idea that somebody's talking or playing something, so they're totally unaware.
That's facts, but you just have feedback on the way you're feeling. I came in to listen.
Okay, so I'm just gonna play the 101 Zen koans.
So are you on Mac or PC?
What do you mean?
I'm just asking the way you're routing the audio, that's why.
No, this is all done on cell phones.
Oh, damn, that's even better. Like shit.
To actualize the highest teaching, the seeing into one's being. occasional instances of apparent violence might be better interpreted as vigor and earnestness. None of the stories make any pretense at logic. They are dealing with states of mind rather than words. Unless this is understood, the point of the classic will be missed. The whole intent was to help the pupil break the shell of his limited mind and attain a second, eternal birth, Satori, enlightenment. Each problem is a barrier. Those who have the spirit of Zen pass through it. Those who live
What do you want to talk about?
Exactly what they just said, real quick.
You just have to listen to it. I'll give you the link. I'll
No,
put
I
it.
love listening to, Thelma Magic.
You want to listen? You want to listen to Thelma Magic?
Well, no, I'm here from the place where Jack Parsons was putting the play. That's what's wild. I'd be like, damn.
Yeah, Jack Parsons was a magician.
Yeah, he was a real magi.
So I read that like you have to get his book, The Double-Edged Sword. It's like $150. It's pretty good, but it's just one book, so it's like it's not that much information, but it's good.
No, yeah, no, but I think it's more important that from Thelma Magic, it's about what he did with it. You know what I mean?
What did he do with it?
What did he do with it? He technically created the future of aerospace.
Yeah, but I mean, it's more than that. It's a philosophy and like how to live your life. So he just like maximized his life.
Yeah, but it's deeper because then they also tried to say that he blew himself up, right? At his house at Millionaires Row when he was just doing exactly what you're talking about. And then he wasn't a part of history until now. Now he was a dark crater on the dark side of the moon, which is Parsons Crater. But he was in communication with Aleister Crowley in between, the Second World War. They never actually met in person. They met through mind.
Don't mention the master's name.
Then understands one koan after another, each in his own way, as if they were seeing the unseen and living in the illimitable. Zen masters used koans to stop their students.
So wait, if you know something about Crowley, what's his magical name? Do you know?
What is his magical name?
Mm-hmm.
Crowley?
Yeah.
What is it? You tell me, because I don't tell secrets.
Oh, you don't know. Do you know what his magical motto is?
What his magical motto is?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I have a lot.
I just know a few words I could pull from some things was he found out about the I was,
Oh my God. All right, listen to this.
What the Thelma
Drunkenness and mind wandering. When they had the student meditate on a koan, this was another way of saying, don't waste your life merely sensing. Channel thought and feeling to one purpose, and then let it happen. Has this art of turning on one's light been lost? It needn't be if you put your mind and all else you have to it. If the leaders of mankind were more aware, when by chance they come into minor powers, they might exploit others less. These old teachers complimented their students by criticism, blows even. When they praised, it usually meant belittling. This was the custom. They had a deep concern for their pupils, but showed it in presence, not words. They were strong fellows, shockers. They gave questions for which the only answer was one's whole being. What is the right answer to a koan? There are many right answers, and there are also none. There is even a book in Japan, hard to come by, which gives proper answers to each of these mind openers. What a joke. For the koan itself is the answer. And by the time there is a right answer to it, Zen is dead. Mumon wrote the following words in his introduction to The Gateless Gate. Zen has no gates. The purpose of Buddha's words is to enlighten others. Therefore, Zen should be gateless. Now, how does one pass through this gateless gate? Some say that whatever enters through a gate is not family treasure. That whatever is produced by the help of another is likely to dissolve and perish. Even such words are like raising waves in a windless sea, or performing an operation upon a healthy body. If one clings to what others have said and tries to understand Zen by explanation, he is like a dunce who thinks he can beat the moon with a pole, or scratch an itching foot from the outside of a shoe. It will be impossible after all. In the year 1228, I was lecturing monks in the Ryusho Temple in eastern China, and at their request I retold old koans, endeavoring to inspire their Zen spirit. I meant to use the koans as a man who picks up a piece of brick to knock at a gate, and after the gate is opened, brick is useless and is thrown away. My notes, however, were collected unexpectedly, and there were 48 koans, together with my comment in prose and verse concerning each, although their arrangement was not in the order of the telling. I've called the book The Gateless Gate, wishing students to read it as a guide. If a reader is brave enough and goes straight forward in his meditation, no delusions can disturb him. He will become enlightened just as did the patriarchs in India and in China, probably even better. But if he hesitates one moment, he is as a person watching from a small window for a horseman to pass by, and in a wink, he has missed seeing. The great path has no gates. Thousands of roads enter it. When one passes through this gateless gate, he walks freely between heaven and earth. A monk asked Joshu, a Chinese Zen master, "Has a dog Buddha nature or not?" Joshu answered, "Moo." Moo is the negative symbol in Chinese meaning no thing or nay. Mumon's comment: to realize Zen, one has to pass through the barrier of the patriarchs. Enlightenment always comes after the road of thinking is blocked. If you do not pass the barrier of the patriarchs, or if your thinking road is not blocked, whatever you think, whatever you do, is like a tangling ghost. You may ask, what is a barrier of a patriarch? This one word, Mu, is it. This is the barrier of Zen. If you pass through it, you will see Joshu face to face. Then you can work hand in hand with the whole line of patriarchs. Is this not a pleasant thing to do? If you want to pass this barrier, you must work through every bone in your body, through every pore of your skin filled with this question, what is Mu? And carry it day and night. Do not believe it is the common negative symbol meaning nothing. It is not nothingness, the opposite of existence. If you really want to pass this barrier, you should feel like drinking a hot iron ball that you can neither swallow nor spit out. Then your previous lesser knowledge disappears. As a fruit ripening in season, your subjectivity and objectivity naturally become one. It is like a dumb man who has had a dream. He knows about it, but he cannot tell it. When he enters this condition, his ego shell is crushed, and he can shake the heaven and move the earth. He is like a great warrior with a sharp sword. If a Buddha stands in his way, he will cut him down. If a patriarch offers him any obstacle, he will kill him, and he will be free in his way of birth and death. He can enter any world as if it were his own playground. I will tell you how to do this with this koan. Just concentrate your whole energy into this Mu, and do not allow any discontinuation. When you enter this Mu and there is no discontinuation, your attainment will be as a candle burning and illuminating the whole universe. Has a dog Buddha nature? This is the most serious question of all. If you say yes or no, you lose your own Buddha nature. Once when Hyakujo delivered some Zen lectures, an old man attended them, unseen by the monks. At the end of each talk, when the monks left, so did he. But one day he remained after they had gone, and Hyakujo asked him, "Who are you?" The old man replied, "I am not a human being, but I was a human being when the Kashyapa Buddha preached in this world. I was a Zen master and lived on this mountain. At that time, one of my students asked me whether or not the enlightened man is subject to the law of causation. I answered him, the enlightened man is not subject to the law of causation. For this answer evidencing a clinging to absoluteness, I became a fox for 500 rebirths, and I am still a fox. Will you save me from this condition with your Zen words and let me get out of a fox's body? Now, may I ask you, is the enlightened man subject to the law of causation?" Hyakujo said, "The enlightened man is one with the law of causation." At the words of Hyakujo, the old man was enlightened. "I am emancipated," he said, paying homage with a deep bow. "I am no more a fox, but I have to leave my body in my dwelling place behind this mountain. Please perform my funeral as a monk." And he disappeared. The next day, Hyakujo gave an order through the chief monk to prepare to attend the funeral of a monk. No one was sick in the infirmary, wondered the monks. What does our teacher mean? After dinner, Hyakujo led the monks out and around the mountain. In a cave with his staff, he poked out the corpse of an old fox, and then performed the ceremony of cremation. That evening, Hyakujo gave a talk to the monks and told them this story about the law of causation. Obaku, upon hearing the story, asked Hyakujo, "I understand that a long time ago, because a certain person gave a wrong Zen answer, he became a fox for 500 rebirths. Now I want to ask, if some modern master is asked many questions and he always gives the right answer, what will become of him?" Hyakujo said, "You come here near me and I will tell you." Obaku went near Hyakujo and slapped the teacher's face with his hand, for he knew this was the answer his teacher intended to give him. Hyakujo clapped his hands and laughed at this discernment. "I thought a Persian had a red beard," he said, "and now I know a Persian who has a red beard." Mumon's comment. The enlightened man is not subject. How can this answer make the monk a fox? The enlightened man is one with the law of causation. How can this answer make the fox emancipated? To understand this clearly, one has to have just one eye. Controlled or not controlled. The same dice shows two faces. Not controlled or controlled. Both are a grievous error. Gute raised his finger whenever he was asked a question about Zen. A boy attendant began to imitate him in this way. When anyone asked the boy what his master had preached about, the boy would raise his finger. Gute heard about the boy's mischief. He seized him and cut off his finger. The boy cried and ran away. Gute called and stopped him. When the boy turned his head to Gute, Gute raised up his own finger. In that instant, the boy was enlightened. When Gute was about to pass from this world, he gathered his monks around him. "I attained my finger Zen," he said, "from my teacher, Tenryu, and in my whole life, I could not exhaust it." Then he passed away. Mumon's comment. Enlightenment, which Gute and the boy attained, has nothing to do with the finger. If anyone clings to a finger, Tenryu will be so disappointed that he will annihilate Gute, the boy, and the clinger altogether. Gute cheapens the teaching of Tenryu, emancipating the boy with a knife. Compared to the Chinese god who pushed aside a mountain with one hand, old Gute is a poor imitator. Kyogen said, "Zen is like a man hanging in a tree by his teeth over a precipice. His hands grasp no branch, his feet rest on no limb, and under the tree another person asks him, 'Why did Bodhidharma come to China from India?' If the man in the tree does not answer, he fails. And if he does answer, he falls and loses his life. Now what shall he do?" Mumon's comment. In such a predicament, the most talented eloquence is of no use. If you have memorized all the sutras, you cannot use them. When you can give the right answer, even though your past road was one of death, you open up a new road of life. But if you cannot answer, you should live ages hence and ask the future Buddha, Maitreya. Kyogen is truly a fool, spreading that ego-killing poison that closes his pupils' mouths and lets their tears stream from their dead eyes. A monk told Joshu, "I have just entered the monastery. Please teach me." Joshu asked, "Have you eaten your rice porridge?" The monk replied, "I have eaten." Joshu said, "Then you had better wash your bowl." At that moment, the monk was enlightened. Mumon's comment. Joshu is the man who opens his mouth and shows his heart. I doubt if this monk really saw Joshu's heart. I hope he did not mistake the bell for a pitcher. It is too clear, and so it is hard to see. A dunce once searched for a fire with a lighted lantern. Had he known what fire was, he would have cooked his rice much sooner. Getsuan said to his students, Keichu, the first wheelmaker of China, made 2 wheels of 50 spokes each. Now suppose you removed the nave uniting the spokes. What would become of the wheel? And had Keichu done this, could he be called the master wheelmaker? Mumon's comment. If anyone can answer this question instantly, his eyes will be like a comet and his mind like a flash of lightning. When the hubless wheel turns, master or no master can stop it. It turns above heaven and below earth, south, north, east, and west. A monk asked Seijo, I understand that a Buddha who lived before recorded history sat in meditation for 10 cycles of existence and could not realize the highest truth, and so could not become fully emancipated. Why was this so? Seijo replied, Your question is self-explanatory. The monk asked, Since the Buddha was meditating, why could he not fulfill Buddhahood? Seijo said, He was not a Buddha. Mumon's comment, I will allow his realization, but I will not admit his understanding. When one ignorant attains realization, he is a saint. When a saint begins to understand, he is ignorant. It is better to realize mind than body. When mind is realized, one need not worry about body. When mind and body become one, the man is free. Then he desires no praising. Joshu went to a place where a monk had retired to meditate and asked him, What is what? The monk raised his fist. Joshu replied, Ships cannot remain where the water is too shallow, and he left. A few days later, Joshu went again to visit the monk and asked the same question. The monk answered the same way. Joshu said, Well given, well taken, well killed, well saved, and he bowed to the monk. Mumon's comment. The raised fist was the same both times. Why is it Joshu did not admit the first and approved the second one? Where is the fault? Whoever answers this knows that Joshu's tongue has no bone, so he can use it freely. Yet perhaps Joshu is wrong, or through that monk he may have discovered his mistake. If anyone thinks that the one's insight exceeds the other's, he has no eyes. The light of the eyes is as a comet, and Zen's activity is as lightning. The sword that kills the man is the sword that saves the man. Tokusan went to the dining room from the meditation hall holding his bowl. Seppo was on duty cooking. When he met Tokusan, he said, The dinner drum is not yet beaten. Where are you going with your bowl? So Tokusan returned to his room. Seppo told Ganto about this. Ganto said, Old Tokusan did not understand ultimate truth. Tokusan heard of this remark and asked Ganto to come to him. I have heard, he said, you are not approving my Zen. Ganto admitted this indirectly. Tokusan said nothing. The next day, Tokusan delivered an entirely different kind of lecture to the monks. Ganto laughed and clapped his hands, saying, I see our old man understands ultimate truth indeed. None in China can surpass him. Mumon's comment. Speaking about ultimate truth, both Ganto and Tokusan did not even dream it. After all, they are dummies. Whoever understands the first truth should understand the ultimate truth. The last and first, are they not the same? Nansen saw the monks of the eastern and western halls fighting over a cat. He seized the cat and told the monks, If any of you say a good word, you can save the cat. No one answered, so Nansen boldly cut the cat in 2 pieces. That evening, Joshu returned and Nansen told him about this. Joshu removed his sandals and placing them on his head, walked out. Nansen said, If you had been there, you could have saved the cat. Mumon's comment. Why did Joshu put his sandals on his head? If anyone answers this question, he will understand exactly how Nansen enforced the edict. If not, he should watch his own head. Had Joshu been there, he would have enforced the edict oppositely. Joshu snatches the sword, and Nansen begs for his life. Tozan went to Umon. Umon asked him where he had come from. Tozan said, from Seto village. Umon asked, in what temple did you remain for the summer? Tozan replied, the temple of Hoji, south of the lake. When did you leave there? Asked Umon, wondering how long Tozan would continue with such factual answers. The 25th of August, answered Tozan. Umon said, I should give you 3 blows with a stick, but today I forgive you. The next day, Tozan bowed to Umon and asked, Yesterday you forgave me 3 blows. I do not know why you thought me wrong. Umon, rebuking Tozan's spiritless responses, said, You are good for nothing. You simply wander from one monastery to another. Before Umon's words were ended, Tozan was enlightened. Umon's comment. Umon fed Tozan good Zen food. If Tozan can digest it, Umon may add another member to his family. In the evening, Tozan swam around in a sea of good and bad. But at dawn, Umon crushed his nutshell. After all, he wasn't so smart. Now I want to ask, did Tozan deserve the 3 blows? If you say yes, not only Tozan, but every one of you deserves them. If you say no, Umon is speaking a lie. If you answer this question clearly, you can eat the same food as Tozan. The lioness teaches her cubs roughly. The cubs jump and she knocks them down. When Umon saw Tozan, his first arrow was light. His second arrow shot deep. Umon asked, The world is such a wide world. Why do you answer a bell and don ceremonial robes? Umon's comment. When one studies Zen, one need not follow sound or color or form. Even though some have attained insight when hearing a voice, seeing a color or a form, this is a very common way. It is not true Zen. The real Zen student controls sound, color, form, and actualizes the truth in his everyday life. Sound comes to the ear goes to sound. When you blot out sound and sense, what do you understand? While listening with ears, one never can understand. To understand intimately, one should see sound. When you understand, you belong to the family. When you do not understand, you are a stranger. Those who do not understand belong to the family. And when they understand, they are strangers. A monk asked Tozan when he was weighing some flax, What is Buddha? Tozan said, This flax weighs 3 pounds. Umon's comment. Old Tozan Zen is like a clam. The minute the shell opens, you see the whole inside. However, I want to ask you, do you see the real Tozan? 3 pounds of flax in front of your nose, close enough, and mind is still closer. Whoever talks about affirmation and negation lives in the right and wrong region. Joshu asked Nansen, What is the path? Nansen said, Everyday life is the path. Joshu asked, Can it be studied? Nansen said, If you try to study, you will be far away from it. Joshu asked, If I do not study, how can I know it is the path? Nansen said, The path does not belong to the perception world. Neither does it belong to the non-perception world. Cognition is a delusion, and non-cognition is senseless. If you want to reach the true path beyond doubt, place yourself in the same freedom as sky. You name it neither good nor not good. At these words, Joshu was enlightened. Mumon's comment. Nansen could melt Joshu's frozen doubts at once when Joshu asked his questions. I doubt, though, if Joshu reached the point that Nansen did. He needed 30 more years of study. In spring, hundreds of flowers. In autumn, a harvest moon. In summer, a refreshing breeze. In winter, snow will accompany you. If useless things do not hang in your mind, any season is a good season for you. When he became emancipated, the 6th patriarch received from the 5th patriarch the bowl and robe given from the Buddha to his successors, generation after generation. A monk named Imyo, out of envy, pursued the patriarch to take this great treasure away from him. The 6th patriarch placed the bowl and robe on a stone in the road, and told Emio, "These objects just symbolize the faith. There's no use fighting over them. If you desire to take them now." When Emio went to move the bowl and robe, they were as heavy as mountains. He could not budge them. Trembling for shame, he said, "I came wanting the teaching, not the material treasures. Please teach me." The sixth patriarch said, "When you do not think good, and when you do not think not good, what is your true self?" At these words, Emio was illumined. Perspiration broke out all over his body. He cried and bowed, saying, "You have given me the secret words and meanings. Is there yet a deeper part of the teaching?" The sixth patriarch replied, "What I have told you is no secret at all. When you realize your own true self, the secret belongs to you." Emio said, "I was under the fifth patriarch many years, but could not realize my true self until now. Through your teaching, I find the source. A person drinks water and knows himself whether it is cold or warm. May I call you my teacher?" The sixth patriarch replied, "We studied together under the fifth patriarch. Call him your teacher, but just treasure what you have attained."
No, dude, you're the reason why I got shut out. You're like, oh, pick
Hi, sisters. Can we just be a happy family, sisters?
Oh my god.
Okay, you need.
I thought this guy was Zach the whole entire time.
Let me clarify. No. I wasn't listening.
That's all I said.
Wait, what happened?
Umon's comment. The sixth patriarch certainly was kind in such an emergency. It was as if he removed the skin and seeds from the fruit, and then, opening the pupil's mouth, let him eat. You cannot describe it. You cannot picture it. You cannot admire it. You cannot sense it. It is your true self. It has nowhere to hide. When the world is destroyed, it will not be destroyed.
They're worried about making their rent, about being able to afford groceries. How do you tell someone like that hey, if you put X percentage away, it's going to grow?
A monk asked Fuketsu, "Without speaking, without silence, how can you express the truth?" Fuketsu observed, "I always remember springtime in southern China. The birds sing among innumerable kinds of fragrant flowers." Mumon's comment. Fuketsu used to have lightning zen. Whenever he had the opportunity, he flashed it. But this time he failed to do so and only borrowed from an old Chinese poem. Never mind Fuketsu zen. If you want to express the truth, throw out your words, throw out your silence, and tell me about your own zen. Without revealing his own penetration, he offered another's words, not his to give. Had he chattered on and on, even his listeners would have been embarrassed. In a dream, Kyozan went to Maitreya's Pure Land. He recognized himself seated in the third seat in the abode of Maitreya. Someone announced, "Today the one who sits in the third seat will preach." Kyozan arose and, hitting the gavel, said, "The truth of Mahayana teaching is transcendent, above words and thought. Do you understand?" Mumon's comment. "I want to ask you, monks, did he preach or did he not? When he opens his mouth, he is lost. If he does not open it, if he does not seal it, he is 108,000 miles from truth. In the light of day, yet in a dream, he talks of a dream. A monster among monsters. He intended to deceive the whole crowd." Hogen of Seiryo Monastery was about to lecture before dinner when he noticed that the bamboo screen lowered for meditation had not been rolled up. He pointed to it. 2 monks arose from the audience and rolled it up. Hogen, observing the physical moment, said, "The state of the first monk is good, not that of the other." Mumon's comment. "I want to ask you, which of those 2 monks gained and which lost? If any of you has one eye, he will see the failure on the teacher's part. However, I'm not discussing gain and loss. When the screen is rolled up, the great sky opens. Yet the sky is not attuned to Zen. It is best to forget the great sky and to retire from every wind. A monk asked Nansen, "Is there a teaching no master ever preached before?" Nansen said, "Yes, there is." "What is it?" asked the monk. Nansen replied, "It is not mind, it is not Buddha, it is not things." Umon's comment. Old Nansen gave away his treasure words. He must have been greatly upset. Nansen was too kind and lost his treasure. Truly, words have no power. Even though the mountain becomes the sea, words cannot open another's mind. Tokusan was studying Zen under Ryutan. One night he came to Ryutan and asked many questions. The teacher said, "The night is getting old. Why don't you retire?" So Tokusan bowed and opened the screen to go out, observing, "It is very dark outside." Ryutan offered Tokusan a lighted candle to find his way. Just as Tokusan received
kick the
it,
Koran.
at that moment the mind of Tokusan was opened. "What have you attained?" asked Ryutan. "From now on," said Tokusan, "I will not doubt the teacher's words." The next day, Ryutan told the monks of his lecture, "I see one monk among you. His teeth are like the sword tree. His mouth is like the blood bowl. If you hit him hard with a big stick, he will not even so much as look back at you. Someday he will mount the highest peak and carry my teaching there." On that day, in front of the lecture hall, Tokusan burned to ashes his commentaries on the sutras. He said, "However abstruse the teachings are, in comparison with this enlightenment, they are like a single hair to the great sky. However profound the complicated knowledge of the world, compared to this enlightenment, it is like one drop of water to the great ocean." Then he left that monastery. Umon's comment. When Tokusan was in his own country, he was not satisfied with Zen, although he had heard about it. He thought, "Those southern monks say they can teach Dharma outside of the sutras. They are all wrong. I must teach them." So he traveled south. He happened to stop near Ryutan's monastery for refreshments. An old woman who was there asked him, "What are you carrying so heavily?" Tokusan replied, "This is a commentary I have made on the Diamond Sutra after many years of work." The old woman said, "I read that sutra which says, the past mind cannot be held, the present mind cannot be held, the future mind cannot be held. You wish some tea and refreshments? Which mind do you propose to use for them?" Tokusan was as though dumb. Finally he asked the woman, "Do you know of any good teacher around here?" The old woman referred him to Ryutan, not more than 5 miles away. So he went to Ryutan in all humility, quite different from when he had started his journey. Ryutan in turn was so kind he forgot his own dignity. It was like pouring muddy water over a drunken man to sober him. After all, it was an unnecessary comedy. 100 hearings cannot surpass one seeing, but after you see the teacher, that one glance cannot surpass 100 hearings. His nose was very high, but he was blind after all. Two monks were arguing about a flag. One said, "The flag is moving." The other said, "The wind is moving." The sixth patriarch happened to be passing by. He told them, "Not the wind, not the flag. Mind is moving." Umon's comment. The sixth patriarch said, "The wind is not moving, the flag is not moving, mind is moving." What did he mean? If you understand this intimately, you will see the two monks there trying to buy iron and gaining gold. The sixth patriarch could not bear to see those two dull heads, so he made such a bargain. Wind, flag, mind moves. Same understanding. When the mouth opens, all are wrong. Daibai asked Baso, "What is Buddha?" Baso said, "This mind is Buddha." Umon's comment. If anyone fully understands this, he is wearing Buddha's clothing. He is eating Buddha's food. He is speaking Buddha's words. He is behaving as Buddha. He is Buddha. This anecdote, however, has given many a pupil the sickness of formality. If one truly understands, he will wash out his mouth for 3 days after saying the word Buddha, and he will close his ears and flee after hearing the mind is Buddha. Under blue sky and bright sunlight, one need not search around. Asking what Buddha is like hiding loot in one's pockets and declaring oneself innocent.
They're
here, the Georgia here.
Report, Harrison, but this lines up with exactly what you're saying. They do things like stop penalizing people for shoplifting, and then all of a sudden you have mass surveillance increases. They do things like stop protecting the border from invasion, and you see things like terrorist attacks, which are then used to ramp up surveillance, ramp up security, ramp up misinformation or disinformation, and then justify war. It seems like everything is a psychological operation which only harms the American people for the sake of empowering the deep state.
Yeah, and just like we were saying, they set up these win-win situations for themselves, which are lose-lose situations for us. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't. I don't want to have to walk through security bullards just to go, out drinking in a historical city like New Orleans. But if you don't have the security, the diversity barriers there to block the car, then 15 people get killed and you get run over. So I was like, okay, I guess we have to do this just because we got to stay safe. But at the same time, we're not solving the root of the issue. So it's like the woman who swallowed the fly sort of operation here, where you do something to fix a problem that only creates more problems. You do things to fix those problems, which only create more problems. And then you have to ask the question of, at a certain point, there is no difference between just incompetence and malice, right? The classic thing is, do not ascribe to malice what can be explained by incompetence. Well, it almost doesn't matter at a certain point. Whose decision was it?
Yeah, both should be eradicated.
And both have the same outcome. So, whose decision was it you've got these security bullards, you've got these, steel barriers there to block Bourbon Street. You have to replace them. Whose decision was it to take down the first iteration and then leave it down before you put up the other ones? Shouldn't you put the other ones up first and then take down the first? Like, this stuff seems obvious to me. Was this on purpose? Was it coordinated? Did the guy know that the security barriers were going to be down so he knew how to target Bourbon Street? Or was this just, DEI hiring and everybody being crap at their job and people not coming into the office because they want to work from home? I mean, at a certain point, it doesn't matter, because the outcome is a truck gets onto Bourbon Street and runs down 15 innocent people. So whether this is an accident, and we got the FBI spokesperson sitting up there going, yes, multiple devices was found, and it's like, Jesus, they can't even speak proper English, and we're expecting them to hunt down sophisticated terrorist networks. We're just coming apart at the seams, basically. America's just coming apart at the seams, and to take the illustration, literally, this like stuffed bear that's coming apart at the seams and stuffing's falling out. So they're just shoving more stuffing in, which is just breaking the seams even more. Right. It's like, it's this feedback loop that we can interrupt at any time by doing just very normal common sense things like protecting the border and arresting criminals. This is our revolutionary solution that's just sitting right in front of us.
Why do you think it was that nose ring lady from the FBI was so reluctant to call it a terrorist attack when it was obviously one from the start?
God only knows. The man had an ISIS flag in his truck. How that could be anything other than terror is really impossible to say. Who knows? Who knows? I mean, even now, the FBI, as I pointed out before, this came out minutes before I came on the show, FBI claims no definitive link between New Orleans terror attack and Las Vegas Cybertruck bomb incident.
Other than Fort Bragg.
Yeah, other than the Fort Bragg, other than the fact that they happened on the same day, hours apart from each other, apart from the fact that they both involved trucks, apart from the fact that they both used the same app to rent the trucks.
And they all involved improvised explosive devices.
And veterans or active service members. So, yeah, no definitive link according to the FBI. So, I mean, these are the word games, right? By the word, we shall conquer. The word will conquer the...
And it's crazy too. There was the shooting that happened at the New York nightclub. I've hardly even looked into it, because as a human being, you really only have the capacity to process so many major stories at once. And so when a bunch of stuff happens all at once, you're going to start to kind of forget one or not pay attention to the other one. This week we've had the bird flu thing, we've had the New Orleans thing, we've had the Cybertruck thing in Vegas, we had the hostage situation in Vegas allegedly. There were more people that were allegedly involved in some of these acts that were arrested. It was captured on drone footage. We've had the shootings in the New York club. I mean, it's just one thing after another, and you can really only focus on the one thing, and they've got so much leverage and power over what the mainstream media reports that they can determine what you focus on if they want to turn your attention away from something else.
Well, and they sort of seize the initiative, right? When you're the one acting, when you're the one doing the thing, everybody else has to then react to you. So, they're able to attack, and then while you're dealing with that, they attack again, and suddenly you're dealing with that. So keeping you on your back foot. And but it's interesting as you're mentioning these things, we had a caller ask about why these locations were chosen, and it's interesting how often Las Vegas crops up, whether it was the Las Vegas shooting, Mandalay Bay, or this happening, or Joe Biden getting sick, just before dropping out. That whole bizarre scandal that was in Las Vegas, and of course, Las Vegas is a creation of the mob, which got its start and continues operating as basically just a unofficial branch of the intelligence agents itself. So, I wonder how much the mob operation plays into this with the connections to Las Vegas.
Well, powerful stuff. Harrison Smith, thank you so much for agreeing to come on for an hour after doing a show this morning. It's always an honor and a pleasure to speak with you. Please follow him on X. What's your handle?
At Harrison H. Smith.
Perfect. Follow him, show your support. Go to the AlexJonesStore.com/Harrison. Support him there. His reporting is always astoundingly wonderful. Stay tuned for Nick Sorter on the other side.
Thank you.
The globalist, BlackRock, New World Order criminals want to make you poor and they want to make you sick. It's in their own admissions. Well, in any real revolution against tyranny, it is critical that we be independent and that we have the power of free speech. I'm bringing you the ultimate win-win or 360 win or non-zero sum game. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the AlexJonesStore.com affiliate program. It's so easy, even I know how to do it, and I'm not a big tech person. It's free. You go to the AlexJonesStore.com, you go sign up for free, you're given your own affiliate link, and then each month you can cash it out. 10% of every sale of game-changing supplements and amazing Patriot apparel and other great products that people love will go to you each month. So this is a way to help folks out getting great products, to keep the show on the air and expanding in the face of the New World Order, and to put money in your pocket. The globalists want you poor. They want you unhealthy. They want us isolated. They don't want all this Patriot apparel out there so we realize how strong we are and so we don't meet like-minded people. This thing is so exciting. I was sitting here before I started taping this announcement, and I was thinking, how do I hype this enough? If people get excited about this, if folks take action with this information, it's incredible. And the folks we're doing it with, our great sponsor, AlexJonesStore.com, have done this with other talk shows, and it's been extremely successful. And this is a chance for you to join the info war. So many people say, hey, we want to help you. We want to get involved. What can we do? This is how you do it. It's decentralized. It's all up to you and how much action you take sharing the links. We've got the great products and the great customer service and everything else. We've got the broadcast. It is a win-win. All you got to do is go to the AlexJonesStore.com, sign up for free, get your link, and start posting it and promoting it, and it'll change the world. Thank you so much for your support. I go to the AlexJonesStore.com to sign up right now.
Politicians spy on Americans while whistleblower.
traveling monk asked an old woman the road to Taizan, a popular temple supposed to give wisdom to the one who worships there. The old woman said, "Go straight ahead." When the monk proceeded a few steps, she said to herself, "He also is a common churchgoer." Someone told this incident to Joshu, who said, "Wait until I investigate." The next day he went and asked the same question, and the old woman gave the same answer. Joshu remarked, "I have investigated that old woman." Mumon's comment. The old woman understood how war is planned, but she did not know how spies sneak in behind her tent. Old Joshu played the spy's work and turned the tables on her, but he was not an able general. Both had their faults. Now I want to ask you, what was the point of Joshu's investigating the old woman? When the question is common, the answer is also common. When the question is sand in a bowl of boiled rice, the answer is a stick in the soft mud. A philosopher asked Buddha, "Without words, without the wordless, will you tell me truth?" The Buddha kept silence. The philosopher bowed and thanked the Buddha, saying, "I have cleared away my delusions and entered the true path." After the philosopher had gone, Ananda asked the Buddha what he had attained. The Buddha replied, "A good horse runs even at the shadow of the whip." Mumon's comment. Ananda was the disciple of the Buddha. Even so, his opinion did not surpass that of outsiders. I want to ask you monks, how much difference is there between disciples and outsiders? To tread the sharp edge of a sword, to run on smooth frozen ice, one needs no footsteps to follow. Walk over the cliff with hands free. A monk asked Baso, "What is Buddha?" Baso said, "This mind is not Buddha." Mumon's comment, "If anyone understands this, he is a graduate of Zen." If you meet a fencing master on the road, you may give him your sword. If you meet a poet, you may offer him your poem. When you meet others, say only a part of what you intend. Never give the whole thing at once. Nansen said, "Mind is not Buddha. Learning is not the path." Mumon's comment. Nansen was getting old and forgot to be ashamed. He spoke out with bad breath and exposed the scandal of his own home. However, there are few who appreciate his kindness. When the sky is clear, the sun appears. When the earth is parched, rain will fall. He opened his heart fully and spoke out, but it was useless to talk to pigs and fish. Seijo, the Chinese girl, observed Goso, had two souls, one always sick at home and the other in the city, a married woman with 2 children. Which was the true soul? Mumon's comment. When one understands this, he will know it is possible to come out from one shell and enter another, as if one were stopping at a transient lodging house. But if he cannot understand, when his time comes and his 4 elements separate, he will be just like a crab dipped in boiling water, struggling with many hands and legs. In such a predicament, he may say, "Mumon did not tell me where to go," but it will be too late then. The moon above the clouds is the same moon. The mountains and rivers below are all different. Each is happy in its unity and variety. This is one, this is two. Goso said, "When you meet a Zen master on the road, you cannot talk to him, you cannot face him with silence. What are you going to do?" Mumon's comment. In such a case, if you can answer him intimately, your realization will be beautiful. But if you cannot, you should look about without seeing anything. Meeting a Zen master on the road, face him neither with words nor silence. Give him an uppercut, and you will be called one who understands Zen. Gozo said, when a buffalo goes out of his enclosure to the edge of the abyss, his horns and his head and his hoofs all pass through, but why can't the tail also pass? Mumon's comment. If anyone can open one eye at this point and say a word of Zen, he is qualified to repay the 4 gratifications. And not only that, he can save all sentient beings under him. But if he cannot say such a word of true Zen, he should turn back his tail. If the buffalo runs, he will fall into the trench. If he returns, he will be butchered. That little tail is a very strange thing. A monk asked Joshu why Bodhidharma came to China. Joshu said, an oak tree in the garden. Mumon's comment. If one sees Joshu's answer clearly, there is no Shakyamuni Buddha before him, and no future Buddha after him. Words cannot describe everything. The heart's message cannot be delivered in words. If one receives words literally, he will be lost. If he tries to explain with words, he will not attain enlightenment in this life. Hyakujo wished to send a monk to open a new monastery. He told his pupils that whoever answered a question most ably would be appointed. Placing a water vase on the ground, he asked, "Who can say what this is without calling its name?" The chief monk said, "No one can call it a wooden shoe." Isan, the cooking monk, tipped over the vase with his foot and went out. Hyakujo smiled and said, "The chief monk loses," and Isan became the master of the new monastery. Mumon's comment. Isan was brave enough, but he could not escape Hyakujo's trick. After all, he gave up a light job and took a heavy one. Why can't you see he took off his comfortable hat and placed himself in iron stocks? Giving up cooking utensils, defeating the chatterbox. Though his teacher sets a barrier for him, his feet will tip over everything, even the Buddha. Bodhidharma sits facing the wall. His future successor stands in the snow and presents his severed arm to Bodhidharma. He cries, "My mind is not pacified. Master, pacify my mind." Bodhidharma says, "If you bring me that mind, I will pacify it for you." The successor says, "When I search my mind, I cannot hold it." Bodhidharma says, "Then your mind is pacified already." Mumon's comment. That broken-toothed old Hindu, Bodhidharma, came thousands of miles over the sea from India to China as if he had something wonderful. He's like raising waves without wind. After he remained years in China, he had only one disciple, and that one lost his arm and was deformed. Alas, ever since he has had brainless disciples. Why did Bodhidharma come to China? For years, monks have discussed this. All the troubles that have followed since came from that teacher and disciple. In the time of Buddha Shakyamuni, Manjushri went to the assemblage of the Buddhas. When he arrived there, the conference was over, and each Buddha had returned to his own Buddha land. Only one girl was yet unmoved in deep meditation. Manjushri asked Buddha Shakyamuni how it was possible for this girl to reach this state, one which even he could not attain. "Bring her out from samadhi and ask her yourself," said the Buddha. Manjushri walked around the girl 3 times and snapped his fingers. She still remained in meditation. So by his miracle power, he transported her to a high heaven and tried his best to call her, but in vain. Buddha Shakyamuni said, even 100,000 Manjushris could not disturb her. But below this place, past 1,200 million countries, is a bodhisattva, Mo-myo, seed of delusion. If he comes here, she will awaken. No sooner had the Buddha spoken than that bodhisattva sprang up from the earth and bowed and paid homage to the Buddha. Buddha directed him to arouse the girl. The bodhisattva went in front of the girl and snapped his fingers, and in that instant, the girl came out of her deep meditation. Mumon's comment. Old Shakyamuni set a very poor stage. I want to ask you, monks, if Manjushri, who is supposed to have been the teacher of 7 Buddhas, could not bring this girl out of meditation, how then could a bodhisattva who was a mere beginner? If you understand this intimately, you yourself can enter the great meditation while you are living in the world of delusion. One could not awaken her, the other could. Neither are good actors. One wears the mask of God, one a devil's mask. Had both failed, the drama still would be a comedy. Shuzan held out his short staff and said, "If you call this a short staff, you oppose its reality. If you do not call it a short staff, you ignore the fact. Now what do you wish to call this?" Mumon's comment. If you call this a short staff, you oppose its reality. If you do not call it a short staff, you ignore the fact. It cannot be expressed with words, and it cannot be expressed without words. Now say quickly what it is. Holding out the short staff, he gave an order of life or death, positive and negative interwoven. Even Buddhas and patriarchs cannot escape this attack. Basho said to his disciple, "When you have a staff, I will give it to you. If you have no staff, I will take it away from you." Umon's comment: "When there is no bridge over the creek, the staff will help me. When I return home on a moonless night, the staff will accompany me. But if you call this a staff, you will enter hell like an arrow. With this staff in my hand, I can measure the depths and shallows of the world. The staff supports the heavens and makes firm the earth. Everywhere it goes, the true teaching will be spread." Hoen said, "The past and future Buddhas both are his servants. Who is he?" Umon's comment: "If you realize clearly who he is, it is as if you met your own father on a busy street. There is no need to ask anyone whether or not your recognition is true. Do not fight with another's bow and arrow. Do not ride another's horse. Do not discuss another's faults. Do not interfere with another's work." Sekiso asked, "How can you proceed on from the top of a 100-foot pole?" Another Zen teacher said, "One who sits on the top of a 100-foot pole has attained a certain height, but still is not handling Zen freely. He should proceed on from there and appear with his whole body in the 10 parts of the world." Umon's comment: "One can continue his steps or turn his body freely about on the top of the pole. In either case, he should be respected. I want to ask you monks, however, how will you proceed from the top of that pole? Look out. The man who lacks the third eye of insight will cling to the measure of the 100 feet. Such a man will jump from there and kill himself, like a blind man misleading other blind men." Tosotsu built 3 barriers and made the monks pass through them. The first barrier is studying Zen. In studying Zen, the aim is to see one's own true nature. Now, where is your true nature? Secondly, when one realizes his own true nature, he will be free from birth and death. Now, when you shut the light from your eyes and become a corpse, how can you free yourself? Thirdly, if you free yourself from birth and death, you should know where you are. Now your body separates into the 4 elements. Where are you? Umon's comment: "Whoever can pass these 3 barriers will be a master wherever he stands. Whatever happens about him, he will turn into Zen. Otherwise, he will be living on poor food, and not even enough of that to satisfy himself. An instant realization sees endless time. Endless time is as one moment. When one comprehends the endless moment, he realizes the person who is seeing it."
The man whose hand can turn whatever it touches into gold. So he enchanted the sword of the king's son with his hand and promised that if the king's son could slay the dragon, he would offer more gold. At this time, the confident Jack was ready to set out to slay the dragon immediately. However, Jack's defeated opponent took the opportunity to attack him, and Jack died like this. After the king learned of Jack's death, he was not at all sad because he needed the man's gold more now to rebuild the kingdom. It turned out that Jack was just a gift that the leprechaun caught and gave to the king. So as long as the king agreed to one of his conditions, the leprechaun would help the king complete the task. The king originally thought that the leprechaun would resurrect Jack, but he didn't expect that the leprechaun didn't have this ability. However, Jack has a...
You support the profound teaching with a single hand. Kenbo and Umon are like 2 riders, neither of whom can surpass the other. It is very difficult to find the perfect man. Frankly, neither of them.
Cell phones, and I've actively used those hundreds of cell phones to do targeted focus on people on this app, whether it's Dr. Steve Appel or Dr. Roger May.
Funny.
Yeah, I often, find my
Mi gente, por ahí andan las noticias que según quieren deportar a a toda la raza trabajadora y les hicimos este corrido, compa Kevin. Para que le pongan oído, dice más o menos así, compadre. Años tengo trabajando de este lado, buscando inventados. Mi gente, por ahí andan las noticias que según quieren deportar a toda la raza trabajadora y les hicimos este corrido, compa Kevin.
¿Ah? Salam alaikum, alaikum assalam.
Años tengo trabajando de este lado, buscando el mentado sueño americano. Los gringos aquí ya no nos quieren, que según les estorbamos. Se menciona mucho en los noticieros, traen muchos mitotesos del gobierno. Resulta ya quieren deportarme, en eso no estamos de acuerdo. Resulta que por ser inmigrante, mi valor es insignificante. Si supieran lo que batallamos para salir adelante. Ya con día salimos a chambear, no creo que nadie le hagamos mal. Ya quisiera verlos trabajando como lo hace este ilegal. ¿Y qué culpa tenemos nosotros los inmigrantes por querer buscar nuestros sueños? ¡Ánimo, mi gente! Y no se me raja. Y así son los de la norte, compa Jesús Méndez. Puro elegante récord, mi viejo. ¡Ay, ay, ay! Muy buena vida y mala fama me tocó vivir. Los envidiosos hablan y se preocupan por mí. Prendo un cigarro y tiro el humo para reflexionar. Veo las cosas más claras y...
Your mama know you smoking that, bro? Your mama know you smoking that?
Ay, ve.
You an outsider, bro. You a foreigner, nigga. Where are you from, nigga?
I want to know if you really from Brooklyn. Tú hablas español,
Yo.
Sí, puedo hablar español, pues.
This nigga said, habla español. This nigga's crazy.
Muchas gracias, Flower Top. I see this thing, right?
This nigga, he's scared of his family.
You can't
Japanese master during the Meiji era.
The Jewish niggas, the Chinese niggas, fucking your family over, nigga. Where you from, bro? You scared.
He poured his visitor's cup
That's
full.
what fear looks like. Look at this man. He's scared. Scared, nigga. You never been a man. You scared, nigga. Look at you. Where you from, my nigga? Look at this nigga. He's in fear. They dominate.
I'm fine, bro.
You got buck broken. Nigga.
So what's your job, Tim?
You gonna cry? You gonna scream? You gonna scream? You gonna cry? Where you people from, nigga? You scared of it?
What's your job, homie?
I think your people are scary. I think wherever you from is scary, nigga. I ain't know that's scary, nigga.
Come on, Toby.
Those people hurt you that bad. You gonna tell people you from Brooklyn? You gonna claim a land that's not yours?
Yeah, tú no hablas español, yo.
Yeah, tú hablas español. So Brooklyn is español. So look at this man. He's scared of his own people.
Man. You ain't even really in it like that.
You laughing because you
trying
left
to
your
act like you
people.
somebody. Nobody don't know you.
Nah, I'm somebody. I'm definitely somebody, nigga. I
Nobody
can connect to you, my nigga. You wanna do it?
No, you a bum.
We can do it right now. Get my back channel, nigga. We can do it right now, bro. Right now. Get off the energy. Get off the mic, nigga. Let's do it. You're not from here, my nigga. Nobody knows you, bro. Who knows you? Who knows you? Nobody knows you here. You're not from here. You ain't got no family here. You ain't no people here. Nobody knows you, bro.
Can you go back to the gene?
Nah, you not known, bro. You a cosplayer. You a teller, nigga. You a cosplayer, nigga. You're not from my neighborhood, nigga. Nobody knows you. I ain't do nothing. I ain't do anything. What did y'all do? Y'all cosplayed. That's what y'all did.
You over there having sex with chicks.
What's your fight?
You over there having sex with
that's what we did, but what did you do? You came into a new land, nigga. You're not a colleague, nigga. You a colonizer, bro.
So until you
You're not from Brooklyn, my nigga. You a black colonizer, bro.
You're not on my left.
Nobody knows you. This nigga's not from Brooklyn. This nigga's a colonizer.
You're not on my left, bro. You're not on my left.
Well, who know you? What y'all people do? Where your family from? Your family from the South? Where they from?
You know, when I was out in the streets, you was out there playing, I don't know, video games.
Really?
Stop.
Really?
You need to stop.
Really?
You a video game inside.
You was in the
That's
street in
why you're
Brooklyn?
paid by the feds.
Where you was at in the street? Where you was at? In Brooklyn?
On Clubhouse and run these stupid conversations, right? You're running from the facts. All your heroes.
Alright, I got you, bro. Can you take care of your family?
I got you. Holmes.
Can you take care of your family?
That's
you don't
how
want to
I
take
work.
care of your family.
How do you take care of your family?
You want to obfuscate your identity. You're no longer who you are. Now you're from Brooklyn. Yo, look at this bitch ass nigga. Now you're a Brooklyn nigga. What about your own original family? You forgot about them? Did you forget about your family? Bro, you're not
What's
from
going
Brooklyn. Take the
on?
fuck out of here.
What's going
That
on?
man is not from Brooklyn. That man is a fucking colonizer. He's from Trinidad or some weird shit. Fuck that nigga, man.
You are nothing.
Don't try to identify with us, nigga. You from Trinidad. Shut your bitch ass up, nigga. You never fought for your people, nigga.
You're the same guy.
They about to kill your family, nigga. Fuck out of here, man. The Iranians is out there. Syrians is out there in Trinidad, nigga. Ain't them Syrians in Trinidad? Ain't them Syrians in Trinidad? You crashing out. You're not from Brooklyn, bro. Your family's not here. You have no identity here. You have no history here, bro.
Did you drag my life on the set before you fuck broken bastard?
Don't worry about it, man. It's not your home, bro. You're not home. You're an outsider. You're not here, bro. You're an outsider, bro. I know. You're not home, bro. You're not home.
Homosexual man.
You crashing, my nigga. You're not home, my nigga. It's easy, bro. This is very easy. You're not home.
Armenia.
You want to be me? You're not me, nigga. You. Be you, my nigga. You're not me, my nigga. You want to be me? If you being me, can I be you? You're not me, my nigga.
Girl, what's the topic?
He's not me. This nigga's not from Brooklyn. He's an outsider. I know you crashed now. He's not me. People, listen. This guy's not me. He's him. He don't want to tell me who he is.
I mean, Lonzo
But
P.
you're not me. You're not.
Brothers, come on now. It's over with. Let it go.
What's the topic? Now, I want to hear why Malcolm was running around with 2 homos and them kids. I want to know more. Oh, shit.
He said he's from Brooklyn. I don't know who he is, though.
If you watch the 1963 March for the Store, it's on YouTube.
But you're not from Brooklyn. Where you from, bro?
Look at the Mason. Look at the Mason. Look at the Mason, right?
But bro, who are you though? Nobody knows who you are. You just talking. Nobody knows who you are, bro.
Who you are. I did it on purpose.
I'm from Brooklyn, nigga. My whole family's there. We got a lineage there. We got blood, sweat, and tears there. Who are you? Nobody knows you. You an outsider. You just talking and screaming, bro. Who is this nigga? That nigga's from Trinidad. Who are you, bro?
I don't like condoms. I never have.
This nigga, y'all not seen a play?
Now you hear.
He's a foreigner. You a foreigner and make yourself part of my community? No, nigga, that's not how that works, bro. No, where are you from? What do y'all people do? You an asset?
bro.
You an asset?
No, you just showed it. Why is it that when the lady said that she wanted to hear about Martin Luther King being a homosexual with a bunch of kids, you had to jump in?
I got that conversation.
Hold on, what? Back that up. What you just said?
He disrespectful. He's a foreigner, very disrespectful.
You telling me about a march? Because of a march, you saying Malcolm X was touching kids?
Ooh.
I did not say he was touching kids. I said I don't trust him. If you're a straight man, you should never go with a bunch of
Why was it kid? You from Trinidad?
As a straight man, you should never do what? Look at this bastard. I can't
go ahead,
bro. Say what I'm trying to hear what you're trying to say. I'm saying as a straight man, you want to go over state lines with a bunch of kids playing guitar, right? Mm-hmm. All right, break this one down for me. Go ahead, keep going. Break this one down for me. None of the original protesters were over the age of 18. The whole thing about the civil rights movement was that once they enticed the kids to come from the South to go to the North and to California, a place like that, especially. back in the days, 13 years old, you can have a job as a child, right? But after a certain age, they just cut it off. So they have all these kids with nothing to do. That's what they did. They take all these kids, let them protest, and that's why some of the placards you're gonna see, I am a man. None of those people protest over the age of 18.
Alright, can you drop a link or some more information about this? Because I'm still not following how that got to do with Malcolm X being a child toucher.
It's more.
Oh, he did back in a foreign project.
Okay, so it's Martin Luther King that was running around with the 2 homo men and a whole bunch of kids.
He was an FBI snitch and a communist pedophile having sex with an orgy of people eating pizza and cotton candy and drinking. Abby's not Jewish. She's lying. You're lying. You're not Jewish. Your mom's not Jewish. You're not Jewish. You're lying. I figured it out. You're a liar. Figured you out, fatty. Got you. Gotcha. You're not Jewish, and your mom's not Jewish. Gotcha. Busted. Busted. Ooh. There you go.
Shut up,
Quran. It's Quran.
Nobody cares.
Thank you, Zach, for speaking up for me.
And why is this room quiet?
It's because Quran is in the room. Pussy is gonna get some snacks.
I'm back.
Okay, he's back.
That's what we didn't understand it.
And they're like,
Yeah, you gotta speak their fucking language now.
well, and it's most places like.
Israel ain't even Jewish. The goddamn Vanderbilt's been fucking my people 125 motherfucking years.
No, well, just go ahead, man. Whatever.
Okay, don't it get annoying?
Hello?
Oh, he's my favorite person on the set. That's sad. You guys really bring down the value of rooms. Like the rooms been going on, they pretty.
Hello?
Jazzy, I know that you took the L twice with me, right? But, the third time was too much. But you did agree with me at least twice.
Okay.
So that was good. That's good. Ain't combat with him, Jazzy. He's easy to beat. Oh, shit.
Why don't you tell them what the bet was, hey?
He's delighted.
Tell them what the bet was.
God. The Jews are tricking God so they can go out of the house on Saturday.
How did they do it?
I feel bad that I should.
How did they do it? Tell them. It's called an A-root. Come on, tell them. Give the people the secret knowledge.
You have potatoes in here.
Tell them. Come on. The Jews have a fishing line around telegraph and telephone poles and lampposts around New York.
Wait, are you still using the telegraph where you are? That explains a lot.
That's right. Why is there a fishing line? Why is there a fishing line around Manhattan?
Hang on, because we're tricking God.
Diddy.
Hey, he
And I
said
took
it.
your money.
He said it.
Yeah, we're tricking God.
That's right. Where's my $150?
I tricked
Can
you
you
at.
tell me why there's a fishing line around Manhattan?
To catch fish, obviously.
Yeah.
Can you tell me why there's a fishing line around Manhattan?
No, T-Rock, can you please tell me why there's a fishing line around Manhattan?
Because under Jewish customs, there are things that they are not allowed to do today. So that they can use cookie or powder to prevent them. And then as long as this fishing line is continuous and possible, then that's the way it will be there. So they are allowed to as long as they're within the fishing line.
You want to make
And this is
that?
referred to,
Want to make
this is
that
referred
one?
to as a route.
You want to make that one?
Do you want to spell? Do you want to spell for everyone what because it has its own status website. It's aroof.nyc. It's eroof.nyc. It says Aroof status. The Manhattan Railroad is not master. Support
Want to earn cryptocurrency? Try Coinbase. Coinbase simplifies buying, selling, earning, and learning about crypto with a user-friendly design that encourages you to learn about crypto by offering
Reasonable. Well, I offered 10,000, but you weren't that secure about your. Yeah, because I knew that you wouldn't pay. Anyway, the list the chat room. Because you knew you would lost.
Excuse me. It says, why is an Eruv important to the Jewish community? The celebration of the Sabbath is a communal celebration. Traditional families do not drive but walk together to synagogue for prayers and then gather to eat, listen, and study with family and friends. In the absence of an Eruv, children cannot be carried or pushed in stroller to synagogue or other family activities. People requiring wheelchairs, walkers, crutches, or canes cannot use these outside their homes. Those who take medication frequently must stay home because they cannot carry their medication with them. Without an Eruv, there is a significant diminution of the enjoyment of Sabbath for the entire community. Those with disabilities and families with infants and small children are especially affected.
Oh no, not tricking God.
So why is it fishing lines needed though, right?
Why are you so obsessed with Jews, Timmy? What?
Why can't you actually just talk about it rather than
It's a fishing line conspiracy. They're trying to restrict freedom of movement by not putting fishing lines up in all our communities.
We talked about how I be your skinny pale ass over a simple bet because you're so friggin' stupid and that's
So why are you not trying to extract the money out of me?
I could give a shit about your
T-Robs, you owe me money for my Adrian Dittman Elon Musk bet. I want my motherfucking money, motherfucker.
Money too.
Listen, you little Northern Irish leprechaun motherfucking J-word hating midget. I want my fucking money.
No, you forgot she's dead to me.
Koran, why are these goyim so obsessed with Jews, Koran?
Because they're all depressed, fat, or skinny pieces of shit that need to go to the gym and read a book.
I mean, honestly, wait, who's the goyim? Who's the goyim?
That's why I said I don't like them calling us that. Like, I don't know who they
I mean, honestly, you're a fucking,
You're from the Rhineland anyway. So
right, these motherfuckers are goddamn Khazars, man. Like, who the fuck are you to sit up here and call anybody goyim? Like fucking Arthur Koestler crying out on you motherfuckers that you're the fucking goyim. Like, if there were, he said, look, if these people are the Jews, then there's a 13 tribes. These motherfuckers ain't part of the 12, motherfucker. Oh, you're the goyim, motherfucker.
Goy just means go do something with your life. It's like the word God. Go do something with your life. Be productive. Hello? Hello?
By a fucking man-made governing structure with a contrived, fake, assignment of their race, man.
Who has
Balfour Declaration.
Who has the
Balfour Declaration. You had the Balfour Declaration. It wasn't a declaration of the Most High.
So who has
But of course you.
Jerusalem and who has the Torah, motherfucker?
Satan does. That's all.
No, I'm gonna say this as a black woman. The Torah don't mean shit to me. It's not my lineage.
Whoa.
Who has the Dead Sea Scrolls is the real question.
She don't like wisdom.
No.
You got it in the museum. Look at.
Are you from Eber?
That's why she dumb.
Eber? Are you from Eber?
You mean Uber?
Like really dumb.
Eber. Uber? I'm gonna move you down. We'll talk
That's
to you
why
later.
she dumb, like really dumb. That's why she dumb, like really dumb.
Anybody up here from the line of Eber? Alex?
Ebert.
If you're not from the line of Eber, you're not even like, hello?
What are you talking about?
Are you from the? Do you not know your own history? Do you know who Eber is?
Bernard lines of lineage.
Cisco and Ebert?
Yo!
Yes, they were very wise men who commented on media in the United States. I'm sorry, Jesse. I'm like half listening. I'm outside. I can't hear it.
You guys don't know who Eber is?
Yeah, Bert and Ernie, that's from Sesame Street, right?
Yeah, this is who Eber is. I'm posting it at the top. Here you go.
Bring out Norm out there. Come on, Pebble Norm.
Oh shit! He's calling you Goy in the chat.
Yeah, that's fine. There goes Eber. Eber is the father of all Hebrews. It literally means Hebrew.
Goyim's a fucking slur.
Eber means Hebrew.
Come on, that means white fragility.
Eber means Hebrew, which is from Biblical Greek, which is older than Hebrew.
Goyish fragility.
Oscar, why you keep bringing him back up?
Goyish fragility.
My cousin can't bring him up in like 30 minutes. I haven't.
Goyish fragility.
T-Rob, you still here, brother?
That's right.
Okay.
I can't take him and him. How do you guys not know who Eber is?
Migraine and seizure.
Hebrew comes from. He started the Hebrew language. But why do I know this and you
Obama was putting belt the ass on them niggas, bro.
Yeah, wow. My cousin about to be an Air Force pilot. I hope he bombs the whole fucking Somalia.
No, man, you gotta have compassion on your enemy. Drop them some steaks and some Burger King and some motherfucking McDonald's, man. Don't drop no Raytheon or Boeing fucking Bunker Busters on them shit. Sell them burgers, man. Sell them some Ford. Sell them some GM. Bring a Google computer search or some kind of AI robots up in their ass.
Big lad.
Free Tory.
Big one, bitch! Free Tory!
Is this
Yo.
Big one, bitch!
What?
Don't get yourself put on the watch list, Big Law.
Yo, Big Law having a brother that's crazy. Nah, man, this year.
Big love, sister.
Hey, where the fuck is 2024, dude? Because what the fuck is going on?
2024 is over. It's now 2025.
Oh, nah, bro. Big Law got a fucking brother, dude.
Don't you know that 2025 is just subjective? There's no such thing as 2025.
I want to hear this white boy philosophy, bro.
He sounds like Black Rabbi if he was high.
This is my Black Rabbi impersonation. I am so holy. I am so holy. My soul is so holy. You have no idea the level of my holiness. I'm so holy.
Okay.
Why won't you buy my book? Can I have more whiskey?
He's right.
You know what they call a Hennessy and a Courvoisier on the rocks?
I don't care.
That isn't even
Tap that ass! Tap that ass! Ooh!
No, so.
Big one, bitch! Free Tory!
That ass caught me off guard. I don't think he's white anymore.
Do you gotta get your peoples under control?
Ew, he's weird. I ain't claiming him. Nope.
He's a creep and he records everything.
Oh.
Free Tory.
Yeah, I think that's the only people. Wonder Bread.
Delicious. Take it easy on that Botox. Those lips like they're about to pop.
Okay, can I just explain something? Listen, I have to explain something to you broke retards. You do not put Botox in your lips. You do not put Botox in your lips.
And lay off the filler. You're looking like Miss Piggy.
There we go. You put filler in your lips. Botox goes in other places like your forehead.
Do your face even move anymore?
Yeah, it does. But thank you.
I'm just saying, having a content heart and being happy is more important than having a face full of filler.
About my ass too. What do you think about that?
Probably don't do any squats. No, do you do any yoga, big love? Hello?
Hello?
My people are oppressed. We need to install fishing wire amongst all of our electric poles so we can go out at night. I hear it's called an A-roof. Hello? Hello? Hello?
They're still preserved. I'll open the room. You're mistaken.
Hey y'all, I got some A-roof for sale. You guys buying A-roof?
Our prayer books are for.
Abu Bakr wasn't the first caliph. Well, probably because you make takfir of him or something like that. Yeah, so there's probably some sort of
Get ahead of the curve. Get ahead of the curve.
So it's qualitatively different than, let's say, if you were in the moment and you're trying to decide the leadership and the Ansar want this person and the Quraysh want that person, and then in the heat of it all, Abu Bakr gets elected and everybody accepts it later, right? That's qualitatively different than 300 years later being like, yeah, everybody who's with them is now like apostate or something like that. I think that's how I would perceive it, at least.
Yeah, no, I just touched on this what I was to say because of the current debate, right? Is what I was going to ask about Abu Bakr specifically. I don't know if Abu Bakr alone, although some said, yes, Abu Bakr alone, you cuss him and you takfir him, you are a kafir. But like Uthman Khamis went on to say, similar. And but the idea is the time for deen, right? Because we get our religion from them, from those people. So if you're cussing these people and making takfir, then you're falsifying the religion. Because our religion is built on testimony. From these people. A lot of it is ghaibiyat.
Yeah. So cursing is enough, right? You don't have to do takfir. Or Abu Bakr.
Like, for example, if you accuse Aisha radiallahu anha with the thing that the Quran defended her on, because some of the certain groups in the Shia will actually make the accusation against Aisha radiallahu anha, which the Quran actually defended her on. Anybody take that position, they're automatically because they're going against the Quran, the defense of it, right? Anybody who mathly make takfir of all the Sahaba, the Quran protects Muhajirin or says to follow their way, well, okay, then there's an inqiraf in the book. There's some sort of contradiction, there's a problem, right? It's kind of like, how would I say this? Basically something that the Quran, Allah that has protected the Sahaba on and things like that. If you go against those clear evidences, then that's the end of the conversation, really, right? The problem is one, you have history, and then you are theologically charged, right? And then what do you do with certain aspects of history? So historically, okay, so let's say, for example, Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu, for the sake of the argument, let's say he stole the caliphate and he's a Dawood, right? Because the Shia is really their Khawarij on this point, right? They take what they perceive to be a major sin, and then they make takfir on it, right? So they're akin to the Khawarij in this. Zero? 1 second. Yeah, sorry. So what was I saying to you? Oh yeah. So okay, Abu Bakr is caliph, right? He's a Dawood for the Rashidi. And now this Dawood has obtained power, right? And then he obtained it in contravention to, well, actually Fuad is the right person to ask that question. So Fuad, when you come up, answer the question for Isa. But okay, so let's say for the sake of the argument, Abu Bakr is Dawood, Umar is Dawood, Uthman is Dawood, everybody's a Dawood, right? Historically, we know Ali radiallahu anhu gave bayah, right? So what's the hukum on giving bayah to a Dawood? And then not only doing that, but historically, we know that he advised them, right? He became a judge for them. Okay, what's the hukam of being a judge for a taghut? Solidifying their rule, right? Furthermore, Umar radiallahu anhu, he marries his daughter to her, Kulthum. The marriage is also historically established, right? Okay, would you marry somebody, your daughter, and he doesn't have iman? You know, when you're an imam?
I would say taqiyya, bro.
Yeah, no, but if it's taqiyya, then really good, because then we can be like, okay, Abu al-Khattab said that Ja'far as-Sadiq was a prophet. Sorry, and what Ja'far as-Sadiq was the manifestation of God, and Abu al-Khattab was the prophet. And when they make takfir from them, be like, oh no. And when they say, well, Ja'far as-Sadiq actually denied it, we'll just be like, oh, Ja'far as-Sadiq was making taqiyya. In fact, he was the manifestation of God. And in fact, Abu al-Khattab was the prophet of Ja'far as-Sadiq. But when he just did taqiyya, so that you guys would get off his back. You know? So the truth is with the Khattabi, it's like the taqiyya card applies to everyone. Right? And they
That's
can...
the thing. It's arbitrary because you never like who decides when they do taqiyya or not. Oh yeah, this was taqiyya because you know it strengthens our position. It's taqiyya. Hussein when he gave bay'ah, no, it wasn't bay'ah. It was an agreement. But no, we have it in all durations, right? It's bay'ah. But, oh yeah, but that bay'ah was taqiyya as well. Like everything taqiyya.
So that's the thing. Like if you play the taqiyya card, well, you know what? Guess what? The Waqifis, right? The Waqifis who believe that Musa al-Kazim or the Qa'im, and there's no 12 Imams, there's 7, and the 8th is the riser. Right? Guess what? They were the correct ones. You have the wrong Imam, but you were all idiots, and you guys didn't figure it out because the Imams did taqiyya to please you, heretics, right? And do what you want, right? There's no way around it. It's such an easy way to go about things.
It ruins, wallahi, it ruins the deen because now if you don't know, like, was it taqiyya, was it not taqiyya, right? It mixes falsehood with truthfulness, and it's not the akhlaq of a Muslim. Like, but he done it for the better of the ummah, because if he didn't do taqiyya, then he would have separated the ummah, so therefore it was okay for him to lie and give bay'ah, but then how can we separate what's true and what's not?
But let's see if we can use taqiyya to our advantage too, right? Oh, okay, Abu Bakr, he disbelieved in the Imam. Oh, he was doing taqiyya. He actually believed in the Imam, so he's a Muslim. Right? You need to follow him. Omar also did taqiyya. Uthman also believed that Ali was the righteous ruler, but due to politics, they had to take power, and they were under taqiyya the whole way through. Abu Bakr really wanted to give Fatima Fadak, but he was under taqiyya, so he couldn't give it to her. Because had he given it to her, then he feared that the other people, they would have attacked, and they would have killed Ahl al-Bayt. So out of taqiyya, he didn't give it to us. Muawiyah, out of taqiyya, fearing that if he doesn't fight Ali, then the Romans would open up a front that all the Muslims would die under. He did a civil war out of taqiyya.
Double taqiyya,
taqiyya. Anybody can
on our side, because look how Islam flourished under the Khilafah. So, but look, it worked because look, the Islam, everyone was united, and he was.
The Muslims, the Umayyads did taqiyya, and look how far it got us. We conquered half of the world. And we also believed in the Imamah, but we were just doing taqiyya.
This is the deity of shaitan. You know, to confuse truthfulness with falsehood.
It's sad, bro. It's sad. It's sad. And then the problem is, it's just historically inaccurate, right? It's like, dude, they deny the daughters of the Prophet. They deny Ruqayya, and they deny the other daughter of the Prophet, Zainab, out of sectarianism. So there's so much stupidity that they have that if you were to fairly look at it, you would genuinely be like, guys, calm down. But just sectarianism.
So something that just came up, like I never really thought about it. So they never say that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam had taqiyya, right? So they'll never say that. However, why would they negate it from him if it's something that is okay, right? Because if Allah willed for him to be a Rasul and a Nabi, and he was divinely appointed, Ali and all the other imams with the Divine content
and they
are
don't even know
that
about.
they were forced
Okay.
to hide the truth through
I don't know
yet they still present in any of the other divinely appointed.
And the
imams
imams
are higher than except for the Prophet ﷺ, the imams are higher than all the other ones. Yet they never did qiyam. So why did Allah create the circumstances for them where they would succeed in the manner that they were to succeed? But for them, they had to resort to, hiding the truth because the reality was that they couldn't carry out the mission that they were supposed to carry out. So, it's bizarre. The whole idea is just so bizarre.
Aslan, what's the position on, let's say, rejecting Abu Bakr's Khilafah versus, let's say, I don't know,
Disbelief.
if they reject the Khilafah itself, or what if they say that Ali was supposed to be the first one or something?
Yeah, it's disbelief, but they can be like excused due to that wheel.
But if they like knowingly say, like a Shia says that,
Then they would have ta'wil, right? They would have ta'wil, so they would be excused due to ta'wil. But
if you apply the hujjah, would you then do takfir? Like it would just be negation of like takfir al-mu'ayyin, right?
Yes, Iqamat al-Hujjah is very hard to determine because in most cases you need like a mujtahid or like a qadi to determine it. However, in some instances you can clearly see if somebody's a mu'anid or not. Like if he's stubborn upon his kufr, then in that case you can takfir, yeah.
Yeah, there's certain acts that are just too obvious for there to be any let's say that they're ignorant. With regards to person, then
First of all, usually when you get a tetanus vaccine, you only give 1 dose, and it's good for 10 years. But they were told to give 5 doses in 6 months, which made the doctors, the Catholic Medical Association, say something's wrong here. And it was only given to women of childbearing years, women from 14 years old to, I think, 34 years old, which was weird because men also get tetanus. There was no tetanus outbreak at that time. That was when the Catholic Doctors Association got a hold of the vials and they tested them in half a dozen different labs, and they all came back, or most of them, not all of them, most of them came back and said, yeah, they contain this drug, and they explained why the HGH was in the vaccine. There's no reason to put it in the vaccine. Initially, they said it's not in there, and now they're saying in the current ones it's not in there.
I don't think a 1% allocation is even close to the truth. Definitely 100%.
They said it's in there, but it wasn't put in there to sterilize women, and it's not. And
they say it's safe. I mean, and they say that the vaccines are safe and that they're there to protect women and their newborn babies from tetanus. So, I mean, look, we're out on a thin reed talking about the intentional sterilization of women in Africa without their consent or knowledge.
The evidence is very well documented.
You're suggesting there was an intention to sterilize women without their consent.
They spent 20 years studying the entire.
All right, folks, more on the other side. Your calls, I see them all on the board. Jen, Jim, Tim, Steve, Adnan, Charles. More in 60 seconds. Stay with us.
Patriot Apparel, the supplements, the LShowstore.com do not have a lot of markup because we're being very competitive. And it's critical to fund our operation. But we
It's just a thesis, right? It's, hey, I think this thesis is so good that to me, the allocation must be absolutely extreme. And it's embarrassing that I don't say 100%. Not embarrassing. I mean, I should be negative in debt over this, is what I should be, because my thesis is so strong.
You don't have to do that. I hear you, but I am the same as you, right? I don't like to take unnecessary risk, and I don't
But see, no, you're misunderstanding. I this trade is so good.
Yeah.
That I should be going out of my way to do more. I mean, there's more that I could do to like lean into this trade. If I was 30, dude, I mean, now it's like, okay, well, do I need another? How many more do I need? But the more you talk and you make me talk about it, I'm like, damn, this is a freaking monster business.
Wow. So you think it's because of me, not because of Michael Saylor? Damn. Well,
yeah, it's all because of you, DJ. It's all because of you, bro. I'm gonna go. Let me go just load up my other 15%, man.
Yeah, just do it, brother. But here, I have another follow-up question real quick, and then I'll let you get to the other hands. But I always love.
Everything you ask, just one, bro.
I always love talking to you guys. You guys are awesome, and Gary, I'm glad you're on the Bitcoin train finally. What I'm trying to understand is, like, as a young guy, right? Like, we all want to like start our own businesses and create good, cash flow, but it just almost seems like no matter what businesses I start, I can't outperform Bitcoin. So what do you recommend? Like, should we just stop creating new businesses or what?
They better be really good.
Yeah, it makes it really hard to compete with Bitcoin. So what do I do, Gary?
Well, I don't think everyone's in that position, though. I think, there is some calculus, in my opinion. Okay, let's say that you had $100,000 and you're going to go, okay, I'm going to sit on that $100,000 and do nothing, and invest in Bitcoin. Okay, so it'll be worth $150 the next year, but in the meantime, that 1 year you had $100,000 or $60,000 or $30,000 worth of living expenses. Are you telling me you're not making any income? See, you like that's you should be thinking about mining Bitcoin. You should think about becoming a prostitute to the fiat system, allowing you to exchange your hours, time, and energy and knowledge or willingness in exchange for some fiat, and then you can mine that shit right into Bitcoin. That's the deal, okay? I think that trade is far from being over. And I'm not sympathetic with anyone that says they can't get into the Bitcoin industry and it's going to leave them behind because the price is $98,000. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Thank you, Gary. Couldn't agree more. Happy New Year, brother.
I don't understand why DJ's thinking about, hey, I can't find a business that does better than Bitcoin.
Because I didn't take enough of
it would be like you saying. It's like people combining the conversation money and happiness. Like I hear this from people all the time. Oh, money's not going to make me happy. I'm like, we weren't talking about happy. We were talking about money. So, I mean, what do they have to do with each other? Everybody knows money can't buy happiness. It buys stuff. Now, what is a job creating fiat? By the way, a job that you might like to do have to do with you investing in Bitcoin. They're not connected. They can have a symbiotic relationship. One can feed the other. So like to me, it would be, hey, I go to a job, I do my purpose in life. I think a job is, Bitcoin's not a purpose. I don't think it is. I mean, maybe it is. I hadn't put that one together yet, but my job is to go out into the marketplace, trade some skill I have. Hopefully I like what I do because I'm good at it. Get better at it, I'll like it more. I get money, maybe even a little more money or a bonus or something, and I put it into some investment that I believe in. And then I'm broke again, and I go back out into the world, both without money and still having a purpose to trade my skills in the marketplace with money. But I don't know what they have to do with one another. Why would one somehow disparage the other or vice versa?
No, all I was saying is it's really hard to create a new business, like a startup, right? That is outperforming Bitcoin right now. Because in a startup, right, like it's like in the first year or two, like I haven't been able to outperform Bitcoin of a startup. I just personally myself, maybe I'm
Well,
just put it on
it's
different.
probably because you're a poor performer, though, bro. That's just maybe you just need to buy some consulting or something, from a genius.
Maybe.
And amplify your ability, but you can't just sit on the couch and do Twitter all day long.
I know, right?
Right. So, like I built businesses before and sat there and grinded along for 2-3 years and then smashed while you guys were getting smoked out and tired, low oxygen, sitting there thinking, shit, Bitcoin's outperforming. I'm still building businesses and exploiting ideas, and I'm ready to go when the next downturn's there. So,
Yeah, but Gary, a beta, Bitcoin don't make a beta alpha.
Yeah, man.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I just don't want to be a beta food for the fish. You know what I'm saying, Grant? That's the beta I know.
So are you more optimistic today than you were yesterday?
Oh God, I have been blessed, dude. I feel like I have had a colonoscopy or something. I don't know, man. It just I am I am a new man. I know you and I share that in common about these seasons. Transformative.
Colonoscopy. Feels like a new man after the colonoscopy.
I want to get rich. I want to get a lot richer.
You got a lot of hands up. You're going to get rich one day, Grant.
You got something to say there, big boy? Big rich boy?
Hey, Aiden, I just want to add a point. DJ was bringing this up, and I think you got to understand that it's only about 2 or 3% of us that are going to get Bitcoin out of desire. The 98% are going to get Bitcoin out of necessity, because that's how it works. Right? Like, that's the history of money. Right? Like, people don't like change. It's only the visionaries and people willing to take risk that get rewarded.
Well, I guess at least I'm doing something right.
Yeah, you are. And look, that's the people on these spaces that are just getting it. It's hard to get conviction. Like, you listen to Gary, he's got conviction, right? Like, there's not a doubt in his mind that this is the best trade he's ever seen. I feel the exact same way. But the overwhelming majority of people have none of that.
Hey, does that really come across when I talk?
Yeah, it does. Yes, sir.
Well, I thought I was kind of mundane, man. I was like, maybe I'm underselling this thing.
No, you know the people with conviction, man. It is so obvious, right? And they're usually people that don't think in fiat terms, right? Like, they get it. They get the fact that money systems end and money systems change. That's history, right? And when you see the hardest money, like DJ pointed out, the hardest money that's ever been created, you know that capital will find its way there. And as these crises develop, be it Europe, be it China, be it wherever it comes from, money is going to scream into Bitcoin. And it will be gradually, and it will be suddenly.
I think we're just getting really close to the suddenly, so I really don't know how much of a downturn we'll have, especially if we start seeing these strategic Bitcoin reserves from many nations. So just be careful, folks. I would say if you're able to buy Bitcoin at under 100K, you're still winning. Even if you're able to buy it at 200K, 300K, 500K, even $1 million, Bitcoin, if you look at the total capital of the world, in terms of how much is just parked in money, not to mention how much is parked in real estate and art and everything else, how much of it is going to flow in? It's like a $400 trillion asset trading at $2 trillion right now.
Yeah, I would just add that, 99% of the globe will never get to one Bitcoin. Just keep that in mind. Like that's the goal. If you're starting out, your goal is to get to one Bitcoin. British says it best, man.
Yeah, that's the core thesis, see? That's the only part of the thesis I need. Dark side to then once. Why don't we talk about this conviction thesis? Because I know people in every business, friends, family, and otherwise, have thought I was a massive gambler in these markets. I mean, for sure. But for me, just maybe it's because what I first started doing as a business. Once you have a thesis, how can you, unless you you're not aware of another better opportunity or some other information, it's very difficult for this not to become very, very compelling? Like almost devotional. Who said something about a religion or something earlier? Right? Because it's just almost a spectacular moment. I've never seen, as you say, dude, the risk is on the upside. You know what I'm saying?
100%, right? Like the risk here is to the upside. It's going to run away. The question is just when, right? Gradually, then suddenly. We're probably getting closer to suddenly than anybody thinks. The system is fragile. And, you talk about religion. The ultimate religion right now, probably the biggest religion in the world, is the U.S. dollar. Right? Talk about crazy. Imagine worshiping the dollar.
Fact.
Gentlemen, did you quote that from something, or did you make that up? Because it's awesome.
Anything Dark Side says is original. If you don't know Dark Side, man, you're missing out.
But Dark Side, religion implies faith, a belief without a lack of evidence or even contrary to evidence. But when I look at Bitcoin, I think about the internet. I mean, it wasn't obvious how the internet was going to evolve, but from a very early time, it was very obvious to me anyways, that the internet was going to take over everything eventually over, 10, 20 years. And I felt the same way about Bitcoin ever since I first learned about it. It's inevitable. I don't know, I couldn't predict the course that it's going to take, but I think that, we have created a alternative network that's global for the world to be able to store value and transfer that value. And that's just fundamental. So it doesn't really matter to me whether it takes another 20 years for it to get to a certain market cap, or it takes another 10 years or 50 years. I think the writing's on the wall. Everyone is just going to figure this out over a long period of time, and Bitcoin's success is inevitable. It's going to be difficult, but and it's going to be a rocky road, but it's inevitable.
Wayne, I agree. In 2013, when I first read the white paper and then read it 7 more times on a flight over to Spain, right? Like, I knew right there and then that this is the best algorithmic paper I've ever read, right? Like, it just blew my fucking mind. And I knew right then, I had conviction, but my conviction was different, right? Like, at that point, I said to myself, they've created an asset that a bunch of hedge funds can corner. That was what I thought, right? I didn't see it as global money, right? What I saw was an asset that had been created, that the price will go up, and the more you buy, because of its finite, scarce nature, right, the higher it will go. It was a small asset back then, but it just made perfect sense to me. And then again in 2013, I didn't see, Europe turning off the power. I didn't see all of this woke bullshit. Like, we're at a point now where politicians seem to want to destroy their very nations. And therefore, like, my conviction on Bitcoin has gone from, the most incredible algorithm I've ever seen to this, a spiritual journey to save the world. So, like, that's been my journey with Bitcoin. I didn't see it as a replacement to, a currency debacle back then, but I do today.
Yeah, I was getting into Bitcoin around the same time frame. I kind of went all in on Bitcoin in 2013, even though I grabbed some a little bit earlier. But right away, I had a marketing automation software business, and I pivoted that business to become a Bitcoin business right then and there. And everybody else around me thought I was nuts. I didn't talk about Bitcoin. My business partner told me that Bitcoin was like this fucking TV show that I kept talking about, trying to get him to watch it. And the more that I talked about it, the less he wanted to, less he was going to likely he was going to watch it. It was very different back then. But I think somewhere along the way, we definitely crossed the chasm between being this sort of early experimental technology. Was I annoying?
Yeah.
I wasn't annoying to anybody except for my co-founder, because I needed him to go along with this. I had been making that software for 15 years, and we were doing really well, and I needed his buy-in to just trust me to do something different. And so, it worked out well for him. He made millions, and it's tens of millions of dollars, and he's retired in Florida, and he's like in his mid-40s. So it worked out okay, but it was hard at the time.
Yeah.
but I never talked to about Bitcoin to anybody else. Only a handful of people, maybe like All Storage, Preston Byrne, Caitlin Long. These were a few people who were in Connecticut who owned Bitcoin at that time that I knew about. But I was not out there trying to convert everybody. I was semi-embarrassed about what I was doing. I was afraid it wasn't going to work out. Yeah, to be honest, yeah.
Interesting. Exact opposite here. You know, what I did was I had everyone create a Coinbase account, and I transferred them 1/10 of a Bitcoin back in the day, and I think it was 1/3 of a Bitcoin. I gave my parents a Bitcoin, right? And what's funny about that is today I get to speak to all those people and talk to them about it, and it's fun. I find it just unbelievable that people didn't get it. But that's the way the world works. There's a very small percentage of people will ever own a Bitcoin.
Did they sell?
And that's... Hell yeah, of course they sold. You kidding me?
Man, what do they say now? Do they regret it?
Yeah, that's the point. That's my point, right? Like, people can't stand risk, right? Yet they don't understand the risk in the very system in which they give all their faith.
Yeah, well, hold on. It's not that they can't stand risk. You're right, they can't stand risk, but you know how you get rid of risk? You know what risk is, right? It's simply fear. So when they educate themselves, they actually get rid of that fear and that risk.
Yeah, I guess to some degree. Then again, so let me change that, right? 99% of the people are unable to educate themselves.
Oh, well, that's where educators come in.
Look, even on these spaces, we have people that probably haven't put 100 hours into Bitcoin. Like, to getting down, how many people actually on the space have read the white paper? I'm guessing it's less than 5.
That's actually, yeah, hey, you guys repost whether you have read the white paper or not. Right now, Grant, run a drill on them, would you, bro? 116, I see the number. We need 200 people to repost whether or not you have read the white paper or not. And if so, how many times?
That's actually what I put in the nest for you guys there. So you have the white paper there, and you have something else very important there that a lot of people don't.
Hey, DJ, don't interrupt my flow, bitch. Okay? Hey, you guys go down there and repost. We need 85 reposts of whether or not you have read the white paper or not. And when was the last time?
Have you read it, Gary?
Yes, sir, Bob.
All right.
Now, where are we headed with this conversation, guys?
I was just wanting to comment on Darkside's thing about how many like full coiners there'll be, or the goal is to get into one full coin. I put a video on the pill on the bottom, and this guy's been breaking those numbers down with, big flop or bit whatever info I can't say right now, but they just break down the numbers, and it's like impossible right now. It's impossible for there to be 1 million whole coiner. Believe it or not, the way he does the wallets, the way he does the math, I can't just like spit it out right now. But that down there, that video woke me up real bad. Like, his end number was like 250,000 people, and he explains the math, and it's easy to like get. It's a big equation that we don't really think about, and we don't even have the access to do it. Blockstream Info, did most of the research and came up with the numbers, and it's real. It makes so much sense when he lays it out like that. It's like, yeah, that's math right there. It's eye opening. So I'll stop.
Well, Luke, I saw a stat that the other day that said that it's estimated that between 2 and 4 million people across the globe own more than $10,000 worth of Bitcoin. When you think about that, that's pretty remarkable.
Yeah. And Gary brought something up, I think it was like almost a year ago now, I don't know, 37,000-ish. He said there's 65 million millionaires in the world.
Yep.
Or something like that.
Yeah, like that.
However many ultra wealthy families that don't have any exposure to Bitcoin. And I think the price has gone up almost 3x from there, getting close. And I don't feel like that ratio has gotten much better. I'm curious to think if Gary, if you think, your equation there accounts for the price, and maybe do you think we've had that adoption of ultra wealthy families, families yet?
Yeah, this is my thesis that I've written a paper on. It's called the 60 billion millionaire, thesis. Yeah, I mean, it made sense to me, man. Once I got the idea of Bitcoin, I then go and, what's the addressable market? 62 million millionaires. 406,000 ultra wealthy. That's
really
30 million net income, or
Gary, is that
average.
globally or is that in the
It
United
must
States?
really
Yeah, no, globally, of course,
Okay.
globally. And then there's 2,516, give or take, billionaires. Assume an average of 5. Okay. So my thesis was, let's 2,500 billionaires, 250 of them take 10% of their net worth and go smash. I want to try it. Because if they lose, nothing happens anyway. They're cool. Then you got the ultra wealthy. If they just wanted to buy, I think I did $250,000. It was 12 million Bitcoin, man. And then, of course, the 62 million, just make an assumption, 62 million people do $25,000 in their entire lifetime on Bitcoin. I think this is what I was saying. It was priced at 25 grand at the time. So it's a fucking lot of demand, dude. It's not even been touched. Not even been touched.
And that 21 million is not the number that we had.
Well, and there's only 1.3 million ever going to be produced after that, right? Like we're pretty close to.
We've already mined 94, almost 95% of all the Bitcoin. It's going to take us 115 years to mine the rest of it.
Right.
Bitcoin's going to take like 30 years.
Yeah, but it's an exponential decrease in output.
I love it.
Every 4 years, right? So that's how long is it going to take?
115.
It's a time bomb.
115 years to mine if we stay at 10-minute averages.
And does that Bitcoin even matter anymore? I mean, Michael Saylor bought half of that this year, right?
Another way to think about it is that the issuance of new supply is effectively over in 2032. So we get the completion of this cycle and we get one more cycle. And then for all intents and purposes, there is no more Bitcoin that is going to be mined. I bet you more Bitcoin will be lost during the time period it takes to mine the remaining Bitcoin than will be mined during that time period.
Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah, I'd say that's fair, and that's kind of sad. It's kind of crazy to think about, but that's totally true. I mean, 3 times that, 4 times that has already been lost, right? So,
that's it. So, what was your number that you heard was lost? I've heard all kinds.
4 million.
Yeah, I've heard 6, up to 6. So, even let's say 5. We got 15 million Bitcoins. And they took the number of all the wallets that are like, I don't know how they do it, but they could tell the average person had 31 wallets. So, he was just doing math like that, and it's just like there won't be enough. It's going to be all of a sudden then none. We're just going to not be able to get it.
Got to be a simulation. I think Gary said it the other day, and I've been saying this for a while as well, that, what are the chances that we get to be alive during the creation of Bitcoin? I attribute it all the time to the creation of the stock market. Imagine investing in stocks in the early 1800s. I feel like that's the time we're in. This thing's going to be around for hundreds of years, and we get to watch the birth of it. I mean, I just feel blessed to live in the. I mean, if nothing else, this is the most entertaining timeline that you could possibly imagine. You know, there's a bunch of bad, but there's also some like incredible and amazing good. And it makes you appreciate it, you know, coming from bad, you know, coming from the fiat system where your wealth is liquidating is sitting in your bank account. And now you get to invest in a hard asset that grows, like, you know, and it's way outpaces any standard investment. Like DJ was saying, you know, even startups have trouble outpacing Bitcoin.
They're misunderstood.
It's calculated, you know, it's the way it goes, but a lot of people have their hands up. I don't want to keep everybody waiting. We'll go to David Hill.
Thanks, Aiden. Appreciate you, man. I just want to say Happy New Year to Grant. He wasn't in here earlier when I said that, so good to see you, Grant. Grant's got a gold check mark, too, by the way. Someone was talking about the only people on the app that have gold check marks are like people that worked at Tesla. I don't think Grant worked
Damn
at
right,
Tesla.
I got a gold. I got a gold one, and I want something better
You
than
might own
gold.
Tesla, but anyway, listen, I'm still a fan. I'm a huge fan of Bitcoin, but I'm also
little
a huge
profile
fan of
picture
real
is
estate.
square too. It's not round
I'm
like
excited.
yours.
I want to hear what Grant thinks about real estate going into the new year.
Yeah.
If he's
I guess
if he's
he can't hear
listening, he
me
may not
talking.
be here, but I'll be.
Can you, here, I'm going to drop you down, David, and put you right back up.
Number one, I got a gold check mark. Number two, I got a square box around my head.
You need a Bitcoin instead of a check mark.
Well, you
can have that.
You worry about my square, I'll worry about my Bitcoin.
How about get that Bitcoin for all of us to use?
Okay. Yeah, you. I'm gonna take care of you with my stack.
No, I just want you to get the icon out there for all of us.
Oh, trust me, I'll do my part.
Thank you.
GrantCardone.com/Bitcoin. I'll do my part.
Let's go. Hell yeah.
Actually, I think it's CardoneCapital.com/Bitcoin. Yeah, David, so real estate, what about it? I had a dream last night that we were going to go into this massive deflation. Wayne, you'll find this funny. Value has dropped. There's no inflation anywhere in the world. Prices on everything have come down. The world's gone into stagnant, communistic, deflationary period for long periods of time. We look like, I don't know, Eastern Europe.
Good Lord, why would I like that?
I don't know. I hated the dream, dude.
That's not a good dream, bro. That's terrible.
It's a nightmare. Hey, Grant, if you're serious, and I'm not sure you are, but I literally said that you would be dreaming about this now. Once Bitcoin really got into your system, you would literally be having dreams about it. Mark my words, I can find the recording. But I think you're just pulling people's leg.
No, I had a dream about the real estate. Now, I haven't dreamed about Bitcoin yet because it's not a dream to me. I know exactly how many I have targeted. I know exactly what I need to do.
No. You're getting me wrong, though. See, you are dreaming. Your paradigm is being disrupted, bro.
Oh, you think it's being messed up? Yeah, but I've had
most certainly.
But I had the deflationary dream before.
Okay. You don't want to give it any credit. I'm just saying it's kind of funny. 3 months ago, I was saying, my brother's going to be freaking gagging over this and dreaming about it. So, just wanted to say.
You know, something that might actually happen that's a little different than what most people think is that through automation and AI and other technological advances, a lot of the things that cost a lot of money nowadays, they're going to trend towards zero, just like electronics have over the past, 30, 40 years. And something like real estate, you can't make more coastline. You can't make more lakefront property. You can't make more property around, ski resorts and things like that. It might, high-end property might be one of those things that just retains its value because it just, it can't get cheaper. It's going to get bid up because it's valuable to people.
I agree, Wayne. My take on real estate is it comes down to three things: location, right? And I think the days of easy money in real estate, like the rising tide lifts every boat, is over. But if you're in the right areas where people want to live and the lifestyle's better, I think you're going to kill it.
Property taxes are going to kill it too.
So, yeah, so Grant, when you talk about real estate, you're talking about commercial real estate, correct? You're not referring to residential real estate. Is that accurate?
I don't think he does. Does he deal in residential real estate? I doubt he's talking about residential.
Hey, just go back to the property taxes thing, because I think you got to address that, right? Like, if you're in a healthy society and a healthy area, property taxes do not need to spiral up. Property taxes are local, right? So it's really a function of local government and where you live. Right? I mean,
but the municipalities, they don't want to leave anything on the table. I mean, if the rates don't go up, the assessments go up. There's an endless demand for them to raise property taxes. You know, I'm a little bitter about this. I just, I write a 6-figure property tax bill every year, and it just drives me absolutely nuts.
Yeah, I mean, I sympathize and empathize with your position being in Austin, but there are areas like, up in Montana where the society is really healthy, and because you don't have, rich people kicking out poor people per se, right? They don't want to raise taxes on themselves. So the society tends not to raise taxes wildly. Matter of fact, they care more about keeping taxes lower. Right? I mean, higher, like the Austin area is like a perfect analogy for what goes wrong with out of control municipal government.
Yeah, you know what? I really think this is a big problem. I think one of the reasons that housing is so unaffordable is that there's every incentive for the property valuations to get driven higher because municipalities primarily fund themselves through property taxes. I think if we switched to school choice, and if we switched, meaning that parents get the ability to take the money that they have and spend it at the school of their choice, and then also if we had a system where the operating expenses of the city were billed out more on a, just like utilities. It's just not this all-encompassing thing. Like in Texas, we have this law. I didn't really learn about this until a couple years after I got here. We have this Robin Hood law, where if you pay property taxes, up to 70%, I believe, of those property taxes get taken out of your municipality and sent to some other municipalities. If you're in a wealthier area, I think that's absolutely crazy. So it's just this weird wealth redistribution thing. And the system creates a lot of perverse incentives, and I can't see it unwinding unless the fundamental way in which taxes are collected and assessed is changed. If they had something that was more like, oh, you have to pay so much money for utilities and so much money for road maintenance and so much money for everything else, I'd rather see that than what they have right now, because they just bundle everything together and they hide it. And they know that the switching costs for people are high. It's very difficult and painful for a family to leave their home, and very painful and sometimes impossible for businesses to relocate from one place to the next. So this is like a really problematic thing, I think, that most people don't appreciate how bad it's hurting the average person in terms of home affordability. I'm interested too what other people who are smarter than me think about this, especially if you know more about real estate than I do.
I mean, isn't the big problem with real estate is we had 10 years of ZIRP and we've inflated asset prices everywhere, and real estate's where the majority of people have, the majority of people in the country have all their wealth. And, it's like 15 years of playing games with interest rates, and now we're seeing, interest rates high, and everyone's kind of freaking out about it. But I mean, shouldn't we have a free market that sets the interest rates? And I mean, does that help fix things? I mean, I don't know, but I mean, I just look around me at people I know, and I mean, that's like the number one driver in real estate for me, at least.
But you can't have a free market that drives interest rate pricing when you have a government that's demanding $7 trillion in refinancing this year. Right? That government demand will drown out any essence of a. But you can't have a free market that drives interest rate pricing when you have a government that's demanding $7 trillion in refinancing this year. Right? That government demand will drown out any essence of a free market. But Wayne, to go back to your point, I just wanted to mention, like, Las Vegas as an example, the municipality or the city, as it may be, being run by casinos, they have no incentive to drive up real estate taxes and hurt their employees. Right? Like the very incentives, right, which is the economics, right? The incentives of living in Las Vegas is most of these people work in a casino, and therefore they need to keep the taxes reasonable so their employees are happy, so that the city works well. And I just don't think you find that in most blue areas, right? Like that's why Las Vegas is turning red, because they see what's happening in the other areas and say, wow, we got it good here.
Yeah, there's efforts and
Doug said, I was going to say exactly the same thing. That the more, and I said this before the election, if she would have won, it would have actually been better for my real estate where we're at in mostly Florida, Texas, Alabama, and Georgia. But we would have been better off because as the blue continues to get permission to do the insidious and insane property taxes and everything, like all the legislation that says we're going to protect people that don't have money. You're forced to put retail below your apartment buildings. You know how many cities have wasted how many trillions of dollars in this one country forcing retail below an apartment complex that never gets filled with retail? Or how many different cities, the opportunity zones, mostly failures across the country, where they tried to inspire investments into parts of the city that didn't want to grow. All the downtowns, the downtown Los Angeles and Houston's, and you name it, dude. I can go through almost every major city that failed on a downtown expansion. LA being, I don't know, they had to spend $70-80 billion downtown LA, and it failed. Houston, same thing. Where the city somehow gets involved and says, we have to build affordable in these spaces, and it never works. These cities all become the most expensive places to live and work, and it makes it unaffordable every time they talk about affordable housing, and then want to put regulations against property owners, don't want to raise the rents, put rent raise moratoriums on. These cities all became more expensive. And so until these cities start to practice some discipline and the people stand up in LA and San Francisco and said, what? The San Francisco bleeding's not even close to done. They're being punished there. Anybody that owns real estate in San Francisco right now and bought in the last 4 or 5 years is being crushed because people are leaving. They're moving out. Retailers have left. The crime's up. Property owners are not feeling like they own property anymore. The business owners or the entrepreneurs that live there and want to spend time there have decided to leave there for 159 days of the year and just go back and use their facilities when they choose to, but not pay taxes there. So as cities continue to get a hit on this, and the Floridas and the Texas continue to prosper, Iowa, I'm sorry to go on so long, but this I'm super passionate about. But like Iowa, I think they've lowered their taxes 3 or 4 times. And they finally have a budget. They went from like 8 or 9% down to 2.5 or 3.5%, and actually have a bigger budget than when the taxes were not. That's all I'll say for now. But
Grant, have you come across this phrase, transportation-led development? That's something that I've been hearing more about. So what it means is that the municipalities, they get this idea that if they put in light rail or some other system, and they build around the stops, they build retail on the ground level, they build apartments above it,
that's the way that they're going to drive economic growth and save the environment and make cities more livable. Like I heard it in San Francisco, here in Austin. It's so crazy to me. Here in Austin, they have a light rail system. There's one car.
Hi, Route 2. How are you doing? Spooned up next to you tonight and having a little bit. I don't know what to say. Oh, we missed it.
It's going to bring a new level of freedom and a new ability to create new cities. I mean, imagine if 20 years from now, you could just build a home and it would be able to produce enough water, produce enough electricity, have a global communications network that was wireless, satellite based, so you didn't have to run utilities out there. Like a lot of the functions and monopolies that municipalities have over citizens is like they kind of want to treat us like human livestock on their tax farm. And I think that one of the things that might happen in my lifetime is that just through advancements in technology, we might get a lot more freedom and independence than we otherwise would have. Maybe the answer is not convincing politicians that to change their ways, because I don't know if you're going to be able to do that. When I say politicians, I mean like government officials, bureaucrats who run municipalities, the whole spectrum there. I don't know if you're going to convince them to change their ways, but if you could have enough technology where you had more freedom and independence, then maybe just the need for them goes away. I mean, if you can have robot cars, groceries delivered to your house, generate significant amounts of your own power, if not all your own power, your own water, waste management could be much, much less expensive. The need to sort of live on the municipality wage goes away.
Yeah, imagine, Wayne, the guy that engineered the entire mission to Mars, engineered all of that stuff, was, also what engineered perfect, scarce digital energy money. What would that look like? What would that look like?
It would look like Bitcoin.
Because he's freaking Satoshi.
No, the man is not Satoshi. I guarantee you, 1,000,000%. Elon Musk is not Satoshi.
I'm 95% convinced that he is.
There's no way. He doesn't even know what he's talking about when it comes to Bitcoin half the time a couple of years back. So
That's called misdirection, Wayne. It's called misdirection. Just like Bruce Wayne.
That's right, guys. I am Batman.
No, Elon's Batman.
I love Elon. That's an interesting point that you made, that all of most of his companies have relative interest on Mars as well, like the mining and the solar and electric vehicles.
They're all for Mars, Aiden.
That's crazy. He's made
the boring company is for Mars. It's for settlements under Mars. The boring machinery fits in the super heavy and exactly the diameter to fit inside. It's all built for Mars. And
is that real?
No, 100%. Yeah, he's absolutely accurate. Everything that is being built by the Tesla companies is being built and hardened and tested and simplified so it can be manufactured on Earth and be super ultra reliable, because it's going to be sent to Mars at a cost of, I don't know, a lot per kilogram to get up there. You can't make a Cybertruck on Mars. You can make it on Earth. You can stack it into one of these vehicles and you can send it over there.
That's what the million coins are for, Wayne. He's leveraging economics itself so that he can fund it all at the end.
Why Mars and not the moon?
Mars has an atmosphere the moon doesn't.
Multiplanetary species. He has talked about a moon base a number of times too.
Is Mars' atmosphere conducive to human life, or do we have to live inside a planet?
Not yet. No, you got to terraform that. If you haven't seen it, you should see Aliens, the movie. Wayne, one quick note. A company I invested in the past year, it was founded by an old friend of mine, is called geoship.is. That's the website. Take a look at that. It describes a little bit of what you were talking about with a self-sufficient home. They're modular and they're based today on geo, but a lot of the engineers and team are from Apple, from Tesla, etc. It's really, really cool. I think everything you just described, you'll really find interesting in this geoship.is. Check out the website.
That's wild. It's crazy to think that he's made so many companies, like obviously SpaceX, right? The Starship, like all of his companies, he's turned profitable, right? He's found a way to make money, but it's directly related to his goal of going to Mars. That's insane to me. But we've got David Hill with your hand up. What's going on, David? Or Horace?
Yeah, just to bring it back, first of all, I want to say Happy New Year, and it's so nice to be on a call with Wayne and Gary and Darkside and all the greats of this space. But I just had a simple question, and I was wondering, with this Bitcoin strategic reserve, and I have kind of like a feeling that it might be a possibility that they might possibly, this might sound far-fetched, but they might not tax Bitcoin with capital gains possibly, maybe down the future. But anyway, as far as the Bitcoin treasury is concerned, do you think that can possibly dampen the downside of Bitcoin in 2026? And what I'm thinking is the really good reason why that would be a great thing for Bitcoin is because most of the people I talk to, once the bear market starts, it's just too much for too much for them, and they immediately just shrug it off as this is not for me. So I'm thinking as kind of like a domino effect. If this Bitcoin strategic reserve was adopted, and it did dampen the downside in 2026, that could possibly extremely increase the amount of people adopting Bitcoin. And also to just another thing with that is, would that possibly these two models that we have, the power law and the will that possibly invalidate all these types of laws and models and bring us just to a whole new area in Bitcoin that we have not even dreamed of yet? Do you think that's a possibility? And lastly, with MSTR, do you think collectively as a group that's at the level of, say, an IBIT, or do you think that's something that is not at that level? And like I said, if this strategic Bitcoin reserve does get passed, that will also dampen the volatility within, MSTR as well. So what do you guys think about all that?
So I'm going to come in for a rare comment about Master MicroStrategy. Don't they have 42 billion in assets, and then IBIT's only got just around there, maybe a little less? So in terms of size and Bitcoin holding, I think Sailor's above IBIT. I think Darkside probably knows way more than me about that, but I think if you're comparing in terms of size, I think MicroStrategy got it. Could be wrong.
But that may not last. Even if it is, I mean, to answer your question, there's a big question. There's a lot in there. If there is the announcement of a strategic Bitcoin reserve, then there will be more pressure from nation states to buy Bitcoin. Those nation states are not going to sell Bitcoin. They're just going to buy it and they're going to hang on to it. You've got MicroStrategy is executing their strategy for allowing for buying Bitcoin, and you've got the Bitcoin spot ETFs buying Bitcoin. Now, we've seen over the past year that the Bitcoin that goes into MicroStrategy doesn't come out. Even if the price change or the stock price changes, Sailor's hanging on to all the Bitcoin, and there's no, within the confines of this conversation, there's really no liquidation risk there. With these Bitcoin spot ETFs, people thought, there's not, these people aren't going to be very diamond-handed. They're just going to get in, they're going to get their 30% gains, and then they're going to sell, just like they would with any other stock. That hasn't been the case. The inflows to the ETFs have been sustained. So I think on a going-forward basis that because there is so much liquidity that is being sucked up into these more permanent capital vehicles, and because there's less leverage in the marketplace, so there are fewer people borrowing money to buy Bitcoin than there were, let's say, the last time around, like in the 2021 timeframe, that there's a good chance that we won't see as much of a downside in the price of Bitcoin when the price inevitably starts heading back down the other direction. That said, the interesting thing about bear markets is that you don't know what causes them. You can't really predict that. So there may be something that's out there that we don't know about right now, or we only know pieces of it, but the full picture isn't apparent yet. And we may look back 4 years from now and be like, oh, that was an awful event. I'm glad we survived it. So you can't really be deterministic about this. Like, you can't say, well, the market's going to be less volatile because these things are happening. But I think on balance, if I was to make a bet, I would say that we're in a much more stable market than we were over the past decade for Bitcoin.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I just think we're in uncharted territory because if this reserve bill is passed, everything changes, and I just don't think people really understand how like the gravity of this yet. I mean, this is just such a it just everything changes at that point as far as everything is concerned, and I think it will just increase adoption exponentially because, like I said, the grandmoms, grandpops, and everyone who didn't want to buy it. Because they see the price go down in bear markets for a couple of years, will start buying it, and it will literally become what it was always meant to be, a replacement for gold. And at that point, it might start to replace other, things as well, such as real estate, and pretty much everything else that's concerned. It might just. So that's all I wanted to say. It's just a thought experiment. Just my 2 cents, but. Yeah, Happy New Year, and thanks for bringing me on. I just wanted to say that. But Wayne, you're awesome. You're such a great Bitcoiner. Gary, thank you for being a part of this. You're wonderful as well. It's such a blessing to have all of you. Grant, so great to have him here as well. And Darkside, just amazing to have him as well. So everyone, have a good night, and I'll get off to the speaker side. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for coming. We got old Taylor.
Hey, yeah, I just stuck a spaces I did up in the nest. I challenge you guys to give it a listen. It's kind of my stack of evidence for Elon being Satoshi, and just open your mind and give it a listen, and then let's do a spaces about it sometimes. But I don't want to derail this conversation with it, but I just wanted to make that available to you.
Well,
you, Wayne, I see you laughing. Listen to it.
That would be hilarious. That'd be hilarious. I feel like, he's not bullish enough on Bitcoin to be Satoshi. I could be wrong. But it seems like the room's kind of tuckering out here. Gary, are you still there? We've got a bunch of requests, but just want to get Gary's feel.
Yeah, man, going flat on me too. I'm in the background doing some painting. You guys want to do something else? Let's call it quits.
Well, yeah, we've got some more requests. Maybe we want to get through some of those.
I think Benjamin C just popped in the room. Saw him the other night. Good to have you in, man. If you want to pop up and say something, maybe you can spice the room up, bro.
Don't end this room, please. I depend on this kind of social interaction.
Yeah, Grant.
Don't end the room, please. Please don't end the room.
Send me some Satoshis and we might keep it open. See, that's the value of being able to do. Is any news on the X thing and whether or not he's going to turn this into a proper...
You mean X Money?
Yeah.
They made an announcement 2 days ago that they're going to launch that in 2025. They've got the money transmission licenses they need in all the states.
Yeah, well, it's 2025, bro.
Well, I'm saying they made the announcement. I think it was on January, whatever it was, 2 or 3 days ago, that's going to happen in 2025. So hopefully it happens sometime soon. Linda Yaccarino had that in their feed all over the place a couple days ago.
Yeah. What's the price of Bitcoin right now? That's all I really care about in life.
96,730.
Oh, I like it, man. I like it. Anybody got a comment on 96? Otherwise, let's call it an evening.
It's cheap. Man. I think we've been sitting here for a while, right? Few hours, and I think that's pretty bullish.
Wow.
Please don't end this room.
Hey guys,
question: Mars or Earth? Where would you live? Mars or Earth for all you Mars guys? Where would you rather live? Come on.
I'm going to stay on Earth. If I'm on Earth, it's easier to buy MicroStrategy at 300. So I'm going to stay the fuck here on Earth, and I'm going to load the boat. I'm going to load the boat because I've seen so many memes, and I think this sentiment has swung so violently south.
Man, I'm so glad you brought us back here. I just got to interrupt, otherwise.
Why would I rather? Tell me, why would I rather buy MSTR than just buy Bitcoin?
Well, because look, first of all, at this price, you're getting a pretty good deal as far as the multiple to MNAV. But that's not my thing. I'm not an MNAV guy. I think that the value of being one of the largest holders of Bitcoin 5 years from now, if you use some imagination, the value of having that stack and the businesses you can build around having that stack are going to put a significant multiple on MicroStrategy. So
yeah, I totally agree, bro. Like 1,000%. You're talking about the most finite product on the planet. Come on. You have to have some incremental value of being able to swing that weight around. Like, this is going to be an industry. I totally agree with you. I love the blood in the street right now. All these people panicking.
Why are they panicking, Gary?
On MicroStrategy.
There's a lot of leverage out there, Grant. Like, they've got ETFs, levered ETFs on MicroStrategy, options on levered ETFs on MicroStrategy. You got an amazing amount of FUD being spread.
How do these guys do that, dude? Like, when I have leverage and I have positive cash flow, I'm nervous.
Yeah, the whole thing's, I'll use the word, the whole thing's retarded, right? Like, the whole concept of double levered ETFs, they're designed to go to zero and then reverse split. Like, that the whole product is designed to go to zero. If you try to borrow them, try to get a borrow so you can short MSTX or MSTU, you cannot borrow it, right? Like, they will go to zero, and then they will reverse split, and then they will go to zero again. That's because every time MicroStrategy goes up, they need to buy it, and every time MicroStrategy goes down, they need to sell it. So every single time it goes up and down, they incur a trading loss, right? So the net asset value of the ETF continues to decline. They're designed. I don't even understand the purpose of the product. I guess they're designed for day trading, but why don't you just use MicroStrategy? The whole thing's it's junk science. Like, it's Wall Street at its worst, right? Like, Wall Street designs products to rug people. Like, if you're a Wall Street trader, you get paid to rug people, right? If you're a Bitcoin enthusiast, you get paid to orange pill people, right? That's the fundamental difference between the two communities. Wall Street likes to fuck people, and Bitcoiners want to help people. That's why we don't really get along that well.
Can you explain what orange pill means?
Yeah, we want to convert people into Bitcoin. People that aren't in Bitcoin, we want to get them into Bitcoin and help them out. In Wall Street, look, every product Wall Street comes out with, you want to make your boss happy in a Wall Street firm? Rug somebody. Find a way to create something, buy it low, sell it high, and then pull the rug out. You look like a hero.
Or
right?
bleed them slow.
I'm sorry?
Or bleed them slowly over time in a way that they can't get out of it. Those are the two models.
Yeah, the two models, right? Like a rug pull and a skim. Those are the two models on Wall Street, right? In Bitcoin, we want to see people get rich. It makes Wall Street execs sick. That's why you have such limited adoption in the TradFi world. They hate this. They live for zero-sum games.
So we got Benjamin up here. I want to be conscious of this time, and certainly a lot more people joined because of him. So he definitely brought the life to the party, Gary. Benjamin, if you're free and want to speak.
Hey, yeah, thanks for having me. I just joined a few minutes ago, so I think I missed out on a lot of the conversation. But yeah, I mean, I think in the short term, I think one of the reasons why you've seen MicroStrategy down and whatnot is just because, you know, the stock market has also kind of struggled the last few weeks. So I don't really think it's MicroStrategy specific. I think it's more just sort of an artifact of, you know, the long end, the yield curve rallying, the dollar rallying, and hopefully once that's over, you know, things will resume as they were. But It seems very familiar. You know, it kind of reminds me of July to October of 2023. You know, so I think we might just be repeating that. I think that's really what's going on right now with MicroStrategy. I don't think there's any other fundamental thing going on other than it just being tied to the overall stock market. But yeah, I don't really have anything else. I'll just kind of.
Now we know your analysis is quite biased, of course, because you were at the party. So therefore, we have to disqualify any of your comments.
Fair enough.
Hey, let me ask you a couple. Good to see you, by the way. But let me ask you a couple questions. Bro, Ethereum. I mean, it just looks like a dog, bro. Am I wrong?
Yeah, you want me to talk about ETH here?
Yeah.
No, I mean, ETH has been struggling for 3 years now, but this is what it always does. It doesn't normally do well until sometime in the post-halving year. So that's kind of been my take.
So you think it? So what do you think it does? Maybe in 3 months.
Not much.
I mean, I think that look, when it was at 0.08, I said it was going to go to 0.03 to 0.04. Right? I'm talking about the Bitcoin valuation because that's all that really matters, right? I mean, if you're a Bitcoiner, the USD valuation is irrelevant. You know, it's all about opportunity cost. So I would argue, you know, when it was at 0.08, I thought 0.03 to 0.04 made the most amount of sense. Now it's gone there. You know, historically, it tends to do well in post-halving years. So my guess is that 12 months from now, it's probably the ETH Bitcoin pair is likely higher than it is today, but it would still likely be a lower high compared to, say, 2021, if that makes sense. So, like, I doubt it's going to go to, like, 0.09, but I wouldn't be that surprised just to see some type of mean reversion back up to 0.05 or 0.06 at some point this year.
What's it at right now?
0.035. If you look, if you look historically,
the fucking text
Bitcoin, and look, this is coming from someone who's been bearish on
switch
Bitcoin
account, admin portal Basil, that kind of dog shit. You look at it, first of all, like it's not even aligned properly. Like if you wanted to doctor something, do it better. It's like so shoddy. It's so terribly made.
I can totally relate to that because there's like this ancient screenshot of things I supposedly said from like 2000s or something, and it's got like the craziest shit, like something about how I hate being Asian or whatever. I never said these things, and you can tell that like it's literally just WordPad. Someone copied from WordPad and took a screenshot of the WordPad, and it's like this is what he said, and everyone believes that, and it's like what? You literally just fucking type my name in there and added words to it and claimed I said that, which is not evidence of anything.
Yeah.
Fucking garbage.
Yeah, people keep spreading this bullshit and makes no fucking sense whatsoever. Again, like, I don't use fucking 4chan. I have no idea why I should even, so I've never really used it before. People make up just impersonation accounts of various other platforms, to the point where on some platforms I do in fact have accounts, but they're just there, they don't post anything. For instance, to make sure that none of the absolute fucking idiots do weird stuff on Blue Sky. I have like a fake account on there effectively. Not really fake account, I just have one which tells people to follow me on X. That's literally it. Just has that. No posts, nothing. We'll never post anything on there. Fuck that piece of shit app. Same thing also with Instagram. There's like, it's you can see it. It's my profile picture, right? So those are the only two other accounts. But beyond that, nothing else is there. Because why would I actually be active on another platform? I'm only active on here. And the only other place that I have is like YouTube, which is also the same as here. So, and I just post videos of my edits that I've done for Starship on there, just simultaneously. But primarily, I do everything on this app. But places like 4chan, no, I don't. I also don't have any like personal accounts beyond this one. So, yeah.
A couple shorts on YouTube.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine how stupid it must be for somebody to have the name Adrian in today's day and age? Like, really think about that. Because they're going to harass anyone with that name thinking that it's me. That's fucked up.
Yep. Like, someone stole my name on Blue Sky or Blueski.
Yeah.
And if you actually go through the profile, the Still Gray profile on Blueski, it says something along the lines of, I'm taking this account, reserving it so the fascists can't post on this platform. Like, okay. Like, as if I would want to. Jesus. I have some taste, okay? I got standards. I'm not going to post on Blueski. When I think of Blueski, I think of that fucking dog meme, you know, the cartoon dog. The guy who has like his hands in his pocket. I think his name is like Blueski, maybe. I don't know, but that's what I think of him. And like, that's really, really, really lame.
How's your day going, guys?
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good.
I was watching this one YouTube channel the other day. Yeah, it's one of those gaming essay type channels, and the guy normally posts on X. His politics clearly quite lefty, but I didn't realize the extent of it. And he started posting on. I mean, in his video, he's like, "Don't follow me on X. I'm no longer using it. It's a hellscape, and I've gone over to Blue Sky, and I want you to follow me there." It's like, it's so pathetic, you know, like the virtue signaling that these guys are doing, the whole lefty gaming community. It's like they have to tell people what their politics are, as if anyone gives a shit, you know. I'm watching his videos because they're quite entertaining, but here he is telling me that he doesn't want people like me as a viewer. Like, okay, fuck you then.
Yeah.
I just don't understand that attitude. If you're a creator and you're producing something that is not political in nature, why are you deliberately alienating people who would otherwise enjoy your stuff that maybe you have one or two disagreements on, but maybe 80% of things you probably see eye to eye with? I'm sure the guy is opposed to the same thing on